You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You should see my baby, she's spanking new, and she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls, and I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I wanna go with you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah.
down to me. Only angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. You're everything
Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. You do what you do. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare.
We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare.
We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down.
Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare.
We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
Dream League Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello and welcome to today's broadcast of Dream League Season 23. My name's Nolan, I'm joined by Gunnar as we get into another exciting day of games and we get to find out how this group stage is going to end. Gunnar, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. These are both good teams. I mean, I was really impressed by Aurora in the last tournament. I think, especially Lorinov. There was this website at some point that was like had stats of players, and I think he was like number 1 in the whole tournament at some point. Of every single player, not just mids.
Everything?
Yeah. So he was playing really good. And then obviously gaming is kind of back after having kind of a down, people would say. They got Tofu on the draft, so he's been cooking.
Yes, indeed. And, these are all of our participating teams at the moment. Of course, a wide variety from across the globe playing it out here. Some of the best teams in the world battling it out for those all-important EPT points and a whole chunk of cash as well. Of course, that prize pool, very important. And this is what that prize is. So first place is going to net you $300,000 as well as 6,000 EPT points. That is enough to put anybody into the Esports World Cup. We can confirm. So a lot to play for right now, and of course, decent money all down the board, but everybody's looking at those top 2 spots, especially at the moment. Why? Well, because of this, Gunnar. These are the teams currently qualified with the little gold symbol next to them to the Esports World Cup, and as you can see now, we only have 2 slots remaining, Gunnar.
Yep. It's and then it's hard, right? Because Team Spirit's not in the tournament. So they can't get any more points. So it's kind of on the other teams to pass them at this point.
Yeah, neither is OG, so it really is open. But of course, you need a lot of points to catch them because G2IG aren't here. They can't overtake anybody, which means it's all down to Heroic and Shopify and Aurora. So these guys are all looking to try and pick up as many points as possible to try and get their way through. As you can see, Tundra is now qualified since they did secure themselves upper bracket. That means that they will be going through, and only 2 slots remaining on Esports World Cup, of course, that big event which everybody wants to make it to. So much money on the line, and you can play on one of the biggest stages in the world. And this is how things are looking right now. Gaming Gladiators sitting at the top of Group A, 7-1, upper bracket secured. PSG Quest unfortunately eliminated, and they're going to be playing against Team Liquid for that, for glory, basically, because they can't unqualify themselves. I mean, it's not a nice position to be in. What would be your mentality as PSG Quest?
Usually that one, a lot of teams actually play better, I think, when they're eliminated because there's no pressure. So you kind of just have a lot more fun in the draft or in the game. You don't... The game right before you get eliminated is the worst because there's everything on the line, whereas this now it's like, I think we might actually see them beat them. We've seen it in tournaments before where teams who really need a win versus a team who doesn't need a win, they just lose.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, which is going to be our first match day. And Aurora, they want to fight their way out of this deadlock. They don't want to be threatened by Team Liquid or by Heroic and end up slipping down into that 5th slot. They just need to keep their heads above the water. But against Gaming Gladiators, that is going to be tough. But then there's always that thing at the other side of the coin. Are Gaming Gladiators going to be taking it a bit easy? I think I know the answer to that. And that answer is no. These guys never take it easy. They are try hard to the bone, and that is why they've had such a dominant run last year and trying to get back to form this year. Meanwhile, over on Group B, we have 2 teams qualified for the upper bracket. It is going to be Team Falcons and Tundra Esports sitting at 1 and 2. Meanwhile, down in the 5th and 6th position, it's Azure Ray and BetBoom Team. Anything surprising you about this one? I mean, I think we're all kind of looking at Navi at the moment.
Navi doing pretty okay is surprising. I think BetBoom is interesting because it's like they're considered a really strong team, but I guess in this tournament and in the last, they've been struggling a lot. So it's surprising in the sense that this team is doing really bad, but if you take into account how their performance has been recently, it's not anything too crazy.
Yeah. That's fair enough. They're very much up and down. I feel like, when they turn up to a tournament, they're terrifying. If they don't turn up to a tournament, then they're not really one to be feared, but maybe they pull it together and they can still make a run at this event now. Not quite out of it yet, but of course, you know, they're second place on the leaderboard. They're already qualified to EWC, the Esports World Cup. So yeah, no pressure on them really at this point to perform. And this is what the schedule looks like for this stream. Today, we've got Aurora versus Gaming Gladiators to start things off. And then we move over to Na'Vi versus Team Falcon. So it really is the top of the group versus someone in the middle who is going to be perhaps fighting up and trying to keep their heads above the water. So pretty exciting stuff, honestly. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do and if they can put together a good strategy against these dominant teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think this series is going to be really good. I think both these teams are really strong. I think this is probably, from my opinion, one of the harder matchups for Aurora, because I think they've always been a team ever since they were, I think it was Talon. They play really slow, really long games, very methodical. They like farm. And I think Gaming is one of the best teams at kind of crushing any team that wants to play slow versus them. They always play really fast and they go really aggressive on mid lane. I also think Aurora plays a lot around their mid player, whereas Gaming plays in a way to not only play around their mid player, but to kind of crush the enemy mid, bringing a lot of heroes mid, helping out Quinn with supports and runes. So I think this could be a hard matchup for Aurora just based on kind of like the teams.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough as well. As you say, you know, you got to get out of that mid lane. You got to make sure that Lorinov has himself a good matchup and then a good performance to match it as well. And you know, that's been easier against some of the other teams they've played against, but you know, now you're rocking up against Gaming Gladiators, you know, against Quinn, who has been such a meticulous mid laner for such a long time and is known for kind of dismantling people if you do give him that advantage. So, you know, it's going to come down to Lorinov and it's going to come down to draft as well. What kind of matchup are we going to be seeing? What kind of heroes are we going to be seeing? So that one's going to be a really interesting one for me. Also, always looking at jabs for this team as well. Like, I feel like Aurora's performance often hinges pretty heavily on jabs, as we see a lovely, lovely forehead there. Love that shot. That's a classic right there.
Yeah, I believe.
Oh, and a shoulder. It's like we're putting together Exodia.
All right, there's jabs. I think the first
there
one was
is.
Lorinov.
Yep. Yeah, you know your player shoulders and foreheads well. But yeah, do you think it's fair to say that Aurora is a team kind of focused around jabs?
Yes and no. I think he's definitely the type of player that he just plays like every hero and he's always having a lot of impact and he's played like all 5 roles competitively. So I think just because of that, he probably has a really loud voice in the game. But I would say this current one is definitely around Lorinov, which is pretty interesting because he was a stand-in just recently. He's like their new player. He's like also a European player, so he's like joining a different region's team. But I feel like they've definitely grown around him. Like every time you watch the replays, I feel like he's kind of the star. He's almost like a carry where he farms really, really heavy every game, but it never feels like he's just completely AFK. He just is like top net worth on Zeus every single game, just somehow. I don't even know how he does it.
He's always getting that money. He's always getting that farm. Jab's making space in 23, either playing actively or just farming it up as well. Over on the other side of the court, of course, facing up against them and trying to block them from getting through to these playoffs, we have Gaming Gladiators, the top of the group right now. This team have been struggling to find their form for quite a while, but it seems like they might have just done it. I mean, you know this team, you've seen them, they've been around for a while, and last year, you know, everybody was kind of expecting them to make a clean run, beaten at the post to TI, and since then it's been pretty quiet for Gaming Gladiators. But this has been somewhat, I don't know, traditional somewhat for teams to do really, really well and then take a bit of a break for the first half of the season. But of course, you know, we got someone else to tell us about this team. We'll head over to the short video with Sir Action Slacks.
Gaming Gladiators is a team with extremely high highs, and as we found out recently, pretty low lows. Apparently, they can do it all. With a roster that we've come to know and love, Dyrachyo, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Celery are the Gaming Gladiators. Once viewed as by far the best team in the world with no real competition, although Liquid did try many times, the Gladiators have been struggling lately. With an 8th place set DreamLeague 21, 6th place set Bet Boom Dacha, 5th place set DreamLeague Season 22, and a very sad 12th place at ESL 1 Birmingham, they seem to have lost the magic recipe to their success. Now, I don't mean to be dramatic, but the question remains, will they ever find it again? Well, yeah, probably. Maybe other teams have figured out how to stop getting owned by them after getting owned again and again for the better part of a year. Maybe they need to fix things up. Maybe Dyrachyo needs to not feed anymore. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming. Either way, hopefully these last few months have been a bit bumpy for Gaming Gladiators, but they will be back to their former strength before we know it. I, for one, cannot wait for another Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid Grand Finals. Again.
Thank you very much, Slacks. And yeah, I mean, as he said, can they find their form once again? And well, at least so far, they're getting out of these groups looking absolutely fantastically. So it's going to be a big fight here for Aurora. Pressure's onto Aurora to try and make it happen and to kind of get themselves out of the lower part of these groups. So I think we should not waste any time. I think we should get into the draft for game number 1 between these two teams and find out exactly what we're going to see picked up and banned. And one thing I've got to say is Merry Patchmas, Gunner. Merry Patchmas.
The patch is actually coming. It wasn't a joke. It is
yeah.
real.
Oh, right. You just kind of rolled up in bed and started casting, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, no. It's. I was looking at it last night.
Oh, okay.
I posted my candle. I did my service to the community.
You did your part.
I did my part. It looks interesting. From the little fragments I've seen, the patch note looks really interesting. And I think it's today, right? Because it said there was like a tomorrow yesterday.
Did, yeah, it's coming tomorrow.
Surely means today.
Yep, later on today, I would imagine. So, yeah, hope Galen leaves a nice buff under your Christmas tree. Or Patchmas tree, I guess. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the only one I've been able to piece together, really, or the most significant one that's been pieced together is probably the 5 seconds of all map vision when it turns to daytime. I mean,
yeah.
That's crazy,
I
right?
think I saw somewhere that was like a Phoenix thing. Like, if you have Phoenix on your team, you get full day vision when it turns to day.
Wow.
Like, I mean, that's a Phoenix special.
Pretty crazy,
but,
yeah.
You know, we gotta wait. We gotta wait and see.
All right,
the thing we don't have to wait and see is this is same patch. So same things. There's Pango every game. We've seen Sniper ban, Starter ban. There's both supports, like the strong supports, quote unquote, are still in the pool. Shadow Demon and Disruptor. Shadow Demon's not that good versus Pango, so I think we'd probably see either Disruptor or Doom are probably like the 2 common ones. They pick Clinks, which is I think the reason why they value this hero is because Tofu plays it and he likes it, and it is definitely one of the better heroes versus Pango from carry or support. Just because you do so much physical damage, you kill him in the roll.
10 seconds remaining.
So they probably just like it because it's flex. It makes the draft really hard,
5 seconds
and
remaining.
I think it's one of the heroes that Dyrachyo's been having success on. Just kind of like blind picking it early in the draft. And again, those 2 like really strong supports, like the Shadow and Disruptor, aren't particularly good versus Pango. Like, Pango's considered a counterpick to both of them. So it's kind of like, do you want to counterpick yourselves or pick something specifically good versus Pango? At least, you know, in one angle.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, these really hard-hitting, high-range heroes are one of the best things you can grab versus Pangolier. Clinks definitely fits that bill. If you can threaten him inside the Rolling Thunder, then it just makes his game so much harder. So I understand this pick quite a lot. It's, you know, I'm still getting used to seeing Clinks actually being picked this patch. It's felt like a very long, like, kind of 5 months without ever seeing Clinks at all. But here he is, and to double down on the Pango answer, they're going to grab the Bane as well. And this kind of feels like the perfect kind of encapsulation of that whole, oh my god, Pango only 33% win rate, Omega lol, you know, why are idiot pro teams picking a Tyrael? This is why, because it forces you to grab 2 heroes which are pretty hard answers to the Pangolier. So will you be able to beat him? I mean, maybe, but also, you know, you forced the team to play something else, and ultimately Pango is still going to be able to do other stuff. But yeah, Rolling Thunder is going to be tricky this game.
Also, it's kind of the idea that if you don't pick Pango first, the other team can get Pango, and then it's harder to deal with it. So I think one of the things that people don't recognize is, like, if you don't pick it, it's in the pool still. And the later it's picked, the stronger and stronger it's going to be. So it ends up having like a low win rate just because it has so much pressure in the draft to be picked and or addressed that you kind of just have to keep getting it faster and faster. This Nature's Prophet is kind of interesting. I know Tundra plays it mid, like Thompson plays it. I don't think that this is a thing Aurora is going to do. So I assume it's going to be a support. but it's
Seems
not.
most likely.
It doesn't seem like that popular of a hero. Like I don't really see people pick it that much to be support. I believe in the past people would pick it versus Bane, and then they would put the Nature's Prophet as a support in the other lane, like opposite of the Bane, and then TP to the Bane's lane, and basically use it as a way to outnumber the Bane in the laning stage, because once he like presses sleep or commits to a fight, he's kind of weak if there's a third hero. So it's kind of a way to counteract the Bane's laning prowess by just having a third hero available at all times. And
That's interesting. We'll see if that works out.
yeah, that's probably the best bet I could say for the reason they wanted the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it feels risky though, for sure. Like, you're not going to see much split pushing going on. You're not going to see much of this Prophet kind of getting waves out because there is that Clinks and Bane in the game. So they can always lock you down and punish you. So you're very much just picking this hero to be a global presence in fights. I don't think you're picking it as a kind of split pushing, annoying hero. But in fairness, you know, that hasn't really been Nature's Prophet's thing for a long time. He has been much more of a brawler since the changes to Sprout and Teleport. And well, you bring trees, we bring the tree killer, and hard to see Timbersaw not being picked every game after what we witnessed yesterday. I'm still reeling from that one. I'm still just like I was laying in bed being like, how does he just live? How is he on 100% HP against a double Rapier Luna? That's not okay.
It's really nice. It's a really strong lane versus Pango mid. It also does flex if they end up wanting to have a different like last pick for either mid or off lane. They'll probably just take here any pause 4 or pause 5. I think it could be anything. I'm not really sure if they prefer Bane 4 or Bane 5. I think that Tofu is probably just going to get a new hero here and Seller's going to play the Bane, but it's pretty open. Fighter's a really nice hero versus Nature's Prophet.
I like that. Yeah.
It's just kind of an open hero.
So the Prophet, I like it versus Marcy as well for the most part. Like, it's something which she's just not going to be able to run after in fights without taking a lot of damage and struggling a bit, so
10 seconds remaining.
playing Breakthrough is going to be useful as well.
Kind of interesting because I feel like specifically the Marcy and the Nature's Prophet kind of are just there. I don't really see a main purpose to either hero. We've seen Marcy support be really good, but it's usually picked unless this Nature's Prophet's a core and it's kind of like a strategy that they know and like versus Clinks. It feels like kind of a weird pause 4 to just kind of pick randomly there. It doesn't have save versus the Bane. I wouldn't say it's good versus either Bane or Clinks. So I'm not really too sure about this like sub duo that it looks like it's coming out for Aurora. And this Bristleback seems good. I think the hero's strong, definitely, but it also doesn't seem like too like free of a Bristle game. They have the damage to kill him. I think both Timber and honestly Bane are good because you can force him to not turn his back for a really long time. And so this Aurora Drift can start feeling weird unless they get a really nice pick, I would say.
Yeah, it feels like you really want this, you know, Lorinov hero, which can sort of carry the game for them. I know they've got a Bristleback who is going to be able to carry a bit, but I'm worried about his ability to stay on the front lines and be a Bristleback against this lineup. Like, Clinks and Timbersaw just do overwhelming amounts of damage.
Gladiators turn to battle.
All they really need now is a break, and you're going to have some issues. That said, I don't know where your break's going to particularly come from.
It is nice because Clinks can't buy Silver Edge, really, versus Bristle. And neither Timber doesn't want to buy it either. So no Silver Edges yet.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. If they get one more break, then the amount of damage they have is just going to be too much. But then where do you find that break from, really? Like, you're not going to draft Hoodwink mid or something. Or maybe you are. I don't know, Quinn.
I mean, a scary hero right now, I would say for a gaming to last pick would be Huskar. Maybe the supports like Marcy, Nature's Prophet might be too hard to pick into, but I know that matchup versus Pangos can be really bad. And if you rush the Ags on Huskar, you basically force Bristle to look at you, which means you just get 4 seconds of being able to deal full damage to him.
That's true. There's always something to think about. The other way of taking off Bristleback's passive to turn him around. Yeah.
They used to be the old Legion counter. We don't really see that hero too much.
No.
But I mean, something about this is telling me that Aurora is gonna pick Shadow Fiend. I don't know why, really? And they'll just do Pango offlane with the Marcy 4, and then pick some Shadow Fiend. it seems strange, but I think that's one of the ways that they can have a good mid. It'll force this Timbersaw to go off lane, and then it doesn't really lose to many heroes. It's just not too popular, and I know the Barrier can run at him. I just think that they need something
Dire team back.
kind of out there, and just with a lot of early damage,
Yeah.
a lot of like ability to win the lane. And I don't know if there's any offlaners that they can pick to just dumpster this lane, especially that they play. There's maybe Enigma for them, which is probably a little more standard. You just do Enigma Marcy versus the Klink's Bane, and it's,
5
you know,
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel like that does make sense, but then like the damage for Aurora, I feel like it isn't going to be there. I might be underestimating Bristleback, but I do feel like you're going to have some issues. But I don't know, Black Hole into the Bristle Ags, the Bristle Clap.
Bristleback.
Yeah, that's the hero's called Bristleback, the passive's called Bristleback. Are we really calling the active of Bristleback as well? Like, it's
Dire team
I gotta draw the line somewhere, gonna.
That's true. That's true. Doom is one of the best heroes with Bristle because he plays a lot on this Bloodstone, where you get kind of low and then you turn your back and you pop Bloodstone and you just full heal off the quill damage. So even though he still releases all the quills, you just can't heal.
10 seconds remaining.
So it's just kind of an annoying matchup to play for Bristle.
Yeah, kind of crazy that Doom gets this far through the draft as well. This has been one of the 90% pick ban heroes. Thought it was going to be one of the 10% games where it's not contested, but nevertheless, Aurora, final pickup for them. What is going to make this draft make sense? And they go for the Leshrac themselves. So it will be the Lone Elf
Okay.
Leshrac, something they've fallen back on in the past when they've been in a tight situation, and it often pays off for them.
Yeah, I think it's probably a more stable version of the Shadow Fiend. It's decent in the lane versus Timber, and it's like this like ranged magic damage dealer. But, it's not Shadow Fiend. So it's
Sound disappointed.
easier to just pick and play around. It has a stun, so you don't have a mid without a stun.
Yeah.
For gaming, they probably just
Why are
pick
you
a new Queen
you're
hero.
listing positives as if it's like as if you're sad about it?
Well, Shadow Fiend's such a cool hero.
Oh, I
And
see.
Lornav's one of the players that actually has been playing it a lot this patch. So I didn't think it was too kind of out there for this team to pick it. For Quinn, there's Invoker, which is okay versus the Heroes of Aurora, but I'm not sure. Maybe. Okay, Lena's same thing. They just need a range damage dealer. There was like the Death Prophet, there's Invoker, there's Lena, there's Shadow Fiend for them. Pretty much Viper as well. Was Viper actually banned in this game?
I don't think it was. I didn't.
Because that could have been
recall
a pretty
Viper
nice
ban,
pick
but-
with the break
Yeah.
for Bristleback. I can see
Yeah,
worlds
if it
where
wasn't, I actually
Vipers.
feel like that's a miss.
Yeah, it's a little scary though to pick it versus Marcy and Nature's Prophet, because anytime you're anywhere near mid, they're just gonna TP on you and kill you. And
Yeah,
at least Lena, you
slow
can play for
hero.
this like 50-50. You just nuke it from really far and you don't die and you can jungle. Whereas Viper, you kind of have to play up on the lane and leave yourself open to these ganks. So
God, I mean, the burst potential from this game in Gladiators draft, though, like you've got a high damage carry, a high damage mid laner, a high damage off laner. Add to that the hard lockdown of Bane and Batrider. I don't know, like you pet any two of these heroes on the side of Game and Gladiators together, and you've got a killing duo. That's something which is going to be really scary to go into, and I do feel like Aurora need to come out pretty good out of these lanes to make sure they're not just, meat for Game and Gladiators to blend up and make smoothies from. That's my concern. I mean, do you feel the same way?
yeah, I think gaming's draft is easier to play just overall. Aurora has no buffs for Lesh. Usually when you see Lesh, there's Io or like an Oracle or even like a Shadow Demon, some kind of support that can save him or like buffs. But Pangolier doesn't really buy any Aura items. There's no like Pipe or Mech. It would be, I guess, Nature's Prophet is the only one that could buy a Mech. But Marcy as well doesn't really do anything besides potentially give you movement speed. They don't have the greatest setup for him. So I feel like their draft is kind of just overall weaker. But the thing is that if their heroes get on top of like Klink's Lena, for example, at the start of a fight, like they get a really nice roll, the Lesh just actually enters the fight without being half health, their draft is still strong. I think both Bristle and Lesh have a lot of damage and they're both strong heroes. So it's kind of dependent on if they're able to get out of this early game without getting crushed, which is always the question versus gaming.
It is, yeah, it is. So, I mean, how do we feel like these individual matchups are going to go? Obviously, in the mid lane, I feel like Lina gets ahead a little bit. Like, she has a little bit more kill threat. She has a little bit more just last hitting potential. You know, every kind of aspect, she pulls ahead a little bit on the lash with range. So, I do feel like Quinn maybe gets a little bit more out of mid, but I mean, overall, it's just going to be a farmathon. Like these two guys are just going to ignore each other and hit creeps.
Yeah,
right?
I think mid should just be like 55-45 for Lina, maybe 60-40 at the worst. But it should just be slight advantage for him. I think top is going to be really favored for this Timbersaw. Like the Timbersaw Bat, I think are both really strong laners, really strong heroes, and Bristol is honestly not the worst hero versus Timber early because Timber has such low armor, and if you get these like Quill stacking up, it can be fine.
30
But
seconds to battle.
it's, I don't know. I think that lane is probably going to be the biggest opening for gaming to get a big lead, and usually Clink's lanes are you just want a 50-50. Your Clinks gets really tanky when he's around like level 3 or level 5. He just gets multiple points in Death Pact, and then the Bane is able to leave and kind of, you know, ruin the game of someone else than his lane. So a lot of the action will probably happen around this top lane, whether it's kills or not, or just like lane pressure. And so that's the big one we'll have to watch and see.
Ooh, a little bit of fighting for the bounty rune here. It is going to be 3 bounties going to game, and Celery goes in with the steal, but is he going to pay the price? I mean, beautiful flame break coming in from Tofu, knocking back jabs. Celery's going to survive for now. They'll turn their attention towards the Clinks, trying to bring down Ollie before he dies, and he will do so, but he does go down himself. But first blood goes to Celery. I gotta say, pretty big win for Aurora here, I'd say.
It's honestly not that big for them, to be honest. Usually first blood just matters so much more than actually which hero dies itself. The Bane gets it, which, you know, is sad. If the Clink got it, it'd be a lot better, but
you're right.
First blood's basically worth 2 kills right now, so I would say that gaming's not too sad about it. They didn't use too much regen. Clinks used 0 tangos. The Bane used, I think, also 0. So overall, really nice trade for them.
Interesting.
And they also do secure 3 bounties. Not only do they get the first blood, they get 3 bounties. So
the difference maker, isn't it?
yeah. Quinn is also
Like
going to be
Gabe.
really happy. Just get his bottle slightly earlier than Lornov. And I think also Nature's Prophet showing up a little late to this first wave top ends up being really nice for Timber because the Bristle doesn't solo pressure him. So the fact that Tofu is bought, Ace got a little soul XP and actually hit level 2 really, really early means that this lane will end up being pretty free for him if he takes a point in passive, which I think Timbers have been a lot more willing to do this, which I like more. I remember there was a phase where no matter what, Timbersaws would always skip passive every game.
Yeah.
It was like to prove a point, and I don't think it was the greatest. So now people are taking like 1 or 2 points in passive and still going back to maxing his damage spells, which I think is just a much
so powerful in lane.
Yeah, it just feels a lot better from all perspectives. Like for the Timbersaw perspective, and also just, you know, even just laning with it, it feels easier to leave him in the lane and not have to constantly kill the enemy hero to the lane.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some like kind of duos and matchups where you kind of go, oh, maybe, you know, we can just keep on killing this lane, but I don't think this is one of them. Obviously, Bristle, very tanky, and Batrider, you know, takes a few levels to really get on board.
The big one is usually versus the anti-melee heroes. You go no points in reactive armor like Monkey King, Ursa, Slark, because all you need to do is keep them low so they can't kill you. And if you ever do this thing where you just like let them hit you and trade, it sucks. But versus the heroes that, you know, they casually poke you and you casually need to kind of exist, it's better to have a point in passive. So you can just get this like free lane control because you're not constantly half health or lower.
Heavy fighting at mid is Lorinov and Quinn really going at it. But
yeah, that was
right now
pretty intense. Quinn was just tanking a full wave.
Yeah.
To keep hitting the Leshrac. The scary thing right now for mid lane, I would say, is more so on Aurora. Like Quinn supports are definitely fine. Batrider coming mid and like, you know, getting a flame break on him, but both of Aurora supports are really good around this mid lane. We've seen Marcy's just do a TP mid into just pressing rebound, dispose, and killing an enemy mid no matter what. And there's also Nature's Prophet who gets a free TP. So I think if there's a way that they secure, you know, both water runes for Lorinov, by just getting one and denying the other from the Lina, it could kind of change this mid lane matchup because it's starting to get in the pretty hard phase of the lane.
I mean, Lorinov, even though he looks like really far back in the middle lane, you know, he's playing like way under his tower, not really approaching Quinn. He's doing fantastically on CS. Like he's matching the Quinn CS perfectly. So yeah, I mean, credit to Lorinov here on the Lesh, just really withstanding the pressure, not cracking under the constant damage and aggression of Quinn on this Lina. No, he's gonna grab
usually in
top,
these hard matchups, like I would say like Lina and sometimes Sniper, you can have the same CS, but the lane looks and or feels like you're losing just because you take way more HP damage. Like you're constantly like a little low because they're getting all this free chip damage on you. But as long as you don't open yourself up to completely free pressure and you keep getting like the CS, you're fine. Most mid lanes for the very long amount of time, like the last like year, 2 years, is as long as you're not down a very significant amount of gold or you don't get solo killed and you first picked your hero, you're fine. Like he got counterpicked mid. It's fine if he's down, you know, 100, 200, 300 gold. Just don't have zero impact and don't get solo killed. It's kind of all that gets asked of these days. Bot lane.
Definitely, yeah. They're going aggressively with the rotation coming in from Ollie as well, setting up onto Quinn, on Celery, but it's not really doing enough, and Jabs is actually taking a lot of damage in response. Now Tofu comes in with a counter rotation. Ollie, he TP'd into this lane, and now he's going to be going home the quick way. Jabs also maybe in some trouble here. They don't have much lockdown available between these two supports, though, so they are just going to be able to run themselves away on Q and Jabs. But nice response from Gaimin. Very aggressive from Aurora to do that on like so close to the tier 1 tower though, surely.
Yeah, I don't know if they thought this in the game, but I thought they were going to dispose the Bane back, but Q doesn't have any points in dispose. Like he's just getting one now. And so I think the TP was a little awkward from Ollie just because he TP'd in a way that it looked like he was going to get disposed back in on the Bane.
Once again, they're left empty-handed. It's really difficult to kind of connect on these kills. All you've got is Sprout, Dispose, and Rebound, which sounds like a lot, but it doesn't feel like it.
Level 1 Rebound is so bad these days. Oh, you might find
be in
Dyrachyo,
some
though.
trouble here.
He's
Yeah,
dead.
the team have kind of left him. Bye-bye, Dyrachyo.
Middle tower is under attack.
Why?
Looks
Because
like
they're heading
Tofu's
towards the
on
middle
bot
lane. Yeah, and there is an amplified
Already
damage,
gets
which
the
Tofu
DB.
does just about grab it. Now Lorinov could be in some real trouble. Quinn's going to come across with the Laguna play. The right click's coming through. The TPs are in, but it's too late. Lorinov is gone. And Tofu, he's not backing down either. He's got an amplified damage, and he's not afraid to use it.
That's the scary thing. It's this 6th rune. Badger shows up mid, gets a free kill on Lesh, and it's not a solo kill, but that's where the net worth starts being crazy, right? There's like a massive difference. Lesh probably gives up a wave to get in position for that bot rune. Then he dies, Lina gets the kill. Now he's just up 1,000 gold on the mid lane. Pretty much just like that. Big objective now is these XP runes. There's a Nature's Prophet in the game, which is always the... If there's heroes in the game, there's an XP rune potentially happening.
Radiant are scanning.
So you'll see Tofu, he's going to show up really early. He doesn't want to get caught out. And then Celery's actually going to go for the steal because he has Nightmare.
Yeah, they see Q now. Q going to try and make this as awkward
no.
as possible, but uh-oh. Celery is going to be able to grab it. Bat Rider on the other side grabs the other one. It's both Wisdom Runes going to Gaimin. Celery, he says, do what you must. I have already won. He's eaten all the donuts, and now he will die happy.
That's a win.
Oh, yeah.
Usually the double XP runes, even if you feed a support to like a triple rotation, it feels so worth. Because now if you look at the supports for Aurora, the Nature's Prophet is barely level 4. He has 2 XP into his level 4 timing. And he's never going to get a lane, really, just because Leshrak's going to constantly want to get all the gold on the map. Like, he wants every single mid wave when it pushes in. He wants all the jungle creeps. So they don't really have any stacks that they've made so far. Like, the Marcy has been laning bot. Marcy's also not that good at making stacks. So no stacks for the supports to catch up. No really lanes for them. And so the supports are going to be super low level for... Like, I would assume they're not going to get level 6 on the Nature's Prophet for another, like, 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Dire structures are fortified.
You can
It's
see...
going to be tough as well. Like, I don't know. Prophet. Like, he's not super ulti reliant, but at the same time...
But you don't want this guy to be low leveled. You want him to be getting
Yeah,
kills around the map,
that's some-
kind of feeling really scary to pressure. And when there's just a level 4 guy, he just kind of shows up and feels so useless.
waddling around.
So there's 3 heroes for gaming mid lane, and it looks like this
Ollie's
might get
just
really
dead.
bad really fast.
Let's see. I mean, they're going to be able to run him down here. Nightmare's going to delay the inevitable, but the inevitable still comes. And Ollie does die. Jabso trying to set up onto Quinn with Lorinov, with Q, but they're unable to connect with the stuns. It's very awkward for Q. No one's in range for rebound right now. He's trying to desperately get off the dispos. The lightning storm's there, but it's not going to be enough. Quinn backs away. The weakness of Marcy really come into play here in this middle engagement. And sadly, that's kind of been Q's story so far. Nice dispos to try and get Jabs out of danger, and that does help him get up to the high ground.
That was... I can't believe they didn't catch him. They had a full duration roll. Marcy was... I feel like Marcy just kind of ran away. Maybe he was just too scared of getting one-shot by Quinn's damage. But that feels really bad. Anytime you TP a core and there's no kills to be had, especially when they use their ult, like this Pango's ult timing, his game is... He's top net worth of his team, and it's about to be in the dumpster to some extent. Just because now they've missed 2 full waves of creep spot.
Dire's middle tower.
No one's getting it. This XP disparity is getting bigger and bigger because gaming hasn't missed a single creep wave yet. Like, it's been 10 minutes in the game. One hero's collected every single creep wave every single minute. And now bot has basically missed 2. I think now this is going to be the 3rd wave that they're missing, just fully gold and XP. And you can see there's already a 2k lead. And I think most of that is coming from just missing these waves and kind of the mid pressure from Quinn.
Like, why is Jabs being so active? You know, why is he? I mean, I guess that's
he just feels
when you don't
probably,
get the kills. It's,
I mean, it was close, right? If they got the Lena kill, everything's fixed.
23
Big
moving
fight.
on to
Oh.
Quinn here, but they've got the grip. Celery throws it down, and the interrupt is just going to not come in time. So 23 Savage is dead. Celery's going to follow him, though. Duraccio just standing and delivering onto Q here. Q trying to back himself away. Out of abilities, all he's got is the dispos to work with. That's not going to save him from Ace. Ace brings him down, gets the double, and everybody else on the side of Aurora is running away.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, he's gonna keep showing up, and I don't think it's necessarily bad for him to show up. He's Pango, and Pango level 6 is such a strong spell, just fighting around towers, fighting the early game, but you can definitely see the difference between him and Ace that's coming out already. Whereas right now, Jabs is 2-0 and 2. You look at his score, it's like, it's a good score. Your offender's having impact. He's in 100% kill participation. But just due to the fact that he's forced to run around and kind of join these early fights, he's already a full level down on Ace.
Show. This is what I was worried about. Nature's Prophet shows on the bottom side, flings on him immediately, and one flame break from Tofu's just going to secure that kill. This low level Prophet sitting at level 5 against a level 8 Clanks, like he's just going to be solo kill material, and that is going to grab Duraccio, his Desolator.
Yeah, which the Deso means it's hard for Pango to roll into the fights. So now all this early game impact and running out from Jabs is going to be kind of nullified anytime Duraccio's there. And there's also the grip from Celery. Celery's level 7. And again, we talk about the support thing. Ollie's level 5. Like, if you compare the position 5s, there's just a 2-level difference there. Even on the pause 4s, Tofu's about to hit level 8 as well. Looking mid, Lorinov.
He's going to get jumped on by Duraccio here with the lasso coming out. There's nothing he could do. Lorinov's just dead. No save to be had. Jabs rolling through the fight, trying to get something done, but there's nothing to be done here. Game and Gladiators just forcing back Aurora, and this early aggression from them is just overwhelming Aurora completely.
Yep, this is just standard gaming, I would say. They have strong mid lane matchup counterpicked. They bring both their subs mid at some point, and then they just never leave the mid lane. They just kill any hero they can anywhere close to the mid lane, and they make you feel like you have to keep showing up and fighting them because they're getting too much from the map, but every time you do, they just have more heroes on you. They have 5 heroes mid.
5 heroes.
Yeah, and 23 doesn't want to show. He wants to get his Ags, he wants to farm, which is the right call to make, but it's really hard for anyone to feel like they're making the right choice because the Bristleback doesn't show up to the fights, and he can't, but then it's, do you just give them everything? Like, it always feels so bad when you have to give every single thing of your map away,
Bottom tower is under attack.
which I think is kind of what Aurora feels like right now.
Yeah, just having to run away from these heroes. I mean, all of them just do so much damage. I mean, you know, I said in the draft, any 2 of these heroes alone can offer significant kill threat onto any one of the Aurora heroes, but when they're 5, it's just blink and they're dead.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, and on the
deadly.
other side, Aurora, they have to bring these like 3-4 heroes. It honestly feels like they might have to bring 5 just to kill anything. Ace is being pressured, but
All right. This
they kill
could
him?
be the play. Let's see. He's trying to turn around and get a bit of damage, but I'm not sure he's got enough. Jab's going to throw in the Rolling Thunder, and with the Unleash,
him?
they will be able to bring down Ace. A critical kill here for Aurora. Not going to fix their problems just yet, but it's a first step.
It's really big to get kills like that when some guy's playing really cocky. I think Ace is probably feeling the same thing where he doesn't really think he can be killed. And so actively pressuring these heroes and killing them when they're playing like they can't gives you so much more off the map. It is also just Marcy. Marcy has max sidekick, and surprisingly a lot of damage comes out from this hero every time that... I think this hero, Marcy's not new, right? Marcy's been in the game for a pretty decent amount of time, but it feels not that... Like, I don't think everyone's that used to it still, just as a support. Just the amount of damage it does, because it's always been this hero that gets picked in such a weird state. There was only that one phase where it was like the best hero in the game, right? And I think that was just
Nice
broken
lane
for
break.
not damage reasons. It was broken for like rebound dispose specifically.
Yeah. Ooh, Tofu. He's playing him right now. Q has taken a decent amount of damage just from the Firefly. Running them around in circles at the moment. 3 heroes chasing this Bat Rider. Oh, the swashbuckle doesn't
Ollie,
connect.
no!
What?
I mean, he is a quelling, you know. It was just
It was the
Speak for the
psychological
trees.
sprout. Yeah.
yeah, you know, he just wanted to be part of the trees.
Needed to be in a safe place for a bit after getting absolutely rattled.
There's a grip
by
on
Tofu
Lorinov.
there. Uh-oh, that's not good. Lorinov's gone down again. The grip, it's too strong for the Leshrac to handle. Celery's gonna die though in response. Aurora, they're not letting them get away with this one for free. It's a low cost to pay right now, but if they can grab Ace again, that would be great. But Ace, Timber Chain down to the low ground. It looks like Aurora will be left empty-handed. So Gaiman,
They found the clings.
pretty happy with
Same
that.
ward.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh no, he wastes
He's
invis.
got no way out of this one. He's going to go for the TP, the dispose. Oh, the rebound connects, and the damage is there. Duraccio goes down. Thought he could just get a little pick off on the sidelines or in the backlines with all the chaos that was going in, but Aurora, they're locked in. Communication is good.
Yep. So the cool thing about Nature's Prophet versus these mobility spell-based heroes, like I would say like Weaver Clinks are the easiest to think of, are if you sprout them when they press their invis mobility spell, they have to break it to quelling out. Which ends up just being really nice for Aurora, because he presses sprout on the Clinks as the Clinks press invis, so he's not able to like quelling blade, he's forced to TP out, and then he just goes down just to the single stun for the Marcy.
But as Pablo did point out there, he was slept. That's what caused Duraccio to be caught out there. He was under the sleep from his teammate, which...
I don't know how he was sleeping.
Yeah.
I think he hit Nature's Prophet. I actually didn't see what happened. I just
Celery
did
was
notice
just-
that he was sleeping under a ward.
Was Celery still dead? I
Yeah?
don't think he was. Or maybe he was. Sure, he
I don't
must
know. First game of the day.
I don't know.
You know, he's
First
probably
game,
still
yeah,
waking up.
probably. This is early time for gamers as Tofu just gets
Tofu just gets
blasted
bursted.
down. Yeah.
And they might find Ace
23.
too. There's a Rolling Thunder.
There is indeed. Quinn is on the sidelines, ready to unleash, but
stuck.
he doesn't really have a target right now. He's a little bit stuck in those trees. Can't back away. Has to go in, more or less. Ace still trying to mess around here, trying to catch Q, but oh, Timber Chain doesn't land, and that's going to be death for him. Ace goes down again. Gaming Gladiators, they're losing grasp this game. I mean, they had such a lead. It was like 5k gold advantage up at 12 minutes. You know, this is the kind of lead which you don't see teams kind of coming back from too easily, but Aurora, forging the fires of SDA, just blasting their way back into this one.
Yeah, getting this Bristle Axe and kind of allowing him to show up to these fights, which, remember in the early game, he doesn't want to show up to the fights, but the second you get Ags, you feel really confident to just show up every single time that there's a fight going. You do so much damage at this point in the game. Look, he gets his Ags off right before he gets lassoed, and Battery just instantly disappears. He ceases to exist. And then Timbersaw is really tanky later in the game, but I think especially versus the Pangolier, it's really hard for him to do this like tank kite thing that he normally does because he's constantly getting stunned and like removing his Timber Chain, putting it on cooldown. It can be really hard to fight versus Pango early versus Timber because you also don't do damage.
Yeah.
He's invincible to all your damage and just constantly stunning you and annoying you in the chase.
But Tofu, he's not
Jabs.
deterred. He's still looking. Jab's going to be the target, but Jab's going to be on the right side of the Ancients not to get caught out there by Tofu and Quinn.
And Lorinov has been farming. He's still really far behind. You know, I wouldn't say like he's catching up, but his game is really hard. He's 0-3-0. The subs for gaming kind of kept coming mid and ruining his game. So he's in a very awkward position. I think something that he normally does really well is, as I was saying earlier, is farm. Like he always is really good at farming and really high net worth. But I think in this game, he doesn't really have the space to do it that well. Bristle's farming a lot just due to the nature of his hero, just being really aggressive, farming everything he can. And the places that Lorinov would be able to farm, which would be like these Ancients area, has constantly been ran at by Gaming Gladiators. Like they're running at this ward where he's farming right now and he couldn't farm there. Now they're playing in his tri-camp, so Ancients aren't even able to be farmed by him. So he's pretty much the one that gaming is shutting down, intentionally or not intentionally, just based on map movements. And so Aurora is kind of going to rely on both Pango and Bristle to make up for just like the map state. It's sometimes one hero will have a bad game and it's, you know, it's not necessarily his fault. It's just based on how the map is kind of playing out.
I mean, it's based on the opponent's decisions as well. Like, not all of these ganks on Lorinov were successful. They were successful in killing Lorinov and taking and ruining his game, but, you know, they traded some big core kills in response when you're pretty far ahead. So Lorinov's just kind of got to take that one on the chin and accept that, you know, apparently Gaming Gladiators are willing to do anything it takes to kill him. And that's why he's 0-3-0. He's been dead before every single fight's taken place. So that's always going to affect.
So he doesn't get that XP or gold, really.
Yeah, it's really tough. But you mentioned it. This team is built around Lorinov for a lot of the kind of the way they play this game. So kind of forcing Aurora to refocus and play around 23 a bit.
The funny thing is you just can see how much stronger gaming's map positioning is anytime that there's not a fight, because basically right before this Tormentor they were up 5k gold, and so from the time that they had all those like back-to-back deaths, whereas like the Timber died and the Bat Rider died, they were only up 2k gold. So basically in this like 3-4 minutes of nothing happening, they just gained 3k gold by just farming. And I think that's purely because they have so much more pressure on the map that Aurora doesn't. Like Clinks is constantly off the map hunting for heroes, and there's a Bat Rider and a Bane that can set up anywhere on the map, and Lina feels really safe to just push in these lanes pretty aggressively, which he might actually get caught right now for doing it.
Maybe feeling a little bit too safe there. Trying to illusion dodge the Rolling Thunder. That's not going to work out though. Rebound connects though, and doesn't look like Quinn will be going down. Ooh, and a bit of taunting coming out from Jabs as well as they bring down Quinn up in the top side.
Really nice catch. It's this taking the kills when they're aggressive is something that is really hard to do. You kind of have to predict it, because if they show up to top with like the Pango and the Marcy, when the Lina's hitting the wave, it's too late. Like if they press their TPs when the Lina's already hitting the wave, they're not going to catch him because he's already going to be gone in those 3 seconds. So it's pretty much you have to make a read of where are they going to show with, you know, one hero or not enough heroes that can we kill. Because at the same time, if gaming brought all their heroes, maybe that fight goes better, right? Like maybe they lasso the Pango or the Marcy to give space for Lina to run away, but just really nice reads. And every one of these kills is so much gold. Like that was a 3k gold swing almost. They were down to 2k gold for a second. And so it just gives so much time for Aurora to kind of get their items and get their space back on the map that it feels pretty good for Aurora. Like the game doesn't feel too far in gaming's reach right now, I would say.
No, but with this Aegis, it might start to feel a little harder. I mean, this is going to give Clinks pretty much free tower taking potential, which is very scary indeed. But then again, we have seen people get overconfident with these squishy heroes like Clinks. And yeah, they do see him hit. Oh, good reactions from Jirachi, though, immediately backing away. And he will survive that. I think it was the Dusk use that kind of made him realize that something might not quite be right.
Yeah, really nice read. The thing I've noticed a lot is this post-Roche fight actually is usually on the side of the attackers, not the guys who just got Roche. So Aurora smokes into the enemy team, and I think it's usually like surprise. Like you just got this Aegis, and usually with Aegis you're like, oh, they won't fight us, guys, it's fine. Like, and you also have this habit of you bring 5 heroes to one objective, and so all of your lanes are pushing into you. And you don't really want to kind of have all lanes pushing into you because you have so much less vision, so much less like map control, that you want to split up, like spread out, get all your waves and fix the waves after Roche. And because of that, you're really vulnerable because everyone's trying to figure out where they're going on the map or they've already TP'd out. And so thankfully for gaming, they don't actually get caught out there, but that could have been a really nice opening for Aurora to get a kill or two.
Absolutely. It's kind of a new meta which has developed over the past year, I'd say, about going for the post-rush fights like almost immediately. Falcon's been ones to do it a lot, but pretty much every good team is doing it right now. Either smoking down a lane or running directly.
It's also
to
just
the
when
right.
you're behind, it can be sometimes harder for you to find just a favorable fight at all. And so that's one of the opportunities for you to get a fight and like take it. Because Aurora, they're not necessarily weaker in a fight, even though they're down gold. It's just that the angles for them finding the fights are harder because of the way the map is. And so in a 5v5 fight, maybe they're ahead or it's a closer game. It's like an even game. But just based on the map, it's harder. Like Jabs might just go down here.
Yeah, too much damage coming out from Dracho.
Unless-
No response available.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, it was a little bit close there. I mean, Dracho, though, with the strafe, you know, it's so much damage. And then if strafe runs out, the guy's still not dead. It's burning barrage time, and you ain't living through that. Not with crits.
That's the map pressure from gaming. It's like both the Bat and the Bane just set up for free pretty much anywhere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Aurora doesn't have the same pressure in terms of their supports. Like this Nature's Prophet is the one, he shows up after something's happening. And Marcy kind of has to play off someone. I would say, if anything, Marcy doesn't really do much unless there's a fight happening either. Like Pango's gonna roll in and then Marcy will jump off him and follow up. I feel like when we watch Xin Q play Marcy, because I think Xin Q is the one who's been popularizing Marcy 4 recently. If to him, it feels like he kind of just farms until at some point he gets so many items that he's a carry. He'll get like BKB nullifier at this like 28-minute mark, 30-minute mark, and you're like, oh guys, Marcy's solo killing me, my fault.
Yeah, it's a very obnoxious hero in that regard.
And so the only hero that does anything for Aurora then is on this Pango. But Pango's also the one that has to show on these waves kind of to push them out. So it's like a lot on Jabs to not die like that to the Batrider, but also be the first one into the fights.
Yeah, but to follow up on the Marcy point, like, why do we see this with Marcy and not other heroes who can, you know, why don't people just play loads of different kind of scaling heroes as a possible?
I'm not too sure. I think it's just because Marcy's ult is such a free like steroid in terms of damage.
Oh, they look at the
there's a fight
positioning here. Straight in with the Curse of the Old Growth to give them the vision they need. Celery and Dyrachyo just being run down here. Celery actually hands off the gem to Dyrachyo. That was clutch, but is it going to pay off? Dyrachyo in the trees. Oh, he's got a TP available, but he's holding off on it for now.
They didn't check out.
They didn't see him. They think he just ran. Wow.
Actually so surprised that they didn't catch them there.
And he didn't TP either, which is okay. All right. Dyrachyo wants us to stick in the
Wait,
area.
he's going to walk into a
It's gonna
sentry.
be Fine. Yeah, he's now seen. He knows he's seen though because the treant was.
He has auto attack on.
Radiant's top tower is under
That could have been really funny if he didn't have auto attack on. But nice kill. Something really cool that Celery did there was he actually handed off the gem super fast
Yeah.
when he knew he was going to die to the Clinks to hope the Clinks would get out with the gem, which actually ended up working, right? Like Clink saved the gem. So not as bad as it could have been. Losing the gem feels so bad in a lot of games.
I like how Dyrachyo is just holding the gem now. He's just like, okay, yeah, this is mine.
Gem is really nice on Invis heroes because you get to like know when there's sentries and there's stuff that sees you, and you get to kind of deward and play the map really fast. And Radiant actually has a ward on Bristleback, and he's gonna walk into their entire team right now.
Yeah, this is a dead Bristle. Don't need to be much of an oracle to tell you that one. Just so much damage coming out. Lasso reveals that soft, fluffy belly.
You just walked face first into them. You didn't have to do anything special with the lasso. And there's also a Silver Edge finished for the Lina now. So Ag Silver Edge, which is honestly a pretty interesting build. Like it doesn't feel like a standard build. Usually you go Ags and you want to go into more magic damage, or you go like this Gleipnir BKB Silver Edge build. So he's going more of a hybrid. I would.
But it's pretty crazy, right? Like the ability to just kind of start flying and then be invis and have all that movement speed, and with the travels as well, with the Silver Edge, like Jesus, Quinn's gonna be a angel of death.
I think, to be honest, he bought the Ags because he wants to be able to fly out of Sprout. Like, he doesn't want to be caught in this
really?
position where he's stuck in Sprout, and he has to have a quelling in his inventory the whole time, so...
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. It's also really good for the magic resistance against Leshrac as well.
Yeah, that's true. Less track, you know, less damage, less healing from the Bloodstone, so just really nice. Looks like Aurora's
Aurora.
gonna go smoke. And they are strong. There's no Aegis on gaming. Clinks has no BKB. Lina has no BKB. Timber has no BKB. So Pango's still extremely strong here in the fights if they're able to
Ace.
kind of get this one going.
It's a little awkward to start this though.
Yeah.
Both of them pop and they don't really have the vision down. Also wanted to mention that just before they went for the smoke, 23 did use Bristleback on an ancient camp, so wasn't going to have it available. I could have seen that coming back to bite them. If they do make the jump, they'll get the kill and then go south.
Jab's top. Tofu's looking for a jump on him. Okay. Thankfully for Jabs, he did not pop the smoke. Oh,
Oh my god.
we have lost some
lag.
heroes. Yes.
Don't say it. Don't
I
mention
mean,
the patch.
this could have been one of
Okay.
those positive... Oh, it could be patch. It could be
Not
patch.
this early. But
No, no, no.
it
It's a little
usually
too early in
happens a lot
Seattle right
later.
now.
Yeah. They're getting their morning coffees in.
We lost a package.
42 packages have been lost. That's
That is so
unfortunate.
sad. Oh, he's gone. He's gonna go pick them up.
Someone has to.
If Jabs gets caught top, I think that can just be a high ground siege
Really?
for gaming. Yeah, I think that the Clinks and the Lina can just kind of go high ground if they want to. So Jabs has to be very careful. He has no buyback, and Tofu's like right there, ready. I would say if anything, this pause could have been so much worse if he had just like popped the smoke right now, because Tofu gets to know like, all right, I'm gonna blink on the Pango, but now Tofu doesn't see the Pango. Maybe he like doesn't blink instantly on him. Jabs gets out, so we'll see if he goes down here. But yeah, this death could be really bad if it ends up actually happening.
Yeah. Neither of these guys see each other right now.
Yeah.
Like, what does each team see? Aurora, they see just one here in the mid lane. They just see... Oh, no, they don't see
Their
Clinks.
Jabs don't get caught.
All right. Yeah,
Okay, nice.
the read is there.
Plays it
Backs himself
safely.
away.
You always have to be really careful right after a pause. I feel like that's the most dangerous time in Dota games, in like competitive games. It's the 30-second window right after a pause. Because especially the longer the pause has been, because you kind of like forget where heroes were or what they were doing. And you're just like forget where you're walking or why you're walking somewhere, and you just casually like walk too much.
Dire's middle
And then you just die kind of for free. So
I think that's
thankfully
why
Aurora has
after
passed it.
pauses, we often see people like disengage, back off, and then
Yeah,
you know,
they just
not-
walk away.
It happens a lot. Like we'll have a pause where something's about to go down. We'll talk about all the different iterations, then everyone just disengages from each other because
It's safer. It's a safe thing to do. You don't want to play into teams when they have full information. So like information is kind of everything in Dota, like wards, vision, kind of if they're smoking, where they're smoking from. And so when there's a pause, there's usually an abundance of information that a team gets. There's like maybe a hero showing on a wave, or maybe a hero like blinked in to initiate. You know, just like something random happens. And so usually when you pause, it's the safest thing to kind of avoid this free fight.
I suppose in that regard, pausing is kind of more beneficial for the losing team because they're usually the team which has less information. So
Yep. I mean, I dislike pauses. They're so unfun.
yeah, there's a complete stop in momentum and
Yeah.
changes.
It just like turns your brain off for a second, and it's so hard. Like you can try to not lose this like momentum in the way you're playing Dota, but it's really hard to actually do. Oh no, Jabs gets
Lasso
caught.
out onto the Pangolin. It's a big catch, and they'll take him down instantly. The burst, we were never in doubt of it, and now the Glimpse goes out. Grip onto Lorinov. Lorinov just being blasted down by Duraccio. He does get off the Yules, but when he comes back, he's dead. Lorinov is gone. Gigi Suri has gone down as well, though, as Q comes
Q,
right at
though.
Duraccio here. Q trying to do it all, but against the two cores, I mean, does surprisingly well. Now 33, 23 coming in, trying to blow him up. Takes down one, takes down two. Quit Duraccio dead to the Bristleback. Now looking to Ace. Ace going to TP out. No cancel for that one. But 23, the savior of Aurora. But I mean, shout out to Q, you know, the
That was
tenderizer.
really Chad. He just went onto both cores.
That was fucking insane.
You see Jabs, there was a ward on him, which is why Tofu got this jump. And the really unfortunate thing is he actually pressed Lotus onto the Leshrac right before he got jumped. And then so Leshrac was able to get full ripped by the Bane pretty much. Doesn't get his Bloodstone off at all. Like he presses it at the after the Yules instead of before the Yules. And so pretty much 2 heroes just go down for free. And the fight starts off to some extent being
I love that.
5 versus 3. But Q just goes in and then Quinn also misses the stun onto the Bristleback.
Yeah, that
Ends up getting them both killed. And so
hold on, we got
Ace
to
is
fight
gonna
out around the Roche pit right now as they've taken down Ollie straight off the bat, but Roche has fallen. 23 has the Aegis, and this is a problem for Gaming Gladiators. Jabs on the run,
gets the blink
Tofu
off.
on the chase. He's got himself a 4-star, he's got himself an Ogre Steel Totem, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to follow this Rolling Thunder Pangolier. But yeah, like one really key thing to mention about Q in that fight, I feel like he actually could have killed the Clinks if he stayed on him, but instead he turns around and punches Alina as well, gets Quinn low as well, and that sets up 23 for the double kill rather than just securing Q just 1 kill for himself. So even though he has got this like big carry build going on, he's still a support at the end of the day.
he is still a support. This Roche steal thing is actually really funny these days. Because you don't really want the last hit on Roche to some extent. Like obviously you get the gold and you get the XP from killing it, but now this third Roche, it's Gaming is the one who gets the Roche roar.
Yeah, the roar.
Which is a really funny thing. I feel like the
Very
Roche roar
silly.
should be tied to Aegis
Yeah,
rather than
I
the
kinda
last
agree
hit of
with
Roche.
that.
Because effectively Aurora has the better third Roche now because it won't roar on them, which is just it's just a funny interaction. Like
It's a bit silly. Who knows?
Yeah, I
Patch later today, maybe it'll be changed.
yeah, maybe they're gonna make the third Roche pit or like 4. They'll put him in the river in the corners of the map. They'll just be constantly running around the map and you have to find him.
I mean, when we had those bugs where Roche would just go roaming, like
It was so funny.
Those were pretty fun.
My favorite would be laning mid and you just see him like walk across the lane, just like from
Yeah.
top into bot rune.
Oh, hey, buddy.
You're like, oh, hey there.
You just pass them by. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower
You're at shit with the
is
deniers.
under
23 approaches the middle tower. Mid tower tier 1 finally goes down 34 minutes into the game.
So Russia still has no BKB. If the Marcy and or the Pango get on him, he just kind of goes down. He buys a nullifier for, I believe it's just for the less Yules. And I get Nature Prophet also has Yules. It's not the greatest yet to like have this nullifier, I would say. There's like not too much of a reason besides killing the Lesh. It's like you just don't want the Lesh to get Bloodstone Yules off is probably the main reason why he buys it, but it's definitely scary to not have BKB, I would say, in this game. Just because of Pango. And even Marcy to some extent. Like not having BKB versus her means that when she jumps on you, you kind of just die.
Radiant are scanning.
He needs to be really safe in the fights. If he ever gets gone on, I think he kind of just goes down. So maybe he's just recognizing that, and rather than playing to be able to get gone on, just play to never die. You know, I think it works on Clinks because he doesn't have to show in the fights. He's invis, gets to run around kite, and Lena's going to be the really one that pumps out the damage on this initiation. Jabs.
Oh, they found him, and yeah, that's a dead Pangolier. No hesitation on that one. Again, the killing duos from Gaming Gladiators just absolutely deadly, completely lethal. You can't stand against it.
That's just the power of Batrider, I would say. Like Lasso feels so short of a cooldown. It's like you almost always have it every minute just to get a kill, and like you're saying, just all the way at the start, it's Bat +1 kills any hero on the map. Like he takes any one of his cores next to him in a smoke or just, you know, shows up and they get a kill. 23 is now level 25. He takes the spell lifesteal talent, which is actually interesting. I think most people usually take the warpath damage,
Yeah.
especially because he already has spell lifesteal from Bloodstone and it's amped by his paladin sword. So it's like, are you getting too much spell lifesteal? Like there's a point where it feels diminishing, right?
Definitely, yeah.
We'll see.
Guess he feels like he hasn't hit that point yet.
Yeah, I also think he's not really getting to right click too much because he probably feels if he ever tries to right click, he'll just instantly die. So I think he's more so playing to be like a body and kind of like forcing them away from his team and protecting his team so that his Leshrac and even Marcy to some extent get to do the damage. So,
Plus, they have a lot of stuns, they have a lot of slows, like just
Yeah.
not sometimes you're not going to get off this Bloodstone. If you get gripped or if you get lassoed, then Bloodstone's not going to be there for you. So having
more
that
lifesteal is
bonus
nice.
spell lifesteal is going to be really, really important. Just keep
Also,
yourself
if he
alive.
gets broken, the bristleback, like the active with the ags, matters more. So just like having this like smaller amount of quills heal you more is better for surviving the Silver Edge than like dealing a little more damage.
Definitely. Picks up a tier 4 item, and that'll be an Ascetic Cap as well, so that's gonna help for sure. Actually, what an item in this draft.
Yeah, it's really nice. You won't get gripped as long, won't get lassoed as long. He can kind of just run in. He's gonna have a Lincoln's as well. Just like it's just about finished. Jabs is also going for one, but he's pretty far away. And the nice thing is, Ollie's getting a Wind Waker, which I actually really like. I think the item is super, super strong. And we've actually been seeing it a lot more recently because games are going later and later.
Yeah.
And it's like a very good item versus Bane, because you just end the grip instantly, especially even if the Bane gets an Ags, which is what he's going for, you can end the grip no matter what. Versus Batrider, I actually believe it doesn't work in Lasso. Like if you Wind Waker your ally who's lassoed, I don't think it works.
Oh, really?
Yes. I could be mistaken, but I believe it's one of those things that just like doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it just makes the noise, but nothing happens.
Yeah, and it goes on cooldown.
Yeah.
So has to make sure you don't waste it on this lasso, but it's still really good. Even like you press on your Bristle before he gets stunned by Lina, or like press on your Lush when he clicks Bloodstone and he's dying too fast. It's just very helpful.
And of course, even if the Batrider does go in and you can't lasso the Flaming Lasso target, then you can still use the Batrider. And I mean, sure,
Yeah,
why would
prevent
you
him from
build
getting
a
out.
Wind Waker for that? Well, it's got ridiculously short cooldown as well, so.
Yeah.
So
Marcy's
bring it
about to
from
finish
23
Basher.
to 13, is it?
Yes, it's a 10-second reduction. It's like 9 with Octarine.
Oh, 23 Savage is running at Quinn right now. Tofu tries to jump
Wasted
in and go for
lasso on the
Lasso, but
Lincolns.
it doesn't work at all. Lincolns is there, and now Jab's rolling through everyone, but just dying. Oh my god, the Clinks. He's tearing him apart, but they'll move on to him now, and Q and 23 take down the Clinks and move on towards Quinn. Quinn, what have you got? He's got an invis available in 1 second, gonna go for the TP out. They don't have the damage to kill him off, so Quinn will escape from this one, but convincing fight there from the side of Aurora.
So no Basher yet, but he has Basher finished on Q, so these TPs aren't going to work anymore. Like you can't actually TP out of Aurora. And wow, I mean, Jab's got completely like deleted. He just rolled into the Clinks, and you see this Clinks versus Pango matchup like right here. He just
Yeah, this
piked and then he's dead.
it's from the low ground as well. Maybe the burning
Yeah.
archers don't miss, but I don't know about that. Celery, meanwhile, getting killed off by the Leshrac on the bridge.
I think it was kind of a part thing of the aesthetics cap. It's really hard to just start on the Bristle in these fights. And also he had Lincolns, so he dodges the lasso, and then he's able to feel like there's no control on him. And he just gets to run into the fight, just use his entire like HP pool to just feel invincible. Especially because no damage went onto him. All the damage was onto the Pango, and at the same time that the damage was going onto the Pango, he was already on the Clinks. And Clinks no BKB, if Aurora gets on top of him, he's dead.
Yeah, he's gone. It's a really interesting game for the Bristleback, especially because you kind of don't, you either want to throw everything you've got at him, like the whole kitchen sink, or you just kind of try and pick off around him. And it kind of felt like Gaiman had differing ideas about how they were going to approach that fight, which is interesting because that's, I feel like something which, you know, they would have discussed beforehand many, many times, or
Yeah.
just innately know, but maybe just...
I think they probably wanted to get the jump, and then the second that the lasso got blocked by Lincolns,
Yeah,
the fight started to
Duracho
get really
pivoted.
awkward for them. I think the biggest thing in their fights is Duracho needs to not get gone on, which is a really hard ask because there's so many heroes that can go on him. Like Pango might roll on him, Bristle's going to run at him. There's a Nature's Prophet maybe TPing and pressing Curse of the Old Growth, giving him vision, or even just a Marcy randomly blinking on you. Like any of those 4 heroes start the fight onto you, and you'll probably just die, like somewhat instantly.
Yeah.
Here's the Roche.
What
It
have
will
we got?
not roar.
BKB, he's just picked up, so we do now have a BKB on Duracho at the very least. So that's going to help him out quite a lot. But Roshan is starting to go down, and as you mentioned, no roar scan has to be used, and they're picking it out, but it's just too late. Aegis now for Lorinov. Finally bringing this Leshrac back into the game. He's farmed himself back up. He's almost back in it. I think plus level 25, and this is going to be a scary, scary Leshrac. Yet another hero
He might
for
get caught
Gaiman
up,
to
though.
deal with. under the cover of smoke right now. They see the creeps dying. They know what's up. Tofu, though, is he going to be quick enough with the...
It's too weird to jump a guy who's smoked like this. Like, he could be anywhere in a little circle, and so if you mess up this blink dagger, or the Marcy was there to like blink on you and bash you or something, and you go down, you just kind of, to some extent, have thrown the game. So, nice job to not just blink and blind, but it is getting awkward for gaming, I would say, of how they want these fights to play out. I think the Aurora cores have a much easier time of kind of connecting and doing damage. Like, none of the gaming cores do anything in the fights in terms of utility. Like, all three of the heroes basically are pure damage outside of Alena stun. Versus if you look at Aurora's heroes, you have stun on the Lesh, you have Rolling Thunder on the Pango, you have Bristle with a bunch of slows and just like kind of tanking and AoE damage. And so I think just execute wise in the fights is all on Batrider for gaming. Like, everything is on Tofu to get a really good lasso, not die in the initiation, and then kite the fight. Versus Aurora, it feels like anyone can just kind of go in and start the fight, and as long as they don't get 100-0 bursted split from their team, they're happy.
Oh, Quinn. Oh, Quinn. Rolling Thunder is out. The stun is in. He's got the Ascetics Cap, which is going to allow him to get off the BKB and back himself up. BKB forced. Will there be anything more? Lorinov really standing his ground here, but he's got to be careful. I mean, Aegis is available, but going to be popped. He cannot stand his ground, and there's double chakrams coming out onto him straight away. The lasso is there, but as is the Lotus, which is going to make it very tricky for Tofu to engage, especially with all the spells being thrown on him right now, forcing him back and making it hard. Q jumping around left, right, and center, popping the Unleashed to just get himself away. Give him that purge as Lorinov once again being jumped here. He needs help, but he's not going to find it. Lorinov's dead again. Aegis down. Leshrac down. Ollie down as well as the damage comes through from the Clinks. Duraccio being able to just stand and deal the damage this time around, but Ace on the front lines might be finished off by 23 Savage, but no. And there comes a grip now onto the Bristle. Interrupted though by Jabs, but it cost him his life. The Clinks again, just free casting from the sidelines of this fight. It's too much damage coming out from Duraccio, coming out from Quinn. They take down 4 on the side of Aurora and an Aegis. Oh, this game just took a nosedive for Aurora.
Is the game just over? They might just go high ground. There's no buybacks on any of the cores for Aurora. And Clinks they have Clinks Lena. Like, they have so much pushing power. If gaming kind of like takes the risk and goes high ground, it can get really hard for Aurora. I think the big thing in that fight was the Clinks never got gone on. They were poking all the other heroes, like the Lena and the Timber and stuff like that, but never the Clinks. And I think every fight that they've won, the Clinks goes down.
Yeah.
Or gets like heavily pressured by like Marcy blinking on him, or the Bristleback running at him, or the Pango. And they pretty much didn't have that at all in that fight. Quinn sees this and look, he's clicking throne.
Barracks are under attack.
This is a very, very aggressive push. Look at the damage coming out on these tier 4s. Fortification has been saved and now used by Aurora. They need to buy every second they can, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Pangolier has
15
respawned.
seconds. They're going to get through this Ancient very quickly indeed, but no. Game in.
They're scared.
Ooh, they back up.
There could be a Bristle buyback. They don't know about that one.
Yeah.
And if the Bristle does buy with like a roll going through them, it still can get awkward. And usually right now it's better to not throw and not in the game than like try to end the game and throw. So
Yeah.
especially when you win a fight that convincing. Like, it was what, 4-0, I think? And so you don't feel like, oh guys, we have to end this game now. Like, they're not one of the teams that's on the back foot and won a crazy fight. They were in the lead. It was just hard for them to find a clean fight. Mid lane.
Buddy, he's just dead. The right click's going to find him, and they're going to bring him down. Lorinov in the front as well. He's going to need a bit of help here. BKB comes out. The damage is still there from the Clinks, but not enough to finish the job. Lorinov does make it up to the high ground, but Q, I'm not sure what that was. It's just a little too far forward, unfortunately.
I think this Hex on Ace is doing a lot of work. He has Blink Hex. He just keeps starting the fights on Lorinov or Q there. And I don't think Aurora's kind of respecting it because gaming doesn't have... They had the issue where they didn't have catch on their course. Now that there's a Blink Hex just on the Timbersaw, there's 2 fights in a row, or like, 2 back-to-back things in a row that went really well for them. And Duraccio has purchased a Divine Rapier.
Wow. Okay. I mean, he's always wanted to do the most damage in this game from the beginning. And that's going to continue. I mean, does that feel like a necessary risk to you?
I mean, no. but
Okay.
the game can just end so fast. If this Bristle
Yeah.
gets broken, he'll just
Look
instantly
at him.
die.
Look at Duraccio. He's just on their
Wait,
faces
Duraccio?
right now, jumping on them. The damage coming in, but look at the heals coming out. It's a 23 Savage. Jesus Christ. Bloodstone, it ain't no joke. Forces him back, kills off Ace. And Gaming Gladiators suddenly wondering if this was really the play as they back themselves away. Aurora defend. They keep it going. Seemingly not feeling the pressure of having the Ancient exposed right now.
I mean, it's a interesting purchase. I definitely don't think he needed it for damage. Every fight, he was already completely shredding. I think they just thought they'd be able to walk high ground and just... Because once he gets his skeleton set up, the game can just end. Like, if he gets skeleton set up, he starts hitting the throne, people have to walk towards him and approach him. And then that's when your Barrier gets a lasso and your Bane gets a grip, and the game will end in like 5-6 seconds.
But do you feel like it's more the call that he feels like he needs to... Oh, hold on, they're jumping him right now. The Dispose is back, the lasso's out onto Q,
Wait,
but doesn't get him
Duraccio.
out of the clinks. He's getting very low right now. Can they get this Rapier off him? He is going to die. Rapier, who does it belong to? I don't know, but Ollie's dead as well. Lauren over the middle of everything right now. He's got the Rapier, he turns it to magic, but it doesn't do a thing. Now on the deck, they'll move forwards for the bristle fact that he's already TP'd himself out. 3 heroes down the side of Aurora. 2 of them have the buyback. Duraccio's already used his, as has Ace. Buyback's getting very interesting now. Leshrac just going to get that cooldown off immediately. Q likely going to do the same thing. There will not be a buyback available from the Nature's Prophet, and they know that on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Now a 4 versus 5 as Aurora attempt to defend their Ancient. Or maybe
There is
Gaming
no
Gladiators go
glyph right now for Aurora for 90 seconds. So I think if Gaming does get onto this Ancient with the Clinks, it's too hard with like this Tarbomb multi-shot.
Yeah.
So Aurora basically need to jump them outside the base, or like on this tier 3 is like where they basically need to jump, and they have no buybacks outside of the Marcy, who's the one who's dead. So it's not even like they can have someone just bait the fight for them.
Yeah.
All of them just either don't have it. Ping will have it actually. at
Pack will
7,
have it.
so.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Dire's bottom barracks.
If Aurora don't lose the game right now, I think they feel okay.
Honestly, yeah, like they saw that they can kill the Clinks, and that's a pretty big deal.
Yep. And he doesn't have buy. So now, next time if this
Yeah.
Clinks does die and gives away this Rapier, it's good on Bristle or Lesh, especially now that there's like a magic damage Rapier. I think Bristle's, it's better on him overall because he gets to use damage and like spell damage, like he could do either. But, and there's also Marcy. I actually think a world where Q gets it on this Marcy can be crazy. It'll basically just make him just burst any hero instantly with his ult.
Like, he is the one who can get his damage off the easiest on a single time. And for Rapier, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, it's kind of the ease of use of it. Anytime it's been easy to use the item, it has been really strong. Like, I actually think back to when it had True Strike.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
It felt really easy to use.
I love it.
Because you get to hit every single time, and it's pretty much guaranteed to just get your damage out with the Rapier. And so I would say in a similar vein, yeah, this Marcy, it's 6 hits pretty much instantly with your Rapier, and that's just an absurd amount of damage that comes out.
It is
Roshan is
interesting
up.
as well, watching Duracho try and just deal damage into the Bristleback when they jump him, and it's still not enough. Like, it's definitely not the same, but a little bit reminiscent of a Martimber from yesterday.
Yeah, these like just tanky heroes are pretty crazy right now.
They are.
So this is the big Roche fight. If whichever team wins this Roche fight is going to be in a really good position. I think if Gaming wins this, they can just look to end the game. Whereas if Aurora, they'll probably need one more fight if they win this, just to secure the win. Lanes are really good for them, so they have time. Question is, how does this initiation start?
Yeah, 23 is kind of happy to just play around the pit, get those quills stacked up, and get the goo stacked up on him as well. Also using the chakrams to help him deal more. He's happy. He's like, yeah, sure, chakram me.
Yeah.
This is more damage for me. Quinn, though, going in deep. Jabs around the back lines. I mean, he's starting to fight somewhat, but of course, got to be careful. Clinks might just killed him. Yeah, my God.
Right.
He's buying back into this one, but it's going to take him a while to get back into this
23's
fight.
half health.
He is, and he's getting lower as in comes the Simbasaur, and
dead.
they've taken him down. Duracho with the damage. Oh my God, he's tearing through everyone right now. Him and Quinn, they've killed off Roshan, they've killed off every single hero on the side of Aurora. Lorenov stuck inside the grip. He's gonna fall as well. Way too much coming out from the Clinks. No control from the side of Aurora. And now he's got an Aegis. So, yeah, good luck.
I don't think they were
This should be
expecting the jabs to just die like that, but I feel like it's kind of been happening every fight.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to realize that you can't just roll in for free at the start of every fight, and you have to play it a little slower. And now, with Lornov dead for 90 seconds, it's going to be really hard, I think, for Aurora to hold this, especially now with Klink's Aegis. Sets up the skeletons, goes in there, starts hitting the throne, and what really big choices there to make? Like, you can't walk through them with this rapier damage.
I think it's just over, to be honest
And
with
he
you.
has an
We're actually
Axe now
just
as
gonna go
well.
for the Ancient, like, fortification is available. It's going to be used, but yeah, they're not jumping this guy. They're not stopping this guy. They're not
There's
doing
3 more
this.
seconds.
Grip's out as well. Ancient getting low. Grip's going to be there. Kill on to 23 Savage. Game number 1. It goes to Gaming Gladiators. It takes them 52 minutes, but a win is a win, and it feels good for them. Smiles, fist bumps, Dracho feeling good, and probably a slight degree of relief that rapier play worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was needed, but it's not like a bad one, right? Like his damage or his role in this game was to do enough damage to kill the Pango specifically in the role, and then just kill any heroes. I think more so than the rapier was just his positioning in the fights was a lot better at the end of the game. He stopped getting gone on and he was able to do damage. I think Quinn and Ace did a much better job of going in first. Specifically Ace, once he got this Blink Hex, was just going in every single fight for him and giving him vision. So I think nicely played by Gaming. It did feel like it was a little sloppy of a game than you'd expect to see from them. Even though it felt like they were in the lead the whole time, I think they just gave up a lot of fights to Aurora, which is probably also a testament for Aurora, I think, just being like this far behind in terms of lanes and constantly finding good fights and kills. But yeah, I think especially this tier 2 fight mid was the big turning point that Aurora started to like fall really far behind, where they just got 4-0'd and the game started to get really hard after that.
Yeah, it is. They just didn't get on the clicks. It's kind of what it came down to. You know, a lot of successful fights, there was someone pressuring him, but nobody was able to get on him in that fight. You know, Q wasn't able to close the gap, and that's when you start to have issues. And Lorinov, unfortunately, never really coming into this game, honestly, on the left track. Like, he got shut down from really early on and just never really came into it. I mean, only 19,000 damage on the left track is not really what you want to be seeing. Couldn't really get off his damage, couldn't really stand on the front lines, and that is due to like a kind of draft thing as well. Like, I do feel like Klinks and Lena, as long as they're ahead, like, or, you know, equal to the left track, he has to choose one of them to jump, and the other one's just going to blast him down, just mow him down with like machine gun damage. So that was a big issue there. In the end, Dracho doing 61,000 damage on the Klinks to heroes and 20,000 damage to buildings as well. So yeah, really providing the oomph which his team needed to carry into victory with that slightly questionable but very entertaining rapier pickup from him, and yeah, secures them game number 1, 32-21. Any closing thoughts before we throw it over to a break, sir?
I think the biggest question is this Pango. We keep seeing teams pick it, and it keeps looking okay, and it kind of does its job, but especially with the Klinks response, I think from Gaming was really nice. So it's kind of going to be a question of, is Aurora going to take the Pango again and fight into this Klinks, or are they going to try to change things up in the next game?
It feels a little bit answered, especially by Gaming Gladiators, for sure. Well, it's going to do it for game number 1, but of course, we've got a second game just around the corner. Can Aurora keep their hopes of making it through to the playoffs alive? We're going to be finding out after this short break.
By all means. Oh, come shave your head. Not yet. His faces need mashing. Oopsie-daisy. Bit of work to do. Oi, one step at a time. It's not time yet, mate. I'll sort this. I'm not ready. Not yet. I'll sort this out. It's not time yet. Blink, and they're dead. Indeed. Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? Put your lights out. Oh. I'm under attack. I shall find them.
The battle begins.
Dawn calls to hell, and it begins. Kidding me? Yes. Tip of the horn. By the gleam of my horn. Stand aside. Point taken. Triple kill.
that.
Ground shudders. No much.
Hello and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 23. We are here towards the end of the group stages, and we are here with Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora. Things looking pretty spicy potentially in this group stage because PSG Quest were able to pull off a win versus Team Liquid. Despite having no reason to do so, they are already eliminated guaranteed, but they still decided to take a game off Liquid. Liquid now fighting for their own elimination down in 5th place. And yeah, I mean, if Aurora can't pull off a win here, then they are going to be stuck in tiebreakers against Team Liquid if Liquid can't win a second game versus PSG Quest, of course. Yeah, if Liquid are able to pull off a win against PSG Quest, then obviously things are also going to get spicy as well. So yeah, a lot of potential here for some tiebreakers to come down. I don't know which way this is going to go, but yeah, a little bit worried, I would say, for Aurora here in game number 2, because game number 1, it felt like they gave it a lot. They gave it a really good shot, but just weren't able to pull it out of the bag. And yeah, I don't know, like, how do you adjust for this next game? Like, is it all about getting good mid matchup for Lorinov now?
I definitely think there's some part of it is to have Lorinov get a better game. I think it's in part to, I would say the 3 big heroes for it were the subs for both teams and the mid matchup. So probably look more towards having better heroes to help him out mid, and then also trying to get him a better matchup. Because the Lesh for Selena can be hard, and then also with this Bane bat just kind of like crushing you in the lane and just constantly running at you in the like water runes, a 6-minute rune killing him. I think that's where their game kind of slowed down, and as a team they were able to kind of group up and make a lot of moves, but again, they've had a lot of success when Lorinov is top net worth and he's the one doing everything in the game. Like, he's farming, he's killing heroes, he's pressuring the map, and so do what you have to kind of get that back into the game.
Yeah, it felt like he never really had that route back in, unfortunately. Like, he didn't have the space on the map to farm. He wasn't being given space by his team, like they just didn't have playmaking potential. And it was way too scary to get on the map with like this hyper kill lineup, which Gaming Gladiators put together. It's really difficult to get on the map, shove waves, be obnoxious. Like, you just can't do that, especially not as a Leshrac. So yeah, very awkward game number 1 for Lorinov. Ultimately, Aurora, they did put up a good fight. Like, 23 almost put together a winning Bristleback game. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. Q, especially on the Marcy as well. I wouldn't mind seeing another Q Marcy, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he was... I mean, the Marcy 4 I think it's fun now, because I think its laning isn't super, super oppressive like it used to be. Rebound's not that good of a spell. And then he does get this point where he gets like BKB and kind of is like a core, but he's only a core for a few seconds because of a ult. So I think the gameplay is fun to watch now, but it's also a support that doesn't do much utility outside of this like the sidekick spell. Like, outside of sidekick and maybe giving your allies moon speed, it's okay of a support. It's kind of like a core that's really poor is what it ends up being in a lot of games. And if it gets these kills in this fights, then it's a core who has farm, and then it crushes the game. So it's a lot about the team fights.
Yep, a lot about team fights. But well, we got a draft available for game number 2, so let's get into it and find exactly what's going to be going down in this one. Gaming Gladiators, this time they have the first pick, and they are going to take Timbersaw out of the equation, so not going to be seeing a rerun of that one. Aurora, meanwhile, they're getting rid of the Pangle here. Decided it didn't really work too well for them, and they don't want to be seeing it in game number 2 at all.
So in the draft right now, there's Slardar. There's not a Slardar in the draft anymore, unfortunately. So Gaming gets first pick. They get to kind of choose what they want. Shatter Demon is pretty good here. There's no Pango in the pool. And then in terms of just total heroes in general, there's Sniper, Bristle that kind of get banned and picked a lot. And then there's like the Zeus Coddle. There's like the second tier of mids. Wow.
And Sniper first pick.
There's that Sniper.
Of course it's a Sniper first pick. Why wouldn't it be a Sniper first pick?
This Sniper is just this mid that doesn't lose its lane. You kind of just pick it, and I've heard this where a lot of mids will be like, what do I pick here, guys? Because the heroes that are good in game versus Sniper, which would be like a Storm, get like crushed in the lane. And the heroes that do okay in the lane versus sniper, which would be like a Zeus or like a Coddle, don't really deal with him in the game. So it's kind of like pick your poison, especially when he's early picked. It's like, do you want to deal with him and catch him in the lane or in the game, or deal with him in the lane and not get crushed? So now Aurora's in a really awkward position, especially now that they have, like I said, Lorinov, they really want him to have good games. And they want him to have good matchup mid, a good way to pressure. But he doesn't really have, I don't know if there's a good matchup for him to just pick here versus sniper, just already in the draft. I think Zeus would be their best choice because I think Lorinov Zeus is really good. It goes even versus sniper, and to some extent, because you have a bunch of like this long range AoE damage, you can kind of deal with sniper.
Yeah, it's like Coddle Light, isn't it? Where you've got the range, you've got the wave clear. Sure, it's not as ridiculous as Coddle is, but yeah, it's gives you some other nice stuff as well. So yeah, that's what they're going to end up going for, and I think that's a really good pick as well.
And then now they get the next pick, which is usually a support. They should take, I think Batrider is really nice for sniper. Like every time you have a blink stun, especially repositioning tool versus sniper, it feels really good. So, and I think both of their supports play it, if I'm not wrong. I think Q and Ollie both play Bat. I know Jabs can even play it too if they want to end up putting it offlane. So, if not for Bat, there's Clockwork, which I think is acceptable for sniper. Or there's always still just the Shadow Demon just to pick it.
Good old Shadow Demon. You seem to enjoy this hero.
It's just a good hero. Like, it does everything. It has save. It has this purge, which is really good in this meta, where there's like 4 staffs being bought a bunch, and there's a bunch of like these buffs, and you can just purge the enemy and he just dies. And then also even like Zeus illusions are good. Like Shadow Demon can just disrupt Zeus and push out lanes. So,
also big stat time. Gunnar, are you excited for a big stat?
Yeah, I'm excited for a big stat.
Last game was the first game in DreamLeague Season 23 where Disruptor was not picked or banned.
Interesting.
It is no longer 100% pick ban.
It was Pango being first picked, right? So Gaming probably didn't want it. And then, yeah, I thought the sub duo for
Aurora had
Aurora was pretty interesting. It was like Nature's Prophet, Marcy just like picked kind of into a Bane Clinks when Disruptor's in the pool. I think they could have just taken Disruptor, which is fine versus Clinks and Bane. Like you have a long range cancel for grip, but in this game, it is still in the pool and there's no Pango. So I think here, you don't really want the Disruptor versus Sniper, because the Sniper kind of just stands still. You don't really glimpse him. I could see Gaming taking it, but I still think the Batrider is just a really solid pick for Aurora right now.
I can see it. Like, it just kind of gives you that aggressive potential. We saw how much they were able to do with a Flaming Lasso and a lot of damage on the side of Gaming last game. So do that with the Zeus and well done. All right, Gunnar, keep it going. You're on a hot streak right now, buddy.
Yeah, I think Disruptor is good versus both heroes. So I feel like Gaming will just pick Disruptor +1. There's Bane, which I think again is also good versus the Batrider. You can just grip him when intimate lassos. So it's like, do you want the subduo of Bane Disruptor? It's like probably not. They're not the greatest together. So the other one would be Shadow Demon for Gaming, because you can save the guy who gets lasso with Disruption. So probably some combination of those 3 supports between like Shadow Demon, Disruptor, and Bane, I think is what they're gonna pick. It seems like they really like Bane, so I would assume it's gonna be Bane +1.
Okay.
And it also depends on the offlaners they're looking at. I assume they're gonna want a melee kind of stunner hero. Mars kind of comes to mind when I see Bat Zeus. And so maybe Veno. Okay. I'd never think of
even the mighty have to fall, Gunnar. I mean, I don't blame you for that one. That's a hard one to call. I mean, I also don't really understand it, but I think it's just a pretty solid 5 that does good in its lanes. It's also really good at this anti-cutting thing, because you Gale the guy who's trying to cut the wave and do a lot of damage, and Batrider usually wants to cut waves. Okay, so good lane answer.
Yeah, and also just like even ulting the Bat in the game can be pretty annoying, because he gets so slow that he can't really like lasso his target out, and usually lassos towards his team, so then he poisons his whole team after.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was about to say, like, if you do get this plague spreading around, it's going to make Sniper's game much easier, because he can just stand and shoot and doesn't have to be, using any resources to stay on top of the enemy team. Big slows are always a really nice combination with sniper and a few shrapnels, just allowing him to get his damage off even easier. So
I think having a pause 4 that kind of does something is nice when you have Veno, because neither of the current heroes do anything. So like Shadow Demon, Tiny,
yeah.
are both nice. I'm trying to think of other heroes that Tofu plays. Hoodwink is acceptable.
Yeah.
I think probably one of those three. When you have a Veno, you kind of want someone that does something. Disruptor as well does stuff. He just,
Okay.
stupid hero. So now it's
Remain.
Aurora's turn.
Just one game uncontested so far then.
Do they have any flex between 23 and Jabs? I don't think so. There's Bristleback, which I guess
With a
is a
bristle,
flex.
yeah.
So they might do a Bristle +1 here.
Razor, maybe something they could flex, but it's already been
Razor
banned
got
out
banned.
earlier, so
I could see
something you want as a
some
sniper.
Bristle. They could still do Bristle Shadow Demon, because I think Shadow Demon's pretty good with Disruptor, and the Bristle will carry him out of the lane to some extent. You can dodge the glimpse on your allies. You can save a guy if he gets like Ags disrupted late game, and they can BKB out of the Ags disruption.
Yeah. I kind of want some secondary catch though. I don't know. I really don't mind if Aurora just pick like the next 3 heroes they pick are all going to be like initiating catch heroes. I really think against Sniper that's fine. Like we've seen it plenty of times as well.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's an angle for Spectre as a last pick.
Whoa.
So I kind of want them to be able to hold their carry to the end, which is why I like the Bristle. Because I think if they take like Bristle +1 here, it kind of enables them to get this like weird carry last pick.
Okay. Well, they're going to go back in for the Nature's Prophet, really valuing that kind of global potential. We didn't really get to see it show off last game, and that was really just due to the Wisdom runes.
All right, so it's
Now a Tusk coming out as well, so
Bat?
one of these heroes is a core. I
offlane, I believe, then?
think it's Bat.
I guess it could be Nature's Prophet 3. I don't think it's going to be a Tusk core. I think it's definitely between Bat and Nature's Prophet. I think it being Nature's Prophet feels weird to me. Because especially when you pick Nature's Prophet for Sniper, you kind of want to TP onto his lane early, which is more awkward to do as a core than a support.
Yeah, that's true.
And like I said in the first game, I think Jabs is one of the players that likes Bat offlane still. So it's not too
He likes
surprising.
offlane Prophet as well though, doesn't he?
He does.
That's what
He
his
does.
toolkit.
They can do anything. It's probably dependent on which heroes get picked by gaming. So that's up to gaming. They should take Durachio's here probably, which is the Bristleback. They can still flex it depending on what heroes Aurora bans. Because usually when you take a core here, like Bristle, right, it can flex between their 2 remaining positions. And so let's say both of them have another hero that they think is really good. Like Ace really wants, I don't know, something. I'm trying to think of something. Like Ace is like, I really want Brood Mother. And then Aurora bans the Brood. Then now he gets to play Bristle, and Durachio gets to play as like the top tier hero. So the Bristle is definitely still flex. I think if anything, it is angling towards a carry Bristle rather than an offlane Bristle. But they can do anything. Just more
their
frontline
options
for
are
Sniper.
very open.
I also think it being carry makes more sense because they need a stun. They have Disruptor for catch, but they don't really have any stuns. So something, I still like Mars a lot. I think Mars is really good versus pretty much all the heroes of Aurora.
One thing I do want to say is I think this Tusk pick is kind of excellent. Like, especially the fact that they picked the Bristle into it. I really, really like this matchup. Snowball can save you from that Bristleback active, Bristle Slap. And it also gives you options for an Aghanim Scepter later on. The angle of the Aghanims we don't see so much, but it is still really good, is if you have kind of like a slower melee hero, kicking them out of a fight can be just as effective as kicking somebody into a fight. So the Sniper can be kicked in or the Bristleback can be kicked out. And that's going to give Gaiman some real big issues when it comes to keeping their front line.
I mean, also
intact.
the dodge and glimpse. This hero started to get popular when Disruptor was getting popular just because you could dodge the glimpse. Like when people were 8 picking Disruptor, people were 9 picking Tusk, just as an instant Disruptor response. So it's a really nice pick. I'm not too sure what they're doing with lanes, like between the Bad and the Nature's Prophet, but I think Aurora's draft looks more well-rounded to me this game. I guess it's between like the Zeus and having no Marcy. Seems just nicer. Gaming, what do they want? I could also see them picking just like a Sven or some carry like that, but I think it's more likely they'll just pick some offlaner with a stun. There's Tidehunter, but you don't really want to pick that versus Tusk. because they actually usually have the physical damage to kill you. What else is Ace really a fan of?
5 seconds remaining. Dire
Kunkka could be a potential here if they want to get some extra
There's
cash.
the
But no,
Tide.
they will go for the Tide. They don't care about Tusk.
Yep. Now Aurora, they see the Tide, they take a carry. There's Ursa, but it's kind of a hard Ursa game versus the Veno and even the Disruptor. You'll just get kited a lot. There is Lifestealer,
10 seconds.
which is
remaining.
pretty decent, I would say, but
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if it's like gonna win them the game with a Lifestealer, but I think it's definitely pretty acceptable. And what would another one be? I also kind of like Chaos Knight, because I think Chaos Knight goes Silver Edge, catches the Bristle, can catch the Sniper, and has physical damage for Tide.
I can see it.
So
Gives you a bit more like kind of frontline and chaos
Yeah.
for the Zeus as well, because that's something they're really, really lacking in this draft.
Slark.
All right. 4 catch heroes is what I asked for. 4 catch heroes is what I get. I mean, it's that kind of hard lane counter which they're after. We'll see how much it pays off.
Yeah, but I've also seen this lane not even go that well for the Slark. Like, sometimes it ends up with the Slark just takes too much damage from the Tide. But I know in the game, Slark is really good this game. Like, if Slark gets to late game, he'll 1v5 this game. Like, completely.
Yep.
It's just kind of a question of, is he actually going to get there? And
Yeah,
I'm
and
not
especially-
too sure if he will.
It's tricky, and you're playing against Disruptor as well, and especially with needing this Aghanims to kind of be super effective in these fights, it kind of just adds another item to your build list, which is going to slow down your progression a bit, make it harder to really, really snowball this game. Like, there's a chance he skips it, but I'm pretty sure it's necessary in this matchup. Against
Yeah.
Sniper, against like these two kind of annoying, slowing, controlling supports, they need to be dead.
Yeah, it's also kind of annoying because he needs to buy a BKB on Slark this game. Because usually when you're playing versus Disruptor, you kind of need BKB and Slark because otherwise you can never just commit into a fight. You can't purge the Disruptor ult. So I'm not too big of a fan of the Slark pick, to be honest.
Certainly risky. And yeah, this hero, by the way, before this point was completely uncontested at DreamLeague Season 23. So this is the first time we're seeing it. What a time to bring it out. I mean, you asked for the Spectre, which also would have been an uncontested
I think
hero.
the Spectre, I think the issue with the Spectre is they pick Tide on game.
Yeah.
And you can't pick Spectre into Tide. Like, that lane is so bad. You never pressure the Tide. You have to just leave the lane. So at least in this lane, he's realistically good versus both heroes. Like, you can purge the Disruptor Q, the Thunderstrike, which is a lot of disruptors like harass and damage early. You can purge like Gush and keep hitting the Tide and kind of like force a fight to happen. The question is how, how much are they going to be able to happen in this early lane? And also Tides, I've seen eventually, if he gets like level 5 or even 4 early, I've seen Tides just completely like solo zone a Slark with phase boots. You go 0-2-2, no points in Gush, and then you just keep going on the Slark, and then once he hits like level 4 or 5, you just cut. And it is going to be an offlane Nature's Prophet. We didn't really mention that yet. And a pause 5 bat, which I like more to have a pause 5 bat than a Furon, because I don't think Furon would actually do damage to the Tide, like when he's cutting or in the lane. But a level 3 bat can actually just do a lot of damage with the Firefly.
Well, it's going to be a fight
Tofu.
here. Tofu's going to be the target straight away. Jab's TPing in as well. Way too much damage to Tofu to handle. He's going to go down. Now their attention towards Ace instead on the Tide Hunter. Tide desperately trying to finish off Q, but that's not going to happen.
Deny.
They'll bring him down as well. The Deny comes out from Jabs on the sidelines. Q, he's gone. Duraccio falls as well. 23 has fallen also. And everybody's out of mana. Everybody's out of health. Everybody's out of spells. But it is
30 seconds.
an absolute bloodbath for the first blood. 4 heroes die.
23 has 3
5,
stacks
actually.
of permanent agility. This guy just has the
That-
slippers.
Is a first for me.
That was, I don't know, walking high ground into a Tusk level 1. It seems like such a big risk, I think. Even like Slark ends up, if you don't kill him fast enough in these level 1 trades, he gets so many stacks just early that he does so much damage.
And the deny from Jabs just really,
Yeah,
really leaning
really
things in
big.
Aurora's favor. Like, that's insane. Wow.
So Lornov is going to enter the lane with a bottle. Very nice.
Okay. Yeah, that's really nice.
And then Ollie also just has a really good game. He just has 6 tangos, has a salve, has stick, has boots almost finished. So pretty much everyone for Aurora is going to enter these lanes in a really good position.
Yep. 3 agility on the Slark, 66 damage to start things off with, plus a Quelling Blade. That's going to help you CS best the Tidehunter pretty nicely.
The nice thing for gaming at least is Quinn did get a last hit on a kill. So he's entering the lane with pretty much more net worth than the Zeus. It's kind of fake, and that's because of the fact that Zeus walked base and TP to the lane, so he's negative 100 net worth technically. But
I see. Yeah, teleport cost, which he's likely not going to need to rebuy.
yeah, so like their net worths are pretty much the same, and also Zeus gets stats with his gold, or Sniper gets stats with his gold, whereas Zeus gets a bottle. So like to some extent, the Sniper gets more.
He just heavenly
That was
jumped
pretty
under
chat.
tower to get a knife.
Yeah.
This is Quinn. I ain't ever
He was
seen
trying to
that
stop
before.
him from CSing.
Yeah.
I think the big lane this game is top. I think if top goes really heavy in Aurora's favor, especially with how this first blood went, I think the Slark can just run havoc on the map. Mid should be pretty boring. I think both of the heroes are gonna farm. Quinn's gonna farm more just because Sniper ends up
hold on.
slightly winning this matchup.
They're moving on to Ace here, but 23
lane.
has taken a lot of damage during this, and his wand's going to get popped, so he has to back away. Ollie taking
Still half
down, but
duration on
still
Firefly.
trying to stay on top of Ace here. Ace doesn't have any healing left, but likely won't fall. Oh no, Jabs is coming in.
Jabs?
He wants to finish the job. Hello, friend. Gets 1 kill, looks over towards Tofu, won't be finding the second.
There's
He's
a
got the
glimpse.
TP to get back to bottom lane, as
There's a
they've
glimpse.
immediately got aggressively onto Q. Q, well, he's going to go down here. He's got a stick, but that's not going to save him. No spells available for him. The deny, not going to come in time. Jabs almost pulled it off again.
That I think if
Dire's
Tofu just chased Nature's Prophet, he might have actually canceled his TP with the glimpse, which could have been so bad because I think slightly in his mind it's like, oh, it's a support Nature's Prophet. Like it's not that worth to just like use all my mana and like leave the lane for 10 seconds just to stop his TP. But that was a core.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah,
been
interesting.
useful.
I think I talked about Nature's Prophet core doesn't really want to make these moves, but if they're successful and you're able to just get back in the lane really fast, they
Yeah,
feel
quick.
fine.
Yeah.
Especially when you get a quick kill on a core. Like he kills the Tidehunter, so it doesn't feel that bad. And this lane is pretty much constantly going to be pushing in one direction or the other. Like Bristle will push it in, or him and the Tusk are just going to be able to hit the creeps for free, shove it into the Bristle. So almost never going to be missing too much. And yeah, I think pretty much all the action will be top. I think mid should be boring. Bot can be like a random kill here or there because of just Veno being Veno and just getting a Gale. But especially with how it seems like Jabs wants to play with TP's top, that's going to be the big lane of like action. Quinn is just having fun mid. He walks
really
up
is.
under the high ground and then he just stands still because he knows Lordoff can't just like walk up and trade with him.
And just like last game, you know, Lorinov at the moment still doing absolutely fine at mid, despite kind of being bullied out by Quinn. He's able to secure himself like some CS. Admittedly, the denies are quite high for Quinn, but
Yeah, this matchup it's like fine for Zeus. Like it's one of the matchups that doesn't get crushed by Sniper, but it's still also Sniper is really happy in this matchup because he's one of the heroes that can CS and deny versus the Zeus. Because he has like decent damage, he has really good attack speed, so he can actually like beat the Zeus Q in terms of like denying. And top lane, another TP from Jabs.
yeah, he's coming in, trying to get the kill here. Tofu getting very low. He's going to try and finish off on the Batrider whilst 23 and Jabs go for the big kill onto Ace. Ace, though, he's going to be able to walk himself away. But Ollie will finish the job onto Tofu, so maybe not the most valuable TP across from Jabs there.
Jabs might get dope.
was-
No, Q TP to the 2-2. Good TP by him.
Yep.
Dracula,
Now
though.
trees plus. Ooh,
He's stuck in tower
Chop
range.
as well. I mean, yeah, this is damage. This is excellent damage. They're going to bring him down. Right clicks are in. Great moves there. Area denial from Jabs and Q. Punish the overextension of Jirachi there.
All right. Jabs is owning. He's
Yeah,
cooking right
he's
now.
doing work.
That was a Sprout, and then the Sprout basically bought enough time for the Ice Shards, and like the Ice Shards was perfect range. It was just at the very edge of the tower aggro range, so Bristle was actually taking tower. I think if he wasn't taking tower, there's no way they kill him. He would have gotten like an extra close spray or two off, and he would have probably even maybe taken out the Nature's Prophet because he was so low. But yeah, things looking a lot better this game for them so far.
I was worried when they overlapped the Sprout and the Quills, and the Shards, but absolutely the right play. I mean, there was a Quelling Blade available on the Bristles, so he was about to break out of those trees regardless.
Lorinov is actually getting kind of destroyed in terms of XP at least. Even the gold, he's behind 500 gold, but he's half a level behind on the sniper. Jabs TP top again.
Here we go.
Ace.
Ace is going to be that target. This time they want to bring down that watermelon. They certainly will. 23 comes in with a right click. Jabs this time though. He doesn't have a TP immediately available. So
Yeah,
awkward walk home for him.
his core doesn't even have one either, so Q's happy. He'll get a double wave of XP under tower.
Bottom tower is
True,
under
true.
attack.
If he can get past Draccio, that is. Yeah, Draccio lets him past.
It's so I don't know how to feel about this from like Jabs. Like, I guess he's getting the kill, so it ends up being really nice, but it always just, it looks weird. You know, it's one of those things that just
It
looks
really does.
weird to just give up your lane. But effectively what's happening is the XP is not being lost and the gold's not being lost, right? Like, Q's still getting these waves when it pushes in. So in terms of the team as a whole, the team's still getting the same amount of XP and gold, which is why this ends up being fine. Like, it's not like they're actively losing XP by not getting
Top lane, they're going on to 23 here with the rotation in from Quinn. They are going to be able to bring him down, but the ultimate from Lorinov cuts down Ace once again. So there's a trade, but one which favors Gaiman for sure. Slark dying was very important to them.
Yep. But the nice thing is that Zeus does get a kill. So solo XP for him. Like anytime Zeus gets kills with his ult early game, it just feels really, really good. Because he could be winning his lane or losing his lane, but he just keeps getting these like random injections of gold every 2 minutes. And that's really how the Zeus like scales on this hero. And the big
Especially
thing
that he didn't have to share the XP on that one as well.
Yeah, because the Slark died, so
Yeah.
shout out to Slark.
Radiant are scanning.
And Zeus right now is pretty much you get Phylactery, and then you basically try to tell your team to fight around you. Because if you get, 2-3 rounds of spells off, you kill any hero the second you get your Phylactery. So the faster you get it, the stronger you are.
Yeah, he's heading for a very good timing right now.
Radiant
Arcane
bottom
spamming
tower
out lane,
is under
running over towards the jungle. That's all he wants to do. Maybe secure a power rune here, but they're not putting a ton of pressure. Q, nah, not heading over. I mean, it's a sniper, so it's not really like as a big contestation over this power rune. Sure, Quinn did use the last arcane rune to rotate top, but
Quinn is
that's kind of
actually
unusual.
smoking top, but I think 23 is reading this, and he's going to gate bot, and they're going to dive the bristle back at the same time. Which is a really, really good call. Anytime you dodge these smokes,
Yeah, Ollie's
Tofu or
kinda-
Ollie does not dodge it, unfortunately.
No, although Lorinov is in, but hesitating on really going for this properly. But Draccio has gone down in the bottom side thanks to that rotation from the portal from the Slark. So, yeah, very, very good trade there from Aurora and very heads-up read there from 23.
When you make these reads on carry, where you basically take the gate, you dodge the smoking, and you get a kill, that's the biggest impact you can do as a carry, I would say, in the first like 10 minutes. Because if he dies there, maybe his tower gets pressured, maybe he has to TP, people have to like rotate all the way top just to not lose this tower so early. But now, instead of being a liability for the team, you are like helping the team, right? Like you're creating pressure as a carry.
Yeah, it's huge. This is something which I first saw Yotoro doing on Luna when he'd have a really good game. Instead of going for passives, he'd just go for the actives and then just eclipse the enemy carry in the bottom side.
Yep.
And now that's sort of grown and grown over time. And we're at the point where
Dire's bottom tower is
if you can do it, you will do it. You'll see it happening. And
Lorinov.
yeah, he's just running
Q is
away,
dead.
under attack.
letting Q tank it for him. Although he's going to do a decent amount of damage. Could allow
Wait.
Lorinov to come in and just sneak the kill. Yeah, now actually Jabs is coming across as well.
He messed
Hold
up the
on.
calling.
They're keeping Q alive. And Quinn, he got the wrong tree. He's struggling to get down to the low ground. Lorinov, though, he's out of mana to finish the job. Arcane's come through, but Quinn's not close enough anymore. And Celery is just laying down the Plague Wards to make it very awkward for Aurora to chase this any further than they have. But still, nice little turnaround from them.
I mean, Aurora keeps outnumbering them, which I think is usually gaming's bread and butter. Like in the first game, they kept outnumbering Aurora. In the early game, they would bring like 4 or 5 heroes every time. But I think especially with the Nature's Prophet core, it's enabling these supports to leave him as a core, like to solo in the lane, and then they still bring them the numbers to the fights. So Aurora's in a really good position in this game because they have this Slark who I think normally has a really bad early game. Like the biggest thing with Slark is his laning's really terrible. And so the fact that they're getting out of the lanes with him basically top net worth on his team is a really good sign for Aurora.
Definitely. And, you know, seeing what went wrong last game, building on that, and then correcting it so quickly is a great sign for a team like this as well. You know, it's exactly what you want to see from a team in their position. You know, middle of the pack in their group. How are they going to improve enough to be a threat in the group state, in the playoffs, sorry? Well, adapting and improving is exactly that. So shout out to whoever's making these calls, and most likely the coach, Son, as well.
Ancients are getting stacked by both teams.
Yeah, Ollie did make a double stack in the jungle as well, so very, very efficient right now. Although Quinn's coming in.
Another
Sniper, dude.
Quinn is just getting used so much on the map.
He is.
Like just like smoking, running around, which is very surprising for Sniper. Usually you think of this hero as like AFK mid for 15 minutes just farming, and then goes to your tri-camp shrapnels or ancients. Falling though, going on Duraccio. They have the snowball.
Yep, they might just take him down here. Duraccio taken on down once again, a little too deep.
I think he was buying his point booster.
That old chestnut.
That'll get you. But yeah, Duraccio now has 4 deaths. He's 1 in 4.
That's crazy on a bristleback. I mean, he has kind of been left alone down here at bottom, but also, like, you know, Celery's been moving around the map a lot, making plays, and at the same time, yeah, very surprising is that they've managed to find the disruptor now as well. Aurora kills across the map. They don't feel safe anywhere on gaming.
They see the ancient stack. They might tell Lornoff to walk over, but it's a sketchy thing
dodgy,
to
isn't it?
contest. Yeah, the Tidehunter's kind of close. He has Ravage. The Sniper's always going to be close to that. So it's one of those things that's like, you think about it like, I really do want to take this away because they have Bristle and Tide, both of them need Ancients, but it's always better to not die contesting them and just kind of push in the map knowing that they have to farm it. Like now Jabs gets to push in bot for free, 23 gets to push in top for free, and just, you know, play a little slower and not die, then contest this and die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Duraccio coming and going to use this as a bit of recovery gold, though. Or I just won't be contesting, so.
Yeah, he's going to finish his Ag soon, which is a pretty big timing for Bristol. As we saw in the first game, 23 was getting a lot of work done once he finished his Ags. So we'll see if Duraccio is able to get that work done. Because even though he does have a lot of debts, his net worth is not bad.
It's good. Yeah, when he finished his Ancients cap, he's going to be like tied with the Slark.
Yeah, he's effectively, I think what's happening is he's constantly running at, like he's shoving the lane in and being really aggressive, which ends up meaning that he still gets all the gold from the creeps. He just dies. So much better to die that way than sitting under your tower, not getting anything dove, and then kind of feeding.
For sure. Now he's going to stay quiet for a little bit, try and find this Aghanim's timing, and then see if they can maybe get a smoke up with it or catch Aurora off guard. Meanwhile, we did see a death on Celery, but Venomance going down like that isn't a big deal.
Tidehunter is going to finish his Blink. I think they'll probably look to make a move either in the 14 power runes, because Zeus always really wants to get them. They're all super good on him. Or they'll look to do them at 15. I think those are big choices.
They're going.
Yeah, Ollie does have a Blink on
They
mid
might
lane.
just find it. Flame Lasso comes down onto Quinn, dragging him down to the low ground. He's got no counterplay here. Lorinov will bring him down. The Blink reveal on Ollie is perfect. I mean, 14-minute Blink on a support, on a pos 5 Bat Rider is not something you're going to be prepared for.
Yeah. I mean, Ollie's been having a really good game as well. And Bat Rider is, it feels like such a strong support because you get to farm so much. You stack for yourself, you get to farm Ancients, you get to farm large camps, just like for free. Multiple camps at the same time. So you always get this Blink dagger timing like so consistent. I would say it's like almost always like 14, 15, 16, even in a bad game. And yeah, just a really big kill on Quinn that they get.
Meanwhile, Q, you know, he's not quite doing as well on the pos 4 task. You do want to see that Blink dagger, but Wally obviously doing a lot with his as they now move forward onto the Tusk. Tusk in a bit of trouble here, but 23 comes in around the backlines, moves on to Quinn. Quinn's just dead again. It's back-to-back deaths for the sniper, but now Duracho comes in with that Aghanim Scepter trying to blow up a hero. Q's going to be that target. He will likely fall here. Final Quills will finish the job. Tofu's got to be a little bit careful as Zeus blasts over the sidelines, but the Blink Tide with the Ravage onto the Lauren over the backlines. There's no follow-up though, so Laurenov's just kind of running away.
There's a glimpse of
Celery is chasing, but look at the damage coming through onto Duracho. 23 is not out of this fight just yet. Laurenov will go down, but Duracho falls as well. 23 kind of just wants to leave at this point. He's got the Plague upon him, but now it runs out. He can look to turn back around onto Ace, but without a Dart Pack to work with, he's got to be a little bit careful. Does obviously have it back very, very shortly, but couldn't take off that Anchor Smash, couldn't do the damage.
They might look to poke again. Jabs is fully healed up. Ollie's still here with Lasso.
18 bonus
No
agi on the start
Celery.
right now. He's looking to keep it going, and he's going to just commit the pounce, and that'll be enough to lock down Celery and get them that kill. Q is chasing, but might not be finding. Tofu running through the trees. Q's looking for him, but probably overextending a little bit now at this point. No chance of bringing this guy down as Jabs should die. Duracho's going to grab that one, so a little bit of a over-response here from Aurora, I would say.
Yeah, a little back and forth, but I'd say bigger kills for gaming because they got 2 big streaks. They got a 5 streak from Jabs. They got a 6 streak from Laurenov. So a lot more golden XP going into their pocket, but Aurora is able to make these moves and kind of kill the sniper again. And we kind of saw that sniper needs to have a good game to some extent to do damage. I know when he does this thing where he delays the game and is really annoying, but I also think just the way that the Tusk was able to survive for so long. Was there no kinetic field at that point? I think on Tofu, because I think at level 6 he had 0 points in it. And I think just the fact that Tusk was able to get all his spells off, they were turning on the sniper, it just wasn't as clean. Now top lane.
Celery dead on the top side. But Laurenov, bigger kill, dies in the middle lane. Well, that's huge.
I think he just got
back-to-back deaths, just like Quinn, both mid laners. Getting chain killed at the moment. I mean, it's these blink daggers just against these kind of backline, high damage, but high fragility mids. They're always going to be the target. They're always going to suffer when you hit these blink timings.
Yeah, it was pretty much just Tide blinking melee on him, and then he just gets glimpsed into a... He doesn't even get glimpsed, they just walk at him. It's a pretty hard game for Zeus to position. I think if the game goes later, he'll get this Manta, he'll get Octarine, and then probably just a BKB. I think it's too hard to play
on this ward. They're setting up on Duracho, and they might just get it here. 23 is here. Lasso is up. He's going to turn the boy around and just allow them to blow up Duracho. Laurenov's going to commit the Thunder Gods just to finish off the kill and give them a nice little bit of vision on who's in the neighborhood. And I'll see there's a lot of gaming heroes around, but they weren't.
Yeah, the bad news is though is gaming also TP'd all their heroes to like respond to this. So now they're stuck here as 4, and Aurora get the choice, right? They get to choose to just spam run at gaming and just force a fight right now, or they get to choose to split up and farm. And right now it looks like they're going to take 3 kills.
Going absolutely crazy this game. Just runs up the high ground into all these heroes, knowing that he's going to be absolutely fine. I mean, he's now sitting with a ridiculous amount of agi. This guy's hitting for almost 200 damage. He's got a BKB out of his pocket. What the hell? 23 damage, ripping through Gaming Gladiators right now. Moves over towards Ace. Ace, what can you do? The answer is nothing. He's just tearing through all of them. This is absolutely insane. 42 bonus agi, 13 permanent agi on top of that as well. Oh my god.
He's so strong. I mean, it's the BKB. That's why he runs at the Disruptor. Usually when Stark's running at Disruptor, it doesn't feel that comfortable because at any point Disruptor can ult turn and then the sniper will just like start smacking him and they follow up with a Ravage on the silence and maybe he just goes down. But he basically uses this BKB timing to force out just a dead Disruptor and they just keep chasing back-to-back kills. I really like the pressure that Aurora's applying and I hope that they can keep kind of like running at the gaming heroes and they don't really let up this pressure.
I mean, you can see their itemization. It's all kind of backing up that idea. It's a very cohesive game plan from Aurora. You've got this Gleipnir now on the Nature's Prophet to allow him keeping the pressure in. Obviously, Zeus is just going for Phylactery and Manta. There's no change in his build, but that's going to allow them to shove out waves, which allows you to be more free on the map. It means you get more information. You can be more aggressive if your waves are shoved in without having to commit a hero to do it. So
Yep.
2 Blink Dagger supports as well.
I mean, mantas are just a really good item in Dota. I would say, especially right now, but just in general. Anytime you can shove out lanes giving no info, it's why Zoo heroes used to be so broken. And like Necronomicons and stuff like that are always just in the back of every meta. And it's purely because it pushes out creeps and you don't have to show your hero.
It's very interesting from Aurora. They've made the incorrect read here that someone was going to go show and shot top wave. Maybe they thought that Gaming thought they were doing Roche, so would want to play on this top side of the map, but Gaming are actually just 4 heroes holding hands in the mid lane. That's the kind of position they've been forced into this game.
Yeah, and the nice thing for Gaming is it is day. And so Aurora's heroes are really strong at night, specifically due to Slark. And Gaming do have the sniper night vision, so it's technically both teams have a night vision hero, but Slark is definitely significantly better at this nighttime hunting than Sniper is. And it looks like they're going to try to steal the Tormentor.
Ambitious, but works out.
Pretty risky. It's going to work.
Whoop. Yeah. Cost them, though. I mean, it's a lot of health down the drain. So they're going to have to TP out and leave this area of the map, and they don't get the Wisdom Rune because of that. Maybe if they'd waited a little bit longer, then they could have got the Wisdom Rune as well, but then you're looking at a full fight.
I've seen way too many just kind of throws at this like Wisdom Rune trying to aggressively take it early. I think it's definitely the safer thing to... You take the Tormentor, you get a win. Right. Like every time you get a win in Dota, especially right now, just with how comebacks are and high grounds are, it's like you take your win and then you're just like, okay guys, we're good. Like don't chase further, don't keep running in, don't try to get everything, because when you overextend, that's how you throw games. So they take their win, they get the Tormentor, they're happy.
They certainly are. The only issue I'm seeing potentially for Aurora is that their Roshan is pretty awful. So
yeah, they do have Tusk, which kind of is really helpful at turning bad Roche traps into acceptable Roche traps. Even like this Tormentor, right? I don't know if they could do it that easily without the Tusk, but because of the Tusk, they get it. They get 2 Tormentors pretty much back to back, and they don't want to Roche, I would say. Like they don't want to just bring 5 heroes there and just hit Roche for 20, 30 seconds. They want to just keep getting kills everywhere around the map.
Yeah, it has been a little bit quiet as they kind of get both Tormentors and set up, but they're about to hit some really big timings again. I mean, Slark, he's looking for his Aghanim Scepter. He's going to have it in under a minute, I would say. And that's going to be an issue. It's funny, isn't it? Like in the draft, I was like, oh yeah, Slark needs an Ags. And you were like, oh, I think it needs a BKB. And he goes literally Diffusal, BKB, Ags. Like, no hesitation.
And he's gonna have it really early, like probably much earlier than you're expecting just seeing a Slark.
Definitely. I mean,
I do appreciate how Aurora's playing the map when it turns to day. They play it a lot slower and just like playing more off the map and shoving the lanes in and farming rather than just constantly running at enemy heroes. And the second it switches to night, they're back to killing heroes.
Yes, sir. Top side. They try to grab one, but the TP out is there in time, so we'll be lacking.
Here's a little
Celery and Quinn. That's probably not going to work out for you, my friend. Snowball comes out. Blink Dagger will be available. Gotta spam that shit. It doesn't pay off. He goes down.
And they find Lorinov. He has no Manta.
Ooh.
23 goes in to try to protect him.
All right, I'll get the kill onto Tofu, and 23 is starting to tear through Duraccio as well. Duraccio does not have the Bristleback any longer, but 23 is not particularly healthy either, but there's a lasso coming on through. Allows 23 to get over to that soft, squishy belly and bring him down. It's so close, but he gets a kill.
1v3.
Whoa. He's just going in onto Quinn, and he takes him down. This sniper is just not getting to stand and hit this game. Duraccio last game on the click.
23 is coming.
23 is going to cancel one TP. Stops Ace from getting out of here. They can turn around. They can deal with him. Aurora, they've got their boxing gloves on and they are just punching away at Gaming.
That was... I mean, Gaming kind of just forced a fight onto them, I think. They take the Tusk kill, but then they keep walking forward. And... trying to find the Zeus is pretty much what happened, right? Like the Disruptor goes in, he presses spells on Zeus, and then the Slark's just close enough that he just counter engages, and it feels like Tofu can't really click his ult because he wants to hold it for either a catch on Zeus or a Slark post BKB. And he's not really able to get either in all of these fights because the Slark's just constantly forcing him to basically drop it in a bad way. And I think even to some extent, it's probably worth just dropping the ult to force an early Slark BKB. but it's not really happening. It feels like Tofu's just kind of dying for free. And as we see, Disruptor in these games where you start to fall really far behind just doesn't really have any impact in fights.
Yeah, he's always a hero which wants to play from ahead. Glimpse is so good. Like, sure, you know, the shard with Kinetic Field, Thunderstrike, sorry, is quite nice at just kind of poking and prodding, but there's not a whole lot of poking and prodding going on, I'll be honest. These fights are pretty decisive. The moment Aurora shows, like, there's 4 heroes jumping on you and someone else jumping on Quinn.
Yep. And it's nighttime again, so it's Aurora's time to hunt.
Yeah.
Gaming is kind of around this Roche pit top. I think they probably are feeling that they need to sneak a Roche or either prevent Aurora from Roshing or sneak it themselves with like this Bristle and Sniper, because they can do it pretty easily on Gaming. But it looks like Aurora's going to smoke up and try to take this Roche fight themselves.
Into the pit they shall go. Aurora, are they? Yeah, they're very much aware heading over, but it is going to be quick. Quinn, though, not willing to sit in the pit. Okay, that's going to slow down. Whoa, 23 just jumping in from the sidelines. I didn't even see him coming.
No
And
fight.
he's immediately onto Quinn. Look at this aggression. The rest of the team coming on across here, trying to help out. Lasso out onto the sniper. They'll bring him down. Quinn is dead. 23 just tearing through everyone right now, but he's got a ton of debuffs onto him, and he does get caught out by the Ravage on the sideline. Dracio might be able to finish him off here. The right clicks coming through. No pounce available. 23 Savage is going to fall to Dracio, but on the rest of the fight, Loranov is just cleaning up right now, and he's looking towards Dracio as well. Can he keep his distance? I mean, he's got the Heavenly Jump available, so very unlikely that Dracio is going to be able to survive through this one. They should be able to keep their distance. Those Celeries come back in and, well, just straight up dead.
Will they be able to find him? Jabs is
Jump
maybe
forward.
the catch.
Yeah, Jabs just TPs into his face. Quelling immediately comes out. He's going to have the Gleipnir available in 2 seconds. Should likely hold him still here on the bridge. He's going to keep on
Q's
trying
so
to heal
scared
up
to
with
go
all
in.
these quills. And here we go. Q jumps in with the stun.
Oh, he's dead.
I think Q
He's
might
dead.
just be dead. Yep. Dies to Bristle Clap. And Jabs is piecing out of that one. TP out from him. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Bristleback, huh? What a hero.
Indeed.
I mean,
When's
not
that patch
the,
coming, by the way? 10
not the
minutes
worst
ago, I think
fight?
Aurora hoping.
yeah, not the worst fight for Gaming. They actually end up taking out the Slark, and Dracio doesn't die, but Quinn's having a really hard game, I think, and he's not really able to find angles and to like do damage. Slark's pretty much just going on him, and he's just existing in pain. And it's kind of a question of, in the first game, I think he's in a position where Dracio was, right? Where he was Clinks, and he was constantly getting gone on by the Marcy and the Pango, and he wasn't really able to do his damage. And in that game, they started winning when he was able to get damage done. But the question is, like, is he actually... He doesn't have the mobility or invis of a Clinks. So it's like, when or how does he actually enter the fight and do damage? And I don't really see the angle for him to do that. Like, even with this BKB, I think Aurora's just going to commit on him. They have Punch from Tusk, they have Lasso from Bad, and Slark doesn't really care BKB that much because you're so fast. And this might be another, 60-minute angle for a sniper team again.
Oh, God.
Well, you don't enjoy 60-minute games?
I mean, I love 60-minute games. It's just, it's getting there, which is the problem sometimes. But this game has definitely been very, very brawly so far.
I just
I
think
just,
that
I just feel
gaming...
bad for production here, the Ember stream, because, we've had a over 60-minute game every day so far.
That's the joy of Dota right now. Fun patch. I mean, do you enjoy... I think
I do.
like 40 minutes is the sweet spot. I think if games are around 40 minutes, it's like perfect. Hour is fun when it's like an occasional game, but right now it feels like almost every other best of 2 has a 60-minute game. It's like a 1 in 4 chance that you just have a 60-minute game, and it's...
I think a sniper 60-minute game is always a bit like...
That too. It's a little boring.
It's a bit cringe.
Ollie forces out the BKB bot, but nothing really too bad. And 23 might actually find Quinn. He will walk through the Watcher though, so Quinn sees him, gonna dodge.
Yep. Still forcing Quinn over to a weird part of the map. Feeling the pressure as always.
Wait, 20?
It's another Ogre Seal Totem Sniper as well, by the way. Just really feeling like he needs the escape. And look at 23! He just wants this guy right now, but not willing to jump under the tier 2 tower, but crazy,
TP
crazy
forced at least.
pressure. Yeah. Quiz time without checking. So don't check Slark. Don't look at Slark. How many assists do you think that 23 has in this game?
Assists.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower
Is it a 23 joke?
It's not yet, but it's very close. He's got 20 assists.
20 assists.
Slark. Only 4 kills, which is kind of
That
crazy
is
considering
sad, yeah. Lorna, I mean,
17
you have a
stacks
Zeus.
of permanent agi.
You have a Zeus, right? Zeus is gonna just take probably like 6 or 7 kills just with ult throughout the game.
Yeah. I don't
Feels
know,
bad as a
Zeus
carry, feels
tax
good as a
is,
Zeus.
Yeah. Zeus tax is kind of overwhelming.
And Lorinov is about to finish his refresher orb, which is just such like a high amount of damage in these fights. Like 2 ults, especially with Zeus ult just does 10% max HP damage.
Yeah.
Like, built in.
Pretty
And then
cool.
it also does 550 damage. Like this spell is so crazy right now that if you think about it, what if I told you it's like with 2 ults, you could do 1100 magic damage and 20% max health on every single hero on the enemy team. It's like such a crazy number that, especially with the vision it gives, right? Like it gives vision for Slark to do anything he wants in the fight. Like he gets to see sniper, he gets to see the supports, he gets to do like, oh guys, you know,
is under attack.
I'm chilling. I can turn my brain off and just jump everything because I see everything. So
Radiant are scanning.
Aurora's in a really good spot. And so yeah, they're instantly gonna smoke. They're gonna look for a jump on pretty much anything. And gaming
Is under attack.
is just losing gold pretty much every minute. I think they're losing like about 1,000 net worth. And it's just because they have to be 5 heroes. You can't split up versus Bat or Slark. And you see everything they do is just 5 men.
Beeline. It's
It's
just a
so
line
funny.
of
They're just 5
arrows.
heroes conga lining. And oof, they just barely missed the sniper catch. But
Alright.
they're not going to miss the celery catch.
Yeah. You know, it's a consolation prize. Certainly not what they were hoping for with this move, but they do secure the Roshan area, which I imagine is going to be a consideration now. When it respawns in a long, long time, because Slark already has an Aegis.
There is an Aegis
Just
on the
kidding,
Slark.
guys.
So
Yep.
unfortunately, you know, no Roche control needed.
Big prank. But yeah, you see Gavin just running to the other side of the map straight away.
Yeah, gaming is just playing dodge. Like, where you see the Slark, you have to run away. And you have to be together. Which is not that fun of a gameplay to just never be able to fight them, but it's kind of what they're stuck doing. And so delay the game is their name. And, you know, delay for sniper, maybe he gets like 5 items. Bristleback eventually will be really
Is
strong.
under attack.
It's usually this Wind Waker timing, I would say, is the really big one for Bristles I've seen recently, is that they get this Wind Waker and then they feel really strong. And I think it's because they get to survive this like initial burst, press their Bloodstone, and they get to kite out the fight in the slows and stuff. Like in this game, for example, he'll get to dodge Ice Shards with it, Sprout, and a Pounce. Like there's a lot of good like lockdown spells that he gets to kite with it. And it's basically a question of will he actually get there before Aurora just pretty much ends the game.
Yeah, it's kind of becoming the question, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing though, like we said it before, there's a sniper in the game. The push from Aurora isn't very free. You don't have that ranged carry that can just kind of hit up the high ground. So yeah, I'm guessing he will, honestly. I don't see them ending the game with this Aegis. I mean, it's only got 10 seconds left.
Aurora doesn't really push that well. They just run around and get kills. So it is setting up for a longer game. As one team has no high ground push, that's easy, and the other team has really annoying high ground defense. So
Middle tower.
exciting stuff. You know me, I'm excited for this one. And thankfully for Aurora though, they scale. Like all of their heroes scale really well. The Batrider, you know, both of their subs I would say are just good heroes at getting items. Like Batrider farms really fast and obviously scales really well. Even Tusk, once he gets his Blink Ags, you know, we talked about it earlier, is just good for everything, right? You can kick the Tide away, you can kick the Bristle away, kick the Sniper in. So Aurora doesn't feel bad about delaying the game. And at the same time, Duraccio bot lane.
Hold
or bot
on,
lane.
jump in the middle lane. Duraccio just going to turn around, use the Bristleback, keep himself nice and safe. Still got the Ravage to work with. Aurora know that they're being a little bit cautious. 2 heroes still under the cover of smoke as well.
That was funny. I think he healed so much from like Bloodstone that his regen literally ended while he was getting gone on. Because like usually these
Came up
days
to
you pop
full.
a regen and you just keep like healing throughout a whole fight. Like you're slowly healing from regen rune, but literally
Briefed
too strong of a
himself with
hero that the
Bloodstone.
regen doesn't work. Top lane, jabs.
Whoa, jabs.
Just TP's
That's a
in.
hell of a TP right into their faces, and he gets a get out of jail free card from the glimpse as well. Not sure he wants it though, as the aggression is coming. Q chasing down Quinn right now. He's got the punch available, holding it for the time being. Will now throw it down as 23's on top of him. Trying to
There's a
chase,
Ravage.
but here comes a
Didn't get
Ravage.
BKB
He
off.
doesn't have the dart pack available. 23 can finally be in some trouble, but no, he gets off the Shadow Dance in time. But now he needs to leave. BKB TP out in the tree line, and he is going to make it out. Slark survives narrowly with his life. It's a bit of a messy go.
Yeah, they do have a lot of kind of AoE control to some extent. Like they have Ravage, they have the kinetic field, which is pretty good versus Slark, to be honest. And even the Bristleback, a lot of his damage goes through the Slark ult. So they have tools to deal with him. It's one of those things that's like, guys, if we weren't down 22,000 gold, this game would be fine. So it's kind of a... Gaming has the tools to fight. It's basically just a question of, I think the biggest thing is if Quinn is able to position himself in the fight, and if Tofu is able to survive long enough that he gets to press his ult on the Slark post BKB. I think if those two things happen, Gaming have a chance in these fights. That's like basically the big two things that need to happen.
And that's kind of the thing where Quinn has felt so pressured this game that, you know, he's been forced to go for the Hurricane Pike, the BKB, even the neutral item is an Ogre Steel Totem. These are all tools to get you away, to get you to safety. Because of that, it doesn't really do the damage right now. Like, sure, Sniper always has that innate damage. Now with the Mjolnir, he's going to start to pop a bit. Throw in an MKB on top of that, and suddenly this Slark can die in a Ravage. And that does feel like it's going to be a kind of turning point for Gaming Gladiators if they can pull that off.
Thankfully, though, Aurora does have the Tusk to save. So they still have a lot of these like tools. And, you know, we make it seem like, oh, just get your Sniper to live and just have Disruptor live. But it's hard, right?
Just.
Like, there's a Bat Rider, there's a Slark, there's Zeus. Like, all of the Aurora heroes are just going to go on you and do damage and fight you. And Gaming doesn't really have the best ways to protect each other outside of a Ravage. And usually on the initiations, you know, there's going to be BKBs. So it's like Tide can't even protect people from these initiations. And so I think it'll probably end up being on Dyrachyo to like bait the Slark in really deep, and then they kite out a fight where Slark wastes his cooldowns and then they take the fight. I think that's the easiest way for I see that Gaming can, you know, win a fight.
So you're able to pull that off. The thing is, there's just more and more problems coming from Aurora at the same time. Now you're going to have the Aghanims on the Tusk to deal with as well. He's just been farming up a storm for himself recently with that shard, the shards. And now, there you go. Aghanim Scepter completed from Q. We talked about the importance of this one. Getting the Bristle out or getting the Sniper in. Those are going to be two really, really critical plays which Q can make in these fights.
Other big items is Jabs is about to finish Nullifier. Zeus has finished his Ags, so he has a lot more magic damage. And I think Bat Rider just finished a Force Staff, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of big items for Aurora. Gaming is not really hitting any timings, but that's just kind of the nature of the game. It's this Wind Waker is about to be finished by Dyrachyo, which is I was saying is like their one timing I think they can kind of use to fight. Because other than that, it's like, okay, let's wait 2,000 more gold for the Quinn Butterfly, right? Like how long do you keep saying like, guys, we need one more item to fight them, and then you look at the enemy team and 5 heroes have gained one item instead of just your team's one. It's like the longer they delay on Gaming outside of high ground holding, the worse. Like if they want to take these fights outside of their base, the faster they go, the better. And so they're going to smoke up to try to contest this Roche, which is going to be perfect timing. Like Slark is just gating right now, so the Roche will be pretty healthy by the time they get there. Aurora knows that they're smoked up.
Yep. Ollie and 23 together in the trees. Q leading the charge. That a shield rune as well? Ooh, that's very nice for the Tusk to have. Gonna allow him to get off that Blink Dagger way easier.
Yeah. They see the Bristle.
Critical, yeah. They see the coils coming.
Ollie's looking for a jump.
Smokes pop. They see Quinn. Do they go though? Immediately onto Ollie. BKB force out. It's cool jabs. He's looking with the Gleipnir to go in here. They want to try and take down the Titan before he can get up the Ravage, and they're successful in doing so. No ace, no Ravage, no buyback. But Quinn
Ollie's gonna go down
still
below.
hitting from the sidelines here as Dracho's able to run down Ollie. 23 and Laurenov really hesitating on this one,
Blink.
but Q's going to be blacked in. He's got the blink away. Jumping from the slug. Immediately into
No
the
BKB
ultimate
slug.
from Tofu. He can't get out. He's got no escape. Slug is dead. Quinn takes him down. And without your slug, what can you do, Aurora? Nothing at all. They're trying to get themselves out. A kick over
Lincoln
from
one.
Q, but I think it's just kind of delaying the inevitable here more than anything. A punch up will seal his fate. Q is dead. Came in, clearly winning this fight. And honestly, so much of that was down to Tofu with that incredible static storm.
Yeah, he did it, right? He actually lived, and he got the ult off after the BKB and Slark, and the sniper lived. They were able to kite. I think a lot of it was they caught the Bat Rider on this initiation with a really nice like positioning from their team, like kind of in the tree line, but also being far enough in front to break. I thought when Ace went down pretty much without clicking a single button, the fight was looking a little awkward for them. But again, I think 23 had to use a BKB pretty early on the poke, like to take down the Tide, and on his re-engage, yeah, they just take him down so fast.
See on the replay here, like the damage they can do with Dracho and Sniper, and there is no other distraction from them. With the Bat
Now
Rider being
Quinn is an
dead,
Aegis.
Zeus just kind of free casting on the sidelines, doing what he can. Yeah, Quinn, Butterfly, Aegis, Sniper, hello.
Yeah, Lorna felt like he wasn't really able to do too much in that fight. I think just because the Slark died so fast, he didn't even click his refresher on the Zeus. So, a bit of a sad fight for Aurora. I think they just weren't expecting the Slark to die so fast. And the second the Slark died, they just called it quits. You know, it's like, it's much better for them to be like, okay, guys, Slark died, we leave, don't feed more, than to be like, okay, guys, like, we can still fight. Like, haha, let's go.
Got to be a bit more considered at this point. I mean, it has been interesting. Like, Lorenov built this refresher, and I don't think I've seen it yet.
Yeah.
I might have used it.
I don't think he's used
I'm
it
not sure
yet.
he's used it.
The only fight has been this top fight. And oh, they catch Celery's TP with Zeusags.
Yep, they've got the vision down as well, and Q will be able to finish this off just with the help of a Nimbus. Jabs comes in for a bit of XP. He's nearly 25 on the Nature's Prophet. The XP this hero is able to get is pretty insane.
To even remember this one thing though, is that even with all these nice plays from gaming, that like big fight in the Aegis, they're still down 19,000 gold.
Yes, yeah, that is
So-
the headline.
Yeah, don't forget they are behind. Dracho is strong. Quinn is getting his items, but the map is probably the biggest thing right now in terms of Aurora's lead. That the map is really hard for gaming to play. The fight that they won was because it was a Roche fight, so everyone's forced into like a corner of the map, and they get to hold the tree line and kind of play in that way where they get complete vision. But pushing out lanes, getting jumped on side lanes, all that is still heavily in Aurora's favor.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, we have two pretty big 25s being reached.
Wait, bot lane, Quinn.
Uh-oh. This is a huge
Oh,
target here. Q, he gets the kick back mid-pike as well. BKB's going to have to come out. Oh, big misplay on the ice shards, though. Is it going to matter? Concussive shot coming out from Quinn. Concussive grenade to get himself back. Q just going for the BKB TP out and will be able to do so. That Noxious play going to follow him all the way back to the fountain.
Okay, well, that could have been worse for both teams.
The ulti just connected with the tusk in the fountain. Still.
That could have been a dead sniper with the if the ice shard's connected.
Yeah,
Because he was forced to use a snowball just to like go even further, and it also makes the team like it more awkward to cut off. But thankfully for gaming, Quinn gets out. And I think Aurora's just gonna keep farming. Again, they don't really have any pressure on them, and their heroes are stronger at night because of the Slark. The Slark gives vision to Bat at night, and then the Bat gets to get a free jump. So
hold on. There is a kill happening onto Celery here. Jabs jumping in deep here. Just using these Nimbuses, these Thunder Gods. You know, he is level 25 on the Zeus, so he's got the plus 150 Thunder God's Wrath flat damage talent. And they're using that to allow Jabs to just be this
Radiant's middle tower
angel of
is under
death across the map.
Something I want to mention that I think is kind of surprising is Tide does not have Shard, which I actually think is really good versus Slark because it's not purgeable. It prevents him from pouncing, gives him 100 movement speed, like no matter what. Even versus the Tusk, right? Like the Tusk can't snowball it during it because it's a leash. And so I think it's pretty interesting that he's choosing not to buy it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's possibly a mistake from Ace.
But I think it's probably the thing that they're hoping he gets it from Tormentor. Bristle's one of the heroes that takes Tormentor a lot, and I think he values all his items more. Like, he obviously needs Blink. He usually needs Vlad's because Tides always rush it. You want the Pipe versus Zeus, and so it's a question of, like, is it better than Force Staff? Probably not versus Slark and the Tusk, and so now he decides to buy it. Okay, he buys it.
All right.
He was listening.
He's listening, yeah.
Everything's fine. But yeah, I really like this Tide Shard. It is really nice because it pretty much forces out a BKB from Slark if he ever clicks it. But Slark is able to dodge with his ult.
Hanging him Scepter on Tofu. That is going to be huge, but they're already going on to Duracho. He's gone too early here, and he might just be losing his life, but the Bloodstone is doing the work. Is it going to do enough? No, it's not. They finished the job in time, and now with the lasso coming out, well, actually, they're not going to be able to follow up on that one. They're backing themselves away. That
They cancel Quinn's TP.
Static Storm. Oh, they did? How? Nimbus catched him out. Lauren on God catching Quinn, and now that's the Aegis gone. Can they get him on life number 2? Well, I mean, the cavalry is running over, but they're not going to be here in time. Quinn is dead. Lauren of godlike right now with that play. Eat the trees comes out from jabs. Aurora, they take down 3 critical heroes, 2 cores and a Venomancer on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and now the push begins.
So the big thing is that he buys his Wind Waker with no BKB, and it means that this Nullifier from Jabs is really good because they're able to focus Duracho down. He also didn't get his Ags off for the longest time, and he was broken, I believe, by the Nature's Prophet, and so he doesn't really get that many quills off. If he actually got Ags, Bloodstone off, or he wasn't broken, I think he lives there, but instead goes down pretty much for free, and
I was surprised.
Things are looking really good for Aurora.
Was wondering why as they move on to the barracks here. Lasso out onto the Disruptor. It's a huge target, and they will bring him down. No buyback on the Disruptor. No Static Storm with the Ags. Aurora, is this enough for them to go for the Megas? They're certainly looking like it right now. Jab's already looking to take down the tier 2. Aurora desperately want this win. Puts them in a much better position as they run up the high ground, taking down the leaders of their group by the looks of it. I mean, still a long way to go. You're still playing against the Sniper, but if they get the Megas here, which is looking like they will, that is going to be a huge, huge step forward. It's going to make it so hard for Gaiman to play as they move on to the... I mean, Ty's just dead! He is just dead. The damage is too much. The kickbacks from Q, absolutely phenomenal. God, what a pickup from Q, and like the what he's been able to do with it has been absolutely ridiculous. It's just broken, Gaiman, honestly.
All right, how long will the Bristle Sniper hold, guys?
Look.
They could actually hold till 60 minutes, is the funny thing. Like, Mega Creeps don't matter outside of not leaving the base.
I know, but I don't think they will because of this. Because of this. The toss backs again. He's got the Wind Wake to try and get himself to a better position. They've got the Nullifier. They've got the Break. They've got everything coming down into the Bristleback. He can't live. He can't do a thing. Duracio is gone inside the Venn diagram of death. 100 seconds. No Bristle. Aurora, they don't want to wait around until 60 minutes. They want to finish this shit. Quinn, though, still alive. Still standing strong. Roshan respawning soon as well. It's just the better play.
Yeah, just relax. Don't get too hyped. Win is more important, right? It's better to just take an extra 2 minutes to win the game than do something stupid and throw.
Radiant are scanning.
So just take a free Roche. Sniper will defend, and okay, the Satanic on Sniper. I don't know. I think he needs a Rapier. I don't know if the Satanic. I guess he also needs Satanic because just there's so much casual damage.
Just look at these two
everywhere. They do want to get a pick off.
I just watched them run the entirety of the middle lane. They just ran down middle lane, TP back from the last fight. Literally running it down. I'm telling you, 23 and Q are done with this. 30 seconds still in the Bristleback, but I mean, pushing doesn't seem to be an option. They're just looking to see if they can chain some more kills together. You still got the stacks on the Slark, so 23 feeling strong.
They're gonna keep pressuring this.
Ravage comes out and gives them
Static
the
Storm.
setup here for the Static Storm, and I think the Slug is just gone. Punished for the over-aggression. Hanging around on the enemy high ground just a little too long there. And yeah, I mean, it does cost them Ravage, it does cost them Static Storm, but a death on the Slug, absolutely worthwhile.
I think the big thing that happened there that was kind of a mistake was Q was in range. Because he can save from the Static Storm. He can BKB, he can pre-BKB, blink in, and then snowball Slark. But unfortunately for him, I think his blink was canceled by a Plague Ward by Celery. It was a really nice play. And yeah, he wasn't able to save his Slark. And I also think if he's able to snowball him, the Slark will be able to BKB out of snowball. I'm actually not sure on snowball BKBs. But still, good kill. It is 40,000 gold lead for Aurora.
Oh, I thought you meant for the kill, and I was about...
No.
yeah, 40,000.
I mean, if Zeus
massive.
literally deleted his hero from the game would be even in terms of gold.
That's worrying.
Yeah, that's pretty sad when it's a 4v5.
But that said, you know, we mentioned it before, gold somewhat, I mean, 40k is a lot.
40k is a lot of gold, even
That's
at this
a lot.
point in the game. But
Yeah.
60 minutes, I would say, is the biggest time that gold starts mattering less and less because these tier 5 items start mattering more. Like,
Yeah, you just get like a...
you get some
5K
weird item, you get a
item.
pyre hat or something, you get a mirror shield that starts like reflecting lasso. Like, there's a world where they get 3 mirror shields. Like, every core in gaming gets a mirror shield. And then how does Bat Raider lasso people? Or
What
they
value
get...
would you, if you're forced to make neutral items affect your net worth, what value would you give them? How much do you think they give you compared
tier
to regular
5s?
items? Yeah.
all of them? Like, if they're... I guess they all have to be equal.
Roughly.
Probably like 6k.
6K?
Probably like worth an Ags, eaten Ags.
Okay. That's, yeah, a lot.
It definitely depends, because sometimes the issue with neutral items sometimes is you get 5 really bad ones.
Yeah. And then
And you're just like, oh, okay, I had to use like Book of Shadows on a core. I guess that's fine. It's 13 stats. But this game for Radiant, there's Force Boots, which is really good versus Tusk and Nature's Prophet, and I believe it works the same way versus Slark as a normal Force Staff. There's Giant's Ring, which is really good. There's Mirror Shields versus Bat. I think that's probably the only like really good ones. There's a Magic Lamp for Bristleback I could see for a Purge, but
yeah, that one's really big.
we're still a long ways away. I think Aurora's planning on ending the game before these neutral items.
They
come
want to
out.
go for one more death push for sure. This is do or die for Gaming Gladiators. Can they defend against the Aegis Slark coming at you? Suddenly, this Static Storm just doesn't mean as much. They find him straight away. It's going to be the Venomancer who gets jumped, actually. Celery trying to make his way out of this one. The Static Storm comes down. It is onto the first life of the Slarks. They will take it from him, but it's a trade for Celery right now. Duraccio, Ace, still trying to hang out on the front lines here. Duraccio feeling strong, but getting kicked away from the fight, and that's going to allow 23 to just unleash onto Quinn. Quinn, though, standing his ground, seemingly not giving a damn about the Slark, and Slark, he's actually losing quite a lot of health from this. He's got to back himself away. The team just not behind
He's
him right
Disruptor.
now.
He might get glimpsed.
Uh-oh. 23, not respecting the glimpse at all. Ball back into the middle of everybody and dead again. Oh my god. We're going the distance, friends. This is why you don't doubt Gunnar. When he says we're going to 60 minutes, we are going to 60 minutes.
I wanted to be wrong. Okay, they just have Disruptor, Sniper, Bristle. Like, joy.
Enjoy.
This is fun. Remember the...
This is very similar to the game we casted yesterday with,
It
I
is,
think it was
it is.
Extreme versus PSG Quest. We
I
had
mean,
a
Disruptor's
sniper.
really good at defending the base, just because the spam vision and also this 20 talent is crazy on Disruptor. It's a 6-second duration kinetic field. Especially for Slark, who wants to be this mobile hero. If he doesn't have BKB, he just he dies if he gets kinetic field.
He's even got a refresher orb and it just didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think he probably dove too deep. He was expecting to just instantly kill Quinn, I believe, but the Satanic finish for Quinn, and he was able to just kind of man up and just hold his ground.
I think the evasion made a big difference, even though I feel like he didn't get the Bloodthorn on him because Quinn just wasn't taking damage, and there's no way that happens if he's...
Yeah, he was able to purge it with, I believe, the BKB or the Satanic. Like, he purges the
Satanic,
Bloodthorn with one of the two, so he doesn't really take any extra damage. And the Zeus is... I feel like Lordov is not really able to do anything in the fights, which I don't think is necessarily his fault. I think 23 is just jumping really deep, and Lorinov doesn't want to commit too hard for a fight. Ace, though, it looks like he's just going to go down kind of for free.
Okay, yeah. Dared to cross the river.
A little too
Dragged
far
into the
forward,
river
I
at
would
the
say.
very least. Yeah.
You don't really need to...
Buyback, though.
Yeah, he has buy. It's just one of those deaths at this late in the game that feels pretty bad. Because you know that you're going to get jumped on this river. And there's nothing you gain from going that far out. It just feels better to play it much more relaxed on your side of the map. Thankfully, though, I don't think Aurora will actually force a buyback. Like, I think they're way too scarred from everything that's been happening that they don't want to just end the game too quick.
It takes a lot to stop 23 Savage from running at you like a madman. But
It does.
I think that last fight might have done it.
They also are waiting for nighttime. Nighttime makes their draft significantly stronger. You know, I keep saying it every single time it's night, their draft, I says, gets like 20% stronger or something, 30% stronger. Just because of the Slark bat interaction. So nothing, no Roche. It doesn't even start spawning for 4 minutes, which means it starts spawning at 59 minutes. And you know it starts at 60.
I do.
It is looking like it's going to happen, but not there yet. I really don't think Aurora will push though.
No,
If they try to take this fight into or with an Aegis and it didn't work out, you know what? Why are they going to keep trying to take it without an Aegis?
If there's some way you can catch out Tofu or get him to use this static,
Yeah,
then maybe there's a chance they push the high ground after that happens. But the problem is he's got buyback now as well, so it's a blink buyback disruptor. You can't.
the biggest thing would be Q getting a jump on something like a Bristleback, I guess. But now that Bristleback has his BKB, I think he's really, really strong. He's also about to hit 30, get this more spell lifesteal talent. Zeus is also going to hit 30.
Talent.
I don't think his 30's that massive. The AoE lightning bolt's like fine.
To be honest, it's 20
Ollie
is
top.
more important than his 25. I won't lie. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ollie. Going and almost getting himself killed by Quinn.
Wait, Q's looking. He has the blink.
Yeah, they are. They're being very patient.
Could have caught Quinn, actually.
I mean, they don't have their team. The Slark.
Yeah, Slark's not there at all.
Radiant are scanning.
All he lives with, I think it was like 100 health. Sniper just wasn't able to ult him.
Lorinov wants the wisdom rune, gets it. Getting closer to that AoE lightning bolt talent, which will allow him to farm up even more because that's what he needs to do.
So any other big
764
talents?
last hits aren't enough.
Let's see. Bat Rider is level 26, so he's the 25 talent. The Flame Break applies sticky, which is a lot of damage. Usually we saw that it used to be level 20, and it was like the craziest talent in the game. But now it's fine, because usually you get it so late in the game that every hero has like 2-3 dispels on them. Like Sniper has BKB Satanic, Urso has BKB Wind Waker. Tide is Tide, you know, so not really going to be too scary of a hero. Ollie's job, I'd say this game, is to kill Quinn with a lasso or kill Tofu, preferably Tofu. And it's not too much of an ask, but it's definitely really hard with just, I think the amount of damage that gaming is able to do on heroes, like between the Bristleback and the Sniper, is just getting to this really, really high point.
Yeah, so you go in, you try to lasso up the Disruptor and get him, drag him
You
out
just
of there.
died
By the time
3-4
you're
hits.
just dead. Yeah. Been blended by the bristle. You've been shot down by the sniper. Clay bat shooting. So
Is
I don't know. Get yourself a heart or something. I don't know. Wind Waker's going to be
Yeah.
the option. You can Wind Waker with lasso on, can't you?
You can, yeah. You are slower than normal, but you can. All right. Does Sniper take the +1 take game duration? Is that talent even good?
What's the other option?
I mean, just like not taking it.
Oh,
Because like you just have you're just slower for an extra second.
yeah.
I guess the slow has been buffed. It used to be like a 60% slower or something at all levels. But now it's only a 30%. So he'll probably take it.
Yeah, it's decent-ish damage. I mean, maybe with a headshot knockback.
It's more attack
distance,
range
even
too.
Better. Yeah.
It's 200 attack
200,
range.
yeah.
So
Yeah, probably makes it worthwhile. There's heroes out on the map right
Lorinov.
now from gaming. Yeah,
He
they're looking at
blinked in.
Lorinov. They're going to catch him. Oh, they don't get the kinetic off. Is it going to matter with the Ravage coming down? They'll bring him down. Zeus is gone. 1,700 gold to Duraccio.
All right. I
Plus
don't think he needed the gold,
1,500 for
unfortunately.
everybody else. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to buy with that. Moonshard and rapiers, maybe.
Probably a Moonshard. Is pretty good for him because he doesn't really have any attack speed items outside of his AC. And his hero hits really hard. Like he hits for, what, 700 damage right now? So just getting this like extra attack speed will matter a lot. All right, we got some more disconnects. I hope hopefully the packages were not lost.
Hate losing packages.
And or they were found.
Seems like everybody's back. Yep, packages found. We're good to go. Looks like Slark is looking for a nullifier. I would guess with that sacred relic or a rapier. Let's career.
It's nullifier. It's nullifier.
It's nullifier.
Don't worry.
That makes
We're not getting that crazy yet. All right, the
Slark
one
rapier
thing
doesn't even feel like a good one to me.
I want to call it that is really cool is Lornoff bought a Midas to guarantee the tier 5 items instantly.
Yeah.
So he buys it really early so that hopefully by the time it's 60, he'll have like 2 charges ready and he'll use them both. And also the Zeus death means that it will get to tier 5 items because the game will not end unless they catch Quinn.
Although they find Quinn, this could be huge here. I mean, Quinn does have the buyback available, but yeah, this is enough. Just the 2 heroes. Able to bring him down. You dare go for a camp outside of your base, Quinn.
And also the cool thing is Jab's bought a Revenant's Brooch.
Oh.
Which is pretty
really?
interesting. It's probably to kill the Bristle and Sniper better because they have so much armor that just being able to do like magic damage is like a lot better.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know if I've really seen it as like a Nature's Prophet item before, but
Yeah, I mean,
it did a lot of damage to Sniper.
Does he have any crits in his build? No, he doesn't.
He does not. So
yeah,
it's good.
Makes it very good. Interesting.
All right, Duracho has his tier 5.
Do we see it there onto the counter, the Sniper? Yes, we did. Revenant's Brooch doing 2,700 damage to him with his right click, so that's pretty key. All right, tier 5 neutral items. Let's have a looky. Well, hold on, never mind. Q
Mirror
has
shield.
kicked himself out of the base with a mirror shield. All
All
right.
right, that's funny. Mirror Shield's really good, I guess, for his Tusk.
Cool. At least he kicks himself in the right direction. That's a lot.
Gabs has a Deso 2. Ollie's looking for the jump.
What the? That is so deep. I mean, he's gone fishing and he's found a slippery little snake, but throwing him all the way back is actually going to make the kill kind of awkward. Lorinov comes in, tries to get down a bit of damage, but Ollie almost getting melted by Duracho. Duracho, he has used the Bloodstone here kind of early. We'll see if that can
Celery
be
is
punished or not.
still
There's
alive.
another kick back onto the Venomous. They're just trying to drag this fight out of the base, but I mean, Duracho just running around doing what he wants. Ace is here as well, but he can't get off the Ravage. He doesn't have it yet, in fact. And now a kick out. Get that Bristle out of here. Get him out of my face. And go for the reset on the side of Aurora. They get a couple of kills, and they get themselves back. They hit that reset button. So, how the hell did Celery survive through all of that?
He got kicked back twice. He's still fine. They lose
He
both
took
tier
a ride on
4s.
Tusk Airlines.
Yeah, they lose both tier 4s for that trade, which ends up not being the greatest for gaming. They took a lot of base damage, but yeah, that was a interesting fight. They took it with no Sniper, which is why I think it was honestly a good fight for Aurora, like acceptable. I think if Sniper was alive for that, that would have been really bad. They would have gotten like probably crushed. The bat would
That's why
have
they
died,
wanted it,
Tusk would have died, so thankfully
That
they
was
were
another
able
reason to move the fight back with the...
to keep it away from the Sniper respawning. And also just when you drag the team out of base when they're in base, it means that creeps just do a lot of damage to the buildings. So if that fight happened again, the throne might just die to the creeps in that situation.
It does stop any sort of attempt at stopping this Roshan. That's going to mean yet another Aegis for the Slark. And he's even got himself the Book of Shadows. So you joked earlier about seeing a Book of Shadows on the cores, but we're seeing it. Yeah,
It
just
is
quickly run through it.
Let's
Sorry,
go
go
with
on.
all neutral items. We got the Mirror Shield on both Sniper and Bristle, so no more kickbacks. Pyre Hound tied, which I think is just for gold, to be honest. Tofu's still picking his. He also bought a Pyre Hat. Okay, more gold. And then
no, this is
Deso
the right
2 on
thing to
Furion, Book of Shadows Slark. Bat Rider is deciding his still. Zeus has Book of the Dead. I assume this is just to be a backpack. And that's mostly because his tier 4 is so good, the Timeless Relic. that it's really hard to beat it with a tier 5 for a hero like Zeus. So it's better to pick one of these items that you get to casually put in your backpack, right? Like Book of the Dead, you click and then you put it backpack and it's fine. And then Ollie has another Book of the Shadows. So Book of Shadows is really nice to save your teammates from the Disruptor ult. Like your guy gets Disruptor ulted, then you press Book of the Shadows and he lives.
Yeah, it's huge. Do you reckon if he had Seer Stone as an option for Lorinov, he would have gone for that over the Timeless
Probably,
Relic?
yeah. I think the Seer Stone makes it so much easier to just click your spells that effectively is more damage than a relic, just because you get more spells off. And then
Finally, we
Celery
have
gets Force Boots.
on Celery, yeah.
Very nice. And Ollie still does not have one, which he just doesn't have it. He just didn't pick. I guess Ninja Gear is probably too value for his hero, that he doesn't want to give it up.
Seems that way.
Yeah, it's just chilling on Courier. He has a Healing Lotus on his Courier. He has a Roshan's Banner, 2 Dusts, and a tier 5 token. He just has this guy carrying everything.
They found Quinn's Courier, which had Naganins on it, so
A full ag.
more.
Huh?
yeah, no more quick shooting assassinates. But on the buyback screen, you can see everybody has buyback, unsurprisingly. So
Yeah. So thankfully, nothing is going to change in the next 3 minutes for either team. I guess the Aegis will be out in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, so maybe 23 and Aurora will look to try to end the game. But
doesn't look like it.
yeah, it's this hard position where everyone gets their tier 5s, but no one's like, it doesn't change the game state enough. And the funny thing is, actually, this double Pirate Hat will start to gain them gold. Like slowly, they're gonna keep getting more gold because every time they click them, it's like 700 gold for the whole team in total. And they have 2 of them. So they've gained for their team 1,400 gold right now, every minute. A little more, because it's a 40-second
Good
cooldown.
income. Yeah. All right, Disperser now grabbed for the Slark, so he's got that Refresher Orb in the backpack. Moonshard eaten up. Disperser grabbed. I mean, maybe he can afford to go for like one more item if he wants. Switch out the Refresher Orb. Makes the fights a little bit awkward for him. It's a bit stressful to juggle all these items in the fights.
Zeus is also just completely slotted, and he has 6,000 gold. I mean, everyone
looking
from
for
Aurora is pretty
Sniper.
slotted.
They got the stun out with the Nimbus. The kick up is there, but Q, he doesn't get off the Walrus kick in time. It's just a little bit awkward with the cast range there. Couldn't quite pull it out. And that means Quinn gets the
Jabs
fight.
is just going for throne.
Jabs is just in. He's going for the Ancient. He's trying to finish the game. Can they stop them from doing this? 23 into the cover of the ultimate, just going for it, but the fortification is there. Aurora, can they finish the job? Lorenov's in, just trying to click away, and they do it. That is how it's done. The buyback as well from the Nature's Prophet, just to jump back in, finish the throne. Fortification doesn't matter. They have the damage. Smiles, fist bumps. What a win for Aurora, finishing off the game in style.
Why do these 60-minute games always just end with a throne dying? It's so anticlimactic. I missed the big team fights, you know, some explosive fight, 10 buybacks. No, it's okay.
I mean, I think it's 2 things though. It's where like the Ancient is actually easier to kill than the heroes are. And then
That's true.
Also the fact that gaming gladiators aren't willing to leave their base means that, you know, there's always going to be that option there for them to just go for it. But at the same time, they can't leave their base, because they do, then that just happens even easier. So yeah,
Part of me wishes it was harder to just throne in these situations, but you also know that if it is harder to throne, then the games might just last forever. Like if this was never a play that you could just force glyphs and force the throne to be dead, when are you gonna end the game? But really nice game by Aurora. They were kind of in control for most of the game, and I think gaming showed some signs of being able to like come back, but it never felt like the game was in their control, especially after I think 23 in this early game just had such a phenomenal game, running around, getting a bunch of kills, just constantly just like crushing the map. And yeah, it was really impressive to see how Aurora just kind of came back from this first game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, their mentality is so strong on this team. Shout out Zeus and both Jabs as well. Lorinov and Zeus, and yeah, Jabs both having 16 and 3 as their Kills Death. That's sort of cute. Slark with the 27 assists because he just got everything stolen from him. But, still a phenomenal game. Like I love the aggression from 23. I love the moves from Jabs as well, just being so active, utilizing global teleport absolutely perfectly. Gaming, as you say, they kind of were relying on this high ground a lot. And eventually, Aurora just able to crack it. And yeah, you got to give credit to them because a lot of teams in that situation, they fold under the pressure. I mean, we saw it happen with PSG Quest earlier on where they were in the situation and they couldn't hack it, and they ended up dropping the game because they just threw their bodies at the throne one too many times. They got a little bit too kind of carried away, and yeah, Aurora, they don't. They keep calm. They stay as 5. Like, their game plan was really consistent throughout the team for like 90% of this game, which I think is really good.
Yeah, it was good, and I don't know, how does it work for tiebreakers? They're through, right? There's no tiebreakers because of this?
I'm not quite sure on that. We'll check on that and make absolutely sure how that one's going down in the break, and get you the accurate answer. I believe they might be through, or they might be stuck in a 3-way tiebreaker. We'll double check that one anyway and get back to you guys, as we will have a break, and then we'll have an interview coming up with the winning team, or the team which won this game at least. That'll be Aurora. So quick break, and then we'll go back to you with tiebreaker information and an interview. So see you in a minute.
Look closely. Something special is about to happen.
Prepare for battle.
That was unpleasant. Ready. Yes. The danger is this way. A pleasant sound. A worthy goal. Not of course.
Hello and welcome back. I told you it'd be a quick minute here as we get our interview with the winners of Aurora, who have just confirmed themselves to be making it through to the playoffs. And we are joined by Lorinov. Lorinov, how are you doing, and how does it feel to be safe from elimination from the group stage?
Hi guys, I mean, of course good, but we don't play the best Dota, but of course it's better to go in playoff than to just lose. So of course it feels nice.
So, what was this game like from your perspective? A bit of a long one, a bit of a bumpy one, but overall you come out with the win.
Actually yes, but after 55 minutes, game started to be really hard, and it's not even because we can every time hit Tron, but we can win fight already. I think we can only red and hit Tron, so we just need to find out how do we take animation.
And what was that discussion like at the end? Because it's always scary going for the throne when they have the fortification available as well, but you guys just went for it anyway, and it worked out, which is huge.
Because we don't have any option, I think, and we make a call, we wanna fight as 4, and Jabs will keep it, trying to force Glyph, and after Glyph we can just everyone all in Tron and then.
Wow, I mean, it's a great plan, and it worked out exactly as you guys planned it, which is really good. So yeah, well done. Gunnar, you got some questions?
In the first game, you guys were kind of similar position where you're really far behind. How much easier was it to play the second game versus the first? Like, what do you think made the second game a lot easier to play?
Our draft, for sure, we have a faster draft, and we don't lose every active in the first 10 minutes. That's why game feels more easy. And I think we just got better draft, kind of free game for Slark, and he got fast diffusal. And after it, he do a lot of impact, and then we cannot answer it.
I mean, that's certainly how it went down. I mean, you know, you guys coming into the playoffs now, you know, what's the confidence level for your team? Do you feel like this is going to be a good event for you now that you've kind of gotten through the group stage?
I mean, we will try our best in the end. We don't play the best Dota right now, but we're trying to do more work and play harder as well.
All right, brilliant. Well, Lauren, I won't keep you any longer than that, but thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on making it through. And yeah, well played.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, indeed. That does make things very interesting for this group stage because that means that Aurora do confirm themselves a third place, which means it's going to be Heroic and Team Liquid playing up in a tiebreaker to find out which team is going to be making it through to the playoffs and which team is going to be eliminated in the group stages. I do love that PSG Quest were able to just come back and get one more blow in to upset Team Liquid, force them into these tiebreakers. Like,
Yeah.
you got to love it when an underdog's able to pull off something like that.
Especially when they're eliminated. Like the game is, they're chilling. I mean, it's always the thing. It's the team that's eliminated are the ones that just cause chaos in the group stage. So
Yeah,
it should be a fun tiebreaker, I think, between these two teams. Liquid, I don't think is looking their best form, and I think Heroic is always one of those teams that can win a series, but you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's the thing with Heroic. I feel like any series they go into, like, I'm never completely confident whether they're going to win or lose. Like, they're super capable of pulling off, like, some upsets. Like, maybe the consistency isn't there, but the skill definitely is. If you get a good K1 game coming out, or if, you know, Davai Lama's able to pull off some crazy stuff from the offlane, then it can really swing things in their favor. And that's always a big threat. But Team Liquid will be ready. They're always a very prepared team. So, yeah, it's going to be a super exciting playoff to watch. But that's going to do it for Group A for now, at least. We'll give the team some times to prepare for those tiebreakers as we move in to the other group. And it is going to be Na'Vi versus Falcons. And if you're bored about us hearing about teams playing for their elimination life, then, well, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot more of that because it's once again Na'Vi playing for elimination here. They're currently 3-5 along with Azure Ray and Shopify Rebellion. And BetBoom is still capable of getting themselves out of that elimination spot. So potentially 2 elimination slots still available in Group B. And Na'Vi are potentially going to be one of those teams. They have to play up into Team Falcons as well, which is a very scary team. Shopify did prove that they can bleed yesterday. Will they be able to pull it off? Well, we're going to be finding out after this short break, guys. We'll see you in a bit for this series.
For sacrifice is great. Swiftly now. An honor. Time is short. Yes. Yes. Not yet. Yes. Yes. Play your fate. With all my heart. In fate's hands. Willing. Not yet. For the greater good. Time is short. For the greater good. I'll risk it.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
I'd stake my life on it.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
With a will.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Secrets. All I've given, I will give
Your
back.
bottom tower is under attack.
Swiftly now.
Your top tower is under attack. Shaman has fallen to the dead.
Ready to fight. The enemy is here. Let's make some. The enemy's middle tower is falling. The enemy's bottom tower is falling.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello and welcome back to the Ember stream for DreamLeague Season 23. My name is Noah and I'm joined by Gunnar as we get into our second series of the day. Potentially the last, but I'm starting to doubt it. I think we might have some tiebreakers brewing, which will be across the stream and the main stream as well. So, you know, potentially could be seeing some. It all depends on how these games go down. Of course, still so much to be decided in this group, and we have a hell of a series coming up. It's going to be Falcons versus Na'Vi. Gunnar, give me a little preview of the series. What are you expecting?
Well, we got Na'Vi, which they got Uragi recently. I think this team is pretty underrated. I think they're doing pretty good. They're middle of their group right now, right? I believe. And yeah, I think this team is good. They are definitely a newer team, and they don't have that much experience. I think this is one of the first tournaments they qualified for, right? This year. So it's nice of them to kind of show themselves, like show their strength, show what they do as a team. And again, kind of what we said for Quest, right? It's like the first tournament of the year they get to play, or the first couple are the big ones where you get to learn a lot. And so the fact that they're already probably making it out of groups in their first tournament is a good sign for the team.
Yep. So currently their situation is they are tied up with Jure, Shopify Rebellion in the kind of third place lock-in, but it's like third, fourth, and fifth. Fifth is the elimination slot. So it's kind of like Schrodinger's Na'Vi at the moment, where they're simultaneously eliminated and not eliminated. Meanwhile, BetBoom down the bottom side. So a lot to play for in this series for them. Meanwhile, Falcons, they are guaranteed upper bracket. But of course, want to hear a little bit more about this Na'Vi team, and we've got OD Pixel here to take it through us.
Nothing ever quite beats the original, and in Dota, the original is Na'Vi, the first organization to ever win a TI, and they are still going strong. By beating out their fierce Eastern European competition, Na'Vi has already overcome massive hurdles to make their way here. If they can beat Virtus.pro and Team Spirit, who can't they beat? Some say it's their new carry player that has caused the boys in yellow to resurface at a Tier 1 event. After leaving OG behind, Uragi has returned to his Ukrainian roots and joined this new Na'Vi iteration consisting of Sanctity, Nefrit, Zayat, and Malady. Together, this mix of old and new has proven to be a dangerous combination in the Eastern European region. We might not get any Dendy hooks or Loader complaining about balance, but the Na'Vi spirit is deeply embedded in the organization's roots. The time of El Trashico is over, and the time for classic Na'Vi dominance is back. Maybe. Making it here has already been a massive accomplishment. They have nothing to lose exactly when they're the most dangerous.
And as you're saying, teams with nothing to lose are always the scariest. And, this is a team just kind of looking to prove themselves, looking to show what they can do. In a way, they've already done it, but I think they're hungry for a little bit more. And they've kind of shown that they can get a little bit more. They've looked great so far.
Yep. Their opponents are Falcons, which are a pretty scary team. They dropped a game yesterday to Shopify, and they had a second game that it looked like they were going to get 2-0 as well, right? So
they really did, yeah.
I don't know if that's a better thing for them to not get 2-0, and look like they get 2-0, because that means it's like, wow, you just can't beat them, or it's a thing where it's like, okay, we can actually beat them. So for Na'Vi, I think this is definitely going to be the hardest matchup. Like every team that plays with Falcons, it's the hardest matchup for their tournament usually, based on the fact that this team is almost always in the grand finals every tournament. And so it's going to be a question of if Na'Vi's able to, I think always the first step for Falcons is drafting. It's can you get out of the draft without feeling like the game's going to be over in 15 minutes?
That's easier said than done against Falcons as well. They have so many of these combos, so many of these just annoying heroes which they play so much better than anybody else. And it is always a huge threat. Like you have to be letting one of them through. You have to be playing against an Amar Mars, or you're gonna have to play against a Timbersaw or something like this. And you got to have a really good idea on how you want to deal with it. For Shopify Rebellion, they kind of relied on their Hoodwink a lot to be that sort of anti-tank in a way and to come back against them a little bit, but it's easier said than done. And even then, it was a very long game too. Yeah, we'll see how this one goes down. Of course, as said before, Na'Vi, they're a very exciting team to watch. Maybe it's the new blood which is needed to kind of bring Falcons down. You know, haven't had as much experience playing against them, so you know, maybe they just treat them like any other opponent. Who knows? But we are going to find out. Do have the draft available in just a second, so let's jump into it and find out exactly what's going to be picked up and banned out in game number 1 between Na'Vi and Team Falcons. There is one thing to mention, that Falcons do have nothing to lose here. They are playing in the upper bracket. They're guaranteed upper bracket along with Tundra in this group. But these guys have no chill. Like they really don't.
I think the thing that I think a lot of people say, they're like, oh, they're qualified. They're not going to try. They're going to like meme. I think it's like only like 5% true. Where it's like, if they're really like bored, they won't. But I think 99% of the time, Dota pro players only care about winning. It's like, you know, you play Dota all day, every day. You don't want to just lose a game for fun. Like, it's not fun to lose. So yeah. I don't think Falcons is going to try any less than they always would.
But what about like preparation and stuff? You know, do you feel like Falcons haven't maybe stayed, you know, they had a long game yesterday. Do you think they stayed up late, reflected on that, watched some of Na'Vi's games, you know, figured out how to beat them? Or do you think they're just kind of coming in with a lot of confidence?
I would assume that, you know, AY and whoever does like the draft prep and everything, probably it's best to just stay in the same habit every day. Just like go to sleep similar time, do the same amount of prep, and just go into every game the same. Because the closer you make every game to being the same, the better it is to practice. And obviously, if it's working for them, which it is, it's better to keep them all similar.
All right, well, we're well into this draft already, so let's have a chat about the heroes we've seen. We are going to get to see a Slardar in the hands of Na'Vi. This hero has been first phase banned quite a lot recently. Meanwhile, DK picked up for the side of Falcons, a big flex hero for the Falcons that can play across any of their core roles.
Yep. Slardar, just a really good hero. It's also a flex hero. Gets to go mid, gets to go offlane. I think this DK matchup, mid is supposed to be even and or DK favored. But you know, Slardar mid isn't really supposed to crush the lane. It's supposed to just go kind of even, maybe a slight win versus melee heroes, and then you play the game because the hero's so strong in the mid game. And so DK is just a nice hero. You have really high armor, you have a stun versus him. You get to take his tower if he ever wants to like leave and rotate, so it's just nice. I think the other hero that's really good for Slardar that people pick is Viper, and both Maureen and Amar both really like Viper, so we might see that later in the draft. I don't know if now on 13. Probably now there's like a disruptor you can just take.
Yeah, Shadow Demon banned out by Na'Vi, thankfully, because that's proven to be a pretty strong answer to the Slardar.
Yep, disruptor is okay for Slardar. It's as good as against Slardar as like, you know, any hero is for Slardar. Like sure, you'll get jumped by the Slardar and get one shot, but then your disruptor, anytime you're not getting jumped in one shot, you're really happy in the game. If not for disruptor, there's what else would they pick? Willow. Interesting.
Okay. The crit Willow. I mean, I'm always down for that one. It's a classic, and you know, he's always going to have these big tanky in-your-face heroes to throw the bedlam onto and find your value out of that one.
Has good follow-up for the DK stun as well. Can follow up with a root or just other stuns, the fears. And yeah, it kind of complements DK in the way that Hoodwink does, that Dark Willow provides follow-up damage. Like you bedlam your DK when he blinks in and he actually kills a guy in the stun. Whereas a Disruptor doesn't have too much follow-up damage and there's just a lot of control. So it's probably nicer to feel like 2 picks into the draft, you can kill heroes.
Oh, Disruptor was actually banned out by Falcons earlier on as well.
Ah, I see that first phase banned. I didn't notice.
Yeah, we're used to, for some reason, Disruptor not being contested that much in the last series, but lulled into a false sense of security. But another thing about Dark Willow as well is that it's a support hero which has survivability, which doesn't rely on like invis or anything like that. Doesn't rely on Glimmer Cape, and that makes it a little bit harder for Slardar to, you know, bring him down. The backline's jump gets a bit more complicated with this Slardar pick.
I think the Willow doesn't take physical damage in W, right? So the Slardar Crush won't do anything besides the stun.
No, I'm pretty sure she doesn't.
All right, so the sub duo for Na'Vi will be Techies Pugna, which is a little different than other teams, but I think that this is like what Na'Vi supports both like playing. Like, if you guys don't know about Zayat's Techies, this guy has been the Techies king for years. Like, back when Techies was the hero that everyone just despised seeing in the game, he was playing it every game. And so, you know, as the heroes become more of a real hero, he still really likes playing it. So really comfort for them. And then Pugna, I think, is just a good hero versus DK. You can kill the illusions mid-late game just by like draining them. The ward is really, really nice for his Dark Willow too, because all our spells cost a lot of mana. And it's just really good damage, I would say. It's just a nice, solid hero. I think they also just like it on pause 5. It's a comfort hero for them. So I like Navi's draft so far. It seems pretty good lanes wise. Like, I think all of their lanes are really stable that they've shown, and they have damage to kind of play around the map.
I think you'll be following up on the point about the techies being played by Zayats for the longest time. I think you'd be unsurprised here that Zayats was a very, very good chess player. I can't remember what rank he was exactly, but he was a competitive chess player when he was younger before he moved into Dota. So kind of makes sense that he was so good at old techies and being able to predict moves and whatnot.
Yeah. Falcons get their hands on Timber. I feel like we saw this exact draft yesterday. Like DK first phase into a Timber second phase.
Yeah. Just big boys in the front lines. And, you know, you could either follow that up with like a Clinks or something like that, you know, a squishy but high damage hero for Skidder, or you can run the DK carry and, you know, just find another mid hero for Falcons. They're pretty happy to do what they want. I mean, that seems to be something with them where they just pick tanky heroes and then just get something really, really high damage at some point whenever they feel comfortable with it. Whether that's their mid or their carry or even in their off lane, they don't really care.
Now, Na'Vi, I think they should take their carry, something that is good versus Timber Dragonite. There's Luna, which I think is decent. There's Morphling, but that's not as good, I would say, versus Dragonite. Trying to think. There's like Faceless Void, but the damage is so low. I think if you pick Faceless Void.
Ooh,
Sniper, interesting. I don't think that's their carry. I think that's likely just going to be their mid.
I believe
Which, I don't know this Sniper versus Timber Dragonite matchup, like either one. I think versus Timber, he's going to have a really good time, and versus Dragonite, it'll be even. So that this Timber is likely going to be leaning towards off lane, I would assume. And that also most likely puts the starter as an offlaner as well. So Na'Vi is still missing a carry, and Falcons is missing a carry. That's what I believe is going to happen.
A bunch of them are going to get banned out as well. Though I say that Primal gets taken out by Na'Vi. They're respecting the Falcons' flex. Skidder could just grab this Dragon Knight at any point. And to be honest, I'm kind of feeling the DK carry this game. I don't know about you, but the ability to get a decent timing with Aghanim Scepter and kind of just follow the sniper around the fights feels like it could be pretty potent.
Yeah, I think that the thing about Falcons is, the way I see it is, I don't think they really have a difference between their cores in terms of like, oh, if we put a carry, it'll get a fast blink. Or it's like, oh, if we put an offlane, it won't have a fast blink. I think it's more so, which lane do we put the Dragonite that he'll have the most impact? Or which lane do we have the best counter pick on last pick? Is because I feel like none of their players are like Skeeter never feels like he's like only like a one. Like he has to be the one. Like there's games where Marsh is top net worth or Maureen's top net worth. It's basically just picking for the best laning setup possible, and then everyone just kind of plays their job. And that's also why it's not like they have a small hero pool, but they pick the same heroes every game. They always pick Timbersaw. They always pick Dragonite. They always pick Razor if it's in the pool. It's because these heroes flex. They all play it well, and they all know they can play any lane, and they all get to do the same job on it pretty much, and they just get the strongest lanes possible.
Honestly, I'm super interested to see how it turns out with Falcons going into playoffs and then a patch coming today. Depending on how big the patch is, you know, if that really shakes up the meta right now, how quickly are Falcons going to be able to adjust? Maybe not in this tournament, but the one following. Will they keep up the same dominance through multiple patches? It's always a question for any of these dominant teams.
That is interesting, because this year it's been the same patch for like 6 months now, which has been Falcons' entire team has all been on the same patch. And most of the teams, when they're consistent through a full year, I think like gaming, stuff would get like nerfed throughout the year that they would play, and they'd keep either picking the same stuff that would get nerfed or they'd change it up. But yeah, this year it's the same patch, so that is something pretty interesting to see. And now Na'Vi, what does Yuragi play? There's Bristle, which people were picking into Timber. And people really like Bristle with Sniper.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Throw in a bit of corrosive haze in that as well. AoE from the shard, and that bristle's going to be tearing it up.
What else? He has a Pugna 5.
Radiant team pick. Dire team.
Yeah, he should have
Morphling.
the-
It's like Morphling or Bristle. All right, Lifestealer.
I was going to stress this one earlier on, but then the sniper came out, and but yeah, Lifestealer.
This one is interesting. I think if bot lane is even for Navi, by the time that he is level 6, he can just survive in the lane versus Timber and not get kicked out, and Timber can never take the tower.
10 seconds.
But I've also seen ones where the Lifestealer kind of falls behind, and the Timber hits 6, and Lifestealer can never touch the lane again.
Seconds remaining.
Because he's constantly taking chip damage from the Timber Saw, too much damage.
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, Timber doesn't really have cooldown, so Rage feels less valuable in that situation.
Yeah, you click Rage, and then you're like, oh, 6 seconds later, he's going to press Chakram on me again. That's so sad. And I'm just going to take another 200 damage anyway.
Yep. You want to kill him, Timber chain away. Yeah, Timber Saw's just got so much utility and so much damage. Very, very difficult. Falcons, though, final pick going to come out for them. I mean, what's the support to back up this Lifestealer in lane? Will it be the Pugna?
It will be the Pugna, most likely. I think they usually play Pugna 5 and Techies 4. I think Falcon should take a carry. And that's just because there's no mids that Malrine can play to really cheese the sniper, from what I've seen. And so it's best to just put the DK there to have a solid lane. And you can pick something like Troll, I could see. The Troll lane's pretty well versus Slardar. You get an Ags eventually to deal with the Pugna. But it's kind of a hard Troll game versus like Sniper. Even the Lifestealer these days is good versus Troll with the new Ags. Trying to think. He doesn't really play Morphling that much, does he?
It's not a favorite for Skidder, absolutely. Any chance of a CK here?
I don't think so. Zeus. Okay.
All right.
So
Get a
that,
DK.
we've seen that as a response to Sniper. That is one of the heroes that people pick for Sniper and are like, okay, we will do fine in the lane. I guess I don't think they probably saw many carries that they wanted to pick. And yeah, the Dragon Knight's going to survive this Slardar Techies lane pretty fine. And it also lanes really well with the Mirana because he's going to get stunned. So he'll be able to set up for an arrow really easily in the lane. I mean,
It's always
I
important
like,
to have those kind of combos, especially when you're drafting Mirana.
yeah, I like Falcon's draft because, I mean, it's the same thing they pick every game.
Yeah, because it's a Falcons draft.
Yeah, it's like a very Falcons draft, right? You have Snaking Mirana, you have Omar Timber, like every player is, Crit's Willow is the most like non-normal in terms of like meta and player, but it's still, I would say, what, top 5 heroes for Crit?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's
So-
Grandmaster on it.
So
In fact, I'm guaranteed he's Grandmaster.
he is Grandmaster. So it's like all of them are pretty much playing comfort and they all work really well together. You have 2 really tanky heroes, you have stuns, you have a lot of damage, you have the supports that get to farm and play the map really split, but also have really easy ways to connect. So it's hard to root against Falcons when they get their own drafts.
It really is, yeah. They just kind of Falcons going full Falcons mode. Na'Vi, you know, as always, it becomes question, are you good enough to beat it? Are you good enough to stand up to this? It's going to be these big tanky guys in the DK and the Timber, basically playing 2-position 3.5s. Meanwhile, Zeus is going to be the real damage dealer in this game. He's going to be the one blasting from the sidelines. I mean, and Amar, to be fair. And Amar Timber is just absolutely dirty. Like, you let this guy get late enough into the game and he is not going to die. I am interested to see if he's got a Slardar, a Sniper, and a Lifestealer jumping on him. Is that enough to take him down? But, I mean, from yesterday's games, I'm edging on no in the late game.
The one thing that I think is pretty nice is the subs are really good versus Timber, at least in the early game. Because Pugna, basically Timber has no way to stop the drain. And so once Pugna starts draining him, Timber basically doesn't usually have the damage to actually kill the Pugna through the drain in the early game. And so he kind of has to just disengage. And Techies as well just makes the Timber take more magic damage. And even late game, sometimes I've seen Timber just explode to mines randomly.
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. The burst is very, very good for Na'Vi.
It's a
And as
harder
usual-
Timber game than the one yesterday for Amar, but the issue is he's really good at Timber, and it's not like a hard Timber game. It's just, harder slightly. And technically, the Pugna Ags scales really well versus Timber late game. But I'm going to assume we're not going to get a Pugna Ags this game. So
That seems unlikely, I won't lie.
if he does get it, that matchup is really sad for Timber. You just make him do 75% less damage.
Definitely an issue. All right.
So then he's just kind of this tanky hero that does nothing. But never going to happen, so we can just focus on what will, which will likely be a rune fight. We see a ward for both teams kind of on this mid lane. Most teams these days ward pre-game. And it's... I feel like 2-3 years ago, the mid laners would place a ward because they wanted it for the mid lane. I feel like now it's like okay in some matchups, but the mids don't really care about it. But the wards are placed now for the bounty rune fight. Because this rune matters so much. Like the rune fight, you get first blood or you get 3 runes, sometimes even 4. And it just helps your game a lot. And so it looks like it'll be 2 for 2.
Yep. Snaking's going to grab the top one
crazy.
and that'll make it a bit normal. Everybody's spread themselves pretty thin. I mean, I'm looking at these guys and no one's got outstanding level 1 unless you can kind of go stun into arrows sort of thing. But then you've got arrows.
You don't really want to get...
So
yeah, you don't even want to get stun on DK. Most DKs are going like 2-0-1. So the one thing that I think is pretty cool and interesting for this top lane is DK just rushed a salve and he has 0 tangos. So usually carries will start 0 tangos, but then, you know, with the bounty gold, they'll buy extra tangos. But here I think he's recognizing that he won't die to this like go in by the slaughter techies, but he'll be really low. And he'd rather have a salve to just like get full regen up than having tangos. And if he needs tangos, then Mirana will kind of help him out. Which is a pretty interesting thing.
yeah, that's a cool way to utilize it and get yourself some extra money as well. Draining your support for tangos from minute 1.
Yeah.
I
mean, the way most players I think have started to think about side lanes is instead of like, I have 3 tangos, my support has 6, which is the usual. It's our lane has 9 tangos. And so anytime you take damage, you have to think about it as like your lane's resources of tangos are getting dwindled every time you take damage. Because it's kind of like a shared thing. It's the same thing where sometimes it's fine.
Some heavy hits up here.
He's a fair
Not sure they can finish him though. Malady, meanwhile, going down to the bottom side, but they will get Skidder on the top. But first blood goes to Falcons as they bring down the Pugner on the bottom side.
I didn't even see how he went down. I guess he was just trading really hard with crit, and then Amar just walked over to the tree line.
Yeah, drop the
That's
Whirling
pretty
Death.
surprising to see him just go down like that.
It's quite unexpected. Maybe the level 2 difference, I'm not sure, but either way.
Yeah, he just got blood grenaded and then got rooted next to trees.
Yeah, crit just leveled it, so. Unlucky getting caught out in an awkward position with that, with a very well placed Bramble Miz, to be fair, so. Nice little kill to start things off, and prevents the first blood going to Nephrid in the top side as well, which is a huge sigh of relief for Skidder, because I feel like this lane could have got difficult. There is kill potential between this Techies and the Slardar.
Yep. They're both really strong heroes right now. Like, Techies laning is one of the stronger lanes. I would say it's like Techies Hoodwink, both at this like level 2, level 3 timing, just have so much damage and like chip damage by just like right clicking and casting their Q.
Mid lane, Sanctity getting jumped on by Maureen. Very, very aggressive move here. Yeah, he popped the take aim and Maureen just immediately jumped upon him to lay in a bit of hurt.
Sniper every game.
Sniper.
This patch cannot come any sooner. I can't wait.
Around the corner.
I hope Sniper gets nerfed. Well, honestly, he doesn't even need to be nerfed. I think the thing is if there's a new patch, there's just more fun heroes to play than Sniper.
Yeah.
And so,
Who has a patch come out and goes, I'm going to play Sniper?
Yeah, I don't think there's many people like, oh boy, Sniper. I can't wait. Like, this patch has been this patch for 6 months, and it took what, 5 months before people were like, oh, okay, guys, I guess I'm gonna go try Sniper right now.
Yeah, I guess we better play him. He does seem strong.
I guess he's a good hero. Yeah,
it is interesting how this all came about, though. Like,
yeah, even the bristle.
acronyms. Oh,
I'm just saying the whole meta has been shifting pretty rapidly the past like month.
Yeah,
like Bristle came out of nowhere, Slaughter came out of nowhere, Sniper, like all these heroes have just been popularized in the last week and a half.
Pretty much. Since I think Wallachia qualifiers was when we saw Sniper start to turn up, and Bristleback I think was just ESL Birmingham.
It's
maybe
nice to
even
see.
actually. Maybe Wallachia, the main
I
event.
think it was Wallachia at the end of it. He was like getting picked like very here and there. I know some offlaners have been picking him for like the last like 2.5 weeks, but it's a new development. And I think that is one of the cool things about Dota, that even when the patch is the same, the meta will constantly shift. Because as a hero is good, you start picking the counters to that hero, then you pick the counters to that, and you keep like going down the list. And it's like a circle. It's constantly revolving as to what's good and what's bad. And sometimes it takes a little for people to kind of remember what the counters to heroes were or what's good. So that's when you get, you know, a hero being too strong for too much time.
Yeah, the meta shift is kind of like gradual, but then when it does take shit, like it's very, very fast for everybody to adapt and start doing. So you don't want to be the team which doesn't know this new thing or play this new hero or, you know, be able to answer the bristle or whatever. Then you have to be ready to adapt.
And we see these lanes are just kind of breaking into farm fests. Bot lane is obviously Amar's going to be really far ahead. Not only is he a Timber with a pretty free lane, I would say he did get first blood, so he's going to pull far ahead. He went double bracer. So he's just going to be perfectly fine CSing. And this is one of the lanes that neither the Nyx or the Timber, I think, will pressure each other too hard. When the Timber at 6, he does have this like kind of kick out threat, but as of now, I think Yuragi will probably be fine to just keep farming under tower. And mid lane is, I don't know, we've seen the Zeus sniper a million times. They both just are going to hit creeps for 10 minutes.
A lot of aggression onto Amar here, but just trying to get him out more than anything. Yuragi denies the nether ward quite nicely.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's a lot of damage coming out from crit with the harassment. I mean, great base attack time on the Willow, which Maldi's kind of struggling to answer. That's the thing, like when you go for a play in this bottom lane with these two heroes, the Lifesteal and the Pugna, like you need to go quick, you need to go fast, you need to get your harassment in the space of like the rage plus like a few seconds either side with the nether ward, and then you need to chill and try to survive through like the consistent damage of the Falcon's heroes. An interesting lane to watch for sure.
Yep. And then top lane is not going that good for Falcons. Skeeter's kind of having a rough one, especially after that one death, but it's not terrible, but it's one of those things that feels kind of bad when this was your response to starter and the lane's going this bad.
Yeah, it sort of feels like the idea just didn't really work.
Especially when you pick DK, you're kind of hoping this hero is going to be a really stable lane that just goes solid, but I think his hero is again just not that big of a priority for his team this game. He has his sniper or his Zeus and his Timber are the real carries, and he's a stun. You know, at the end of the day, he's literally just a blink stun for his team. So getting out of the lane at some point, getting a dagger will probably just be good enough for what his team needs.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday as well. Let's get a DK. It's more or less a 3. Like he's chilling, he's jumping in, he's stunning. Like they haven't prioritized his lane, they won't prioritize his game, and he's happy to do that for his team. That's the thing. Mid lane is still just a farmathon. Maureen has taken a trip back to base just to refill that bottle for free. Shoved out the wave with a few arc lightnings and run back to base. It's something you can do as Zeus. You can push the lane really deep and still get your CS as top lane. Going pretty aggressive here. Crit comes in through the portal, but doesn't really connect here onto Nefrit. Tries to land the naked arrow, but that won't be happening. Nefrit's able to dodge them out. Just calmly walks away from Falcon. Zayats though, Maureen's nearby. Maybe they can get the kill onto the Zeus. I say they. Maybe Maureen can get a solo kill onto the Zeus. So tries to go for the lightning bolts. Not going to land. Beautiful movements with the blast off there from Zayats. Will keep him safe.
And just, it's kind of, I think, hard for either team to make a move. The Techies doesn't really... His kills are on this Dragonite top, but if the Dragonite's not dying, then he doesn't have moves because there's nothing you can do to the Zeus mid. Like, he'll just jump away from anything. And the ball in this Timber Saw is chilling. Like, there's nothing you can do to this Timber. You're just going to let him farm, and pretty much just you have to get as much from as you can on the Lifesteal and the Pugna. I don't see a world where they're like, let's kill Timber or let's kick him out of the lane. It's kind of, you know, let him do his thing, you do yours. And as long as this tier 1 tower bot is held for a really long time, which is a win versus Timbersaw, then I think Radiant is fine. They're probably most likely going to be playing for the Slardar Blink is their big timing. No one else really does much. So the only move I can see them making is trying to kill the Zeus on this like 10-minute rune top. Like maybe he gets a suicide blast off on the Zeus and then he just dies to the sniper, but this will be a slow early game, I think. neither team's really gonna make any crazy moves. They're both just gonna farm. And maybe the sieges, like the 10-minute siege, will be the first time they try to do something. But
Yeah, it's likely going to see some movements. I mean, Skittle obviously wants to do something with that ulti. I don't know if that's going to be a movement to mid. Right now, he's got to run away, though. The Zayats and Nefrit trying to close the gap, and Imaldi coming in as well. Not really looking like a very convincing fight here for Na'Vi. Still forcing Skittle out, making him feel uncomfortable. Down the bottom side, that of course is being replicated by Amar. Knowing that there's now no support to help out Yuragi, he's going to just start to lay the pressure in onto the Lifestealer as he tries to CS under tower. Lamar just denying everything, forcing the rage TP out from Yuragi. But oh, he gets caught out! He gets caught out, and he's gonna die. The roots was there from crit. Lamar brings him down.
yeah, you can't use level 1 rage TP if there's stuns. So it's like impossible because it's a 3-second, and it's impossible to rage and TP, I think, in the same frame. Are you able to do rage while TPing? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
I know you can spin.
Yeah.
But I think spin is slightly different.
I don't know.
But yeah, that's really bad. Anytime you die while TPing out, especially as a carry, you just lose so much gold. And like,
It sucks.
he's down 2,000 gold to the Amar Timber, and this was my worry for the Lifestealer pick, is that I don't think it actually really holds the lane versus Timbersaw that well. Because he
Not
just
without
places
a lot
spells
of
on you.
attention, right? Like you need your handheld, and yeah, I mean that one rotation up to the top side from Malady. Like sure he wants to take the tower on this Pugna, but yeah, it costs you your Lifestealer already. So
The thing is not many heroes you could be like, you could ask for the please hold the lane versus Timbersaw. Specifically Amar, please hold the lane versus the Amar Timber. Like that's a tall order. And so what people usually do is they pick a carry that can go jungle really early. They'll pick like Luna. Because yeah, Luna's honestly, lane's pretty fine versus Timber. You have the magic damage, you have a stun to break chain, you're a ranged hero so you don't take too much damage. But most importantly, you can jungle. And the thing with Lifestealer is he doesn't really jungle. Lifestealer wins games when he sits in front of his tier 1 tower for like 15 minutes and you just look there on the map like, huh, guys, what do we do? Like we can't take this guy's tower. We can't take Sniper's tower because he's spamming shrapnel. I guess we go to our safe lane, to the one lane that we lost, and we kick the sorter out. And then if that move doesn't work like once, you just lose the game because you have such little like map to farm and the Lifestealer is so far from sitting there. But when he loses his tower like this and even dies once, the hero is just basically going to be useless for like 5 or 6 minutes. Like he's going to need to farm this entire Radiance before he has any impact at all. And even if he gets the Radiance, a random DK stun into arrow, he's dead. A Timbersaw might just burst him with a Blink Dagger and just bring him down to 20%, and he has to like rage TP. So
that is my concern. I was going to bring that up. Like you're playing with that Radiance, you don't really have stats. Like sure, you're a strength hero, but you don't have stats, and that can be really, really scary against this draft, especially against Timbersaw. So I do get worried as they jump forward in the mid lane, going for Malrine. Malrine, of course, has a heavenly jump, but Nefrit keeps on chasing. The TPs are coming. They're going under the tier 3 for this one. Malady's going to throw in the Decrepify, but it's not enough. And now the turnaround comes in. Malady will be in trouble here, run themselves away. Malady falls. Zayats is dead. Sanctity might have taken a step too far here as well. There are just more logs on the fire, and Falcons are burning them all up. Just not getting away, waiting for the stuns. Don't even need them. There comes a Chakram from Amar. A deep, deep dive onto Malrine, and it does not pay off.
they decrypt the Sniper right before the Sara was able to like crush him, I think. It was
the Zeus?
Yeah, the Zeus. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was... I mean, anytime you dive like towards the tier 2 this early in the game, I think it almost never works out.
Yeah.
It's like such a risky play to make. And that's like so game losing, I think, for them to make that kind of play. They lose so much gold. They're down 4,000 gold, like pretty much off the back of that. Obviously the Timbersaw is the biggest reason why they're up this much gold by just kicking out the Nakes, but now even Sanctity is getting gone on by Amar again.
Yeah, he's on the run. Doesn't really have any way to get away from Amar though. Amar, I know this guy. He's going under the tier 2 for this one. Well, not if Nefra has something to say about it. Jumping in. Great timing of the battle deep though. They might actually be able to kill it. They will. Yuragi gets it with the Infest. They blow up Amar. Zayats does die in response, and Mallory keeps on chasing here. Yuragi, he's got the rage. He's going to use it to try and get himself away, and arrow comes to connect onto the sniper, but I don't think they're going to dive this deep for it. That would be pretty insane. For the pressure from Falcons right now. Whew.
I mean, this is a really good kill on Amar. It was pretty fortunate that Nefert had the bash. It's one of those things that the second his chain gets bashed, it's like, oh, he's dead. Okay. But if the Slider didn't have a bash or times his attack wrong or something and Timber gets out, like, this map can get... Oh, Skeeter's gonna get jumped. A huge blast off from Zayats.
Gita might be dead. Yeah, the damage from Zayats is way too much for Falcons to deal with. They'll be losing 2 from this one. Snaking goes down as well. Again, both supports on Navi lying down on the floor, but Crit gets brought down by the assassinate from Sanctity. 3 dead. Nefrit, he wants another. He's going for Malrine. Does he have the health to do this though? Well, with the sniper helping out maybe, but then again, now Amar's on top of him as well. Assassinate comes through. It's not quite enough to kill him off. Malrine still chasing Nefrit. Nefrit on the run. He's got a blink there available in 2 seconds. Does he want to come in for this one? No, he does not. The sniper gets the TP out as well. And I gotta say, another win for Na'Vi. They keep throwing their supports' bodies into these fights, and it is the cause that are coming out on top.
I mean, that's a good fight. The Skeeter just got blown up at the start when he hit the tier 1 tower, and Sniper actually got to use the reset cooldown on Assassinate, which is always the most fun thing when you get like last on a kill, then you get to use it again and again. So pretty nice defense. They weren't able to sneak down Zeus. I think if he actually got the Malrine kill on Sanctity, that would have been massive, but still really nice defense on the tower.
Yeah, it's not a huge change in momentum yet, but it's another kind of stalling by the side of Na'Vi, giving them more chances. And, you know, if this game does end up going late, like, what way are you leaning for the drafts?
It's hard to say. I think that Na'Vi... I want to go with Falcons, even if it goes really late. I think that Na'Vi has this like strong Slardar late game, which scales really well with the Lifesteal and the Sniper. Like all 3 of the cores scale really well. I just think that Falcons, something about the Timber and the Zeus specifically together just seem to scale like too strong right now. Even the Zeus gets so tanky, and they both just do so much damage while being so tanky and providing vision and just kind of everything that it feels really hard to beat these heroes.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen how much this Timbersaw can do in the late game, and I'm definitely not going to underestimate it. And Lifestealer does tend to, like, he has a pretty big spike through the mid to late, but then, like, very late, he kind of just doesn't feel like he does a whole lot. Snaking, getting jumped, but actually it's a bit of a bait here as he leaps away, and Nefrit now in a bit of trouble. The heals coming through from Malady won't be enough though. They'll lose Nefrit to the Thunder Gods. Crit gets the last hit. Zayat trying to get the escape up to the high ground. The right clicks following. Snaking's on the run as well, and with a Starstorm should be able to finish the job. Down goes Zayat as well. 2 dead on the top side. A strong response from Falcons as Na'Vi dare to make an aggressive move.
And then they're instantly going to smoke on Falcons. They get 2 kills. They know that they can go really aggressive. Orchid is almost finished on the DK, but not yet. Even if he just gets a stun on the Lifestealer, it's a free kill. But the Falcons has walked into 5 mines so far. They know exactly where they are, and they might still get this Lifestealer, but doesn't look like it.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty strong response if they do it. In fact, Na'Vi may be the ones looking for a bit of action here. Mardy's going to do a bit of baiting in the middle lane, or is he? Let's get caught in the smoke. Grapnel down on the middle wave.
They see 2 heroes just TP top.
This could be.
They might actually go into the tri-camp and find Malrine.
Do they have a ward to place on the high ground? They do. Zayat has one available. Ooh, but the Kobold's going to give it all away. The micro is there, but is it going to matter? I mean, they move on to Crit. Crit, though, he's absolutely fine. Or is he actually? He's dropping very low just to the shrapnel, and they get the assassinate on Tim as well. Bye-bye, Crit. Another one for Sanctity. The range of the sniper paying off big time.
That almost was really cool. I don't know if it was intentional, but Falcons had a Kobold that was smoked, and the Kobold actually got unsmoked by walking into the Na'Vi. I don't know if they noticed it, but if they did and were able to dodge the gank because of that, that would have been really cool.
That's just so sweaty. That's just a Falcons
I told you,
thing right there.
Dota is so sweaty these days.
I can't wait for the patch and everything's just going to get dragged back down to the mud again. Just mindless brawling. No tactics. Sign me up. Sanctity, he's walked into heroes here. He's absolutely dead. Skidder and Armor on top of him. Sniper ain't getting away from this one. Interestingly, he's going straight for the BKB, but it does look like Nefrit's also being caught out here as a +1. Malrian's on top, so he's going to be able to bring him down. Thunder Gods comes through to give the vision to keep on chasing onto Zayats here. Skidder closes the gap, gets the slide onto him. Amar's there with the chakra, with the damage, with the whirling death, and down goes Zayats as well. That is a big old feed train for Na'Vi, unfortunately.
Something I want to talk about really fun is a Mars item build. He has purchased a Manta style.
Of course he has.
So I know he's done this in the past for Grimstroke, and the reasoning for that was you would remove the bug when you were ulted because you were disarmed. This game, there is no Grimstroke, so pretty much the stuff he can Manta would be, he can remove Decrep from himself. He can remove Slaughter ult. He can dodge and assassinate. But I think realistically, the most important thing that he wants to do is to use it to demine the map at some point.
Really?
Like he can always just Manta and throw them into random places, like if they're going to go high ground when there's a bunch of mines, and just kill all the mines from the techies. And so it's probably a combination of that and also removing the Slaughter ult. But it's always a question of like, if Slaughter ult your issue, just buy a Lotus. So the only things that Lotus doesn't help with would be dodging, assassinate, and killing mines. So
yeah,
you have to hope that those are the reasons why he's buying Manta.
Sees it as value enough. I mean, I guess if Lifestealer gets a shard as well, then getting rid of open wounds is going to be quite important as well.
I also think you just lice it on Timber. It's fun.
He just thinks it's neat.
Yeah, I mean, he's a universal hero, so having all stats is just nice.
Yuragi being jumped again. Does he have the reactions? Not with an Orchid on him, he doesn't. Although a couple of spells will miss. Is it going to make a difference, though? It kind of will. Rage comes out. Yuragi actually looking for the turnaround here. The rest of the team's coming on through here. They've got the stun onto Crit on the backlands. Crit going to try and throw down the Terrorize, but it's not going to happen. The damage is too much. Radiance cooks him up. And then they go over towards Skidder as well. Skidder under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Not going to be able to escape. So the Assassinate comes down onto him. No blink for you, sir. Zayat's doing a fantastic job on keeping this blink on cooldown. Nefrit trying to wait for the blink to get on top of him, and in comes the Infest, and out comes the Infest. As Haggerty blows him up regardless. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Amar's on the run. They did just catch a whiff of him there with the corrosive running out, but doesn't matter. Amar gets away, but still, nice response. And I'm sensing a theme this game. It feels like the team that goes aggressively almost always seems to lose the fight.
Yeah, it's hard because there's so much like save from both teams to some extent. Like there's the Willow to kind of disengage on the fights, and then there's the Pugna for Na'Vi. But I think the biggest thing there was Yuragi had finished his Sange, which kind of messes up all the timings. Like the Orchid's a little shorter, the stuns from the Willow's a little shorter, so he's actually able to get his Rage off. And he's also going to go for BKB. I think he's going to go Sanji Joshua first and then a BKB next, but he will get to the point on Lifestealer where he won't die in a stun. And that's when this hero is really scary. Because either he's infested in Slardar, they get a jump into a burst, or they start on the Nakes, he gets Rage off, and they just turn the fight. Because Falcon's damage through Rage is really low. Timber's literally 0. Zeus will do like half damage through Rage, and so at that point it's kind of like, you know, if you don't, if he gets Rage off and you're stuck in there committed because your DK used Blink, your Timber used Chain, the fights can start to get really committal for Falcons outside of the Zeus.
Zeus trying to get rid of the mine. We'll be able to do so. Being very careful and using lightning bolts to scout everything.
Is being hunted.
Yeah, Lord Jesus. Okay. Yeah, you kept talking about Slardar 100 zeroing people, and well, with the techies, that is very much a reality.
And that also looks like it might set up for a Roche, because they do have Slardar, so Slardar just makes every single draft a Roshan draft, especially when you have 2 physical damage dealers with you.
Yep, scanned out by Falcons, but no response really being mounted right now. I think they're just going to give this one up. Happy to play into an Aegis on potentially Nefrit, I would imagine. Maybe Yuragi takes it.
That's probably Yuragi.
Made the slot.
And he's just going to walk in first, hit towers. Sanctity, the issue with Sniper Aegis in a lot of games is if he gets jumped, it's usually in a position where he'll die twice.
Yeah.
Versus if your Nakes, now your Nakes can never get jumped. So you can hit towers, you can hit waves, and it gives you way more of the map than the Sniper who, like, if you're putting your Sniper in a position where he can get jumped, it's just a bad fight.
I mean, I kind of want to see it on Nefrit because I feel like that kind of gives you more killing potential. I'm not sure I want to see... Like, they're not in a position where Lifestealer can just stand there and hit towers. And I don't think they will be in the next 5 minutes, but I don't know, am I wrong?
Not necessarily. It's not about towers so much. I think it's big about pushing these side lanes and midden. Because they don't have the best lane shove. Like Slardar does decent when he crushes it, and the sniper can shrapnel it, but it's a lot better when you have this lifestealer just pushing out the mid lane aggressively. And I think it's better for them to be able to push the map out aggressively and farm with the lifestealer Aegis than be able to take fights easier with the Slardar Aegis.
I see. So it's not pushing over killing, it's farming over killing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That is Dota right now. It's just farming. So Radiant's going to smoke up. They're going to connect to Lifestealer probably on the mid wave. Maybe try to kill the Zeus. Mar is fine, but Maureen might actually get caught by this smoke if Navi's really fast.
Depends how deep they want to go and how quickly they want to do it. Yeah, Nefrit a little bit slow there. Guardian Sprint.
I think they're a little scared because they don't have the Lifestealer near enough to the fight. So it's pretty much just the sniper Slardar for damage.
Ooh,
and I don't think they kill Amar.
Well, let's find out. They go in, they've got the corrosive on him, and Arrow is not going to be doing anything because the BK is there. And, well, Amar, he's going to survive through it all. Timber chain away. And Sniper actually a little rooted on the backline there, still just trying to get off a decent amount of damage in these fights and force back Falcons. But kill not successful, but they do force Falcons out of this part of the map.
Yeah, not a terrible jump. You don't really commit much. Use the Slardar BKB, but that's kind of about it. No one else really does anything. So Amar is getting to the point where he's just this really tanky Timbersaw. Every time he picks this hero, he just owns. He's 7-1. Like, I don't know, is that really a surprise to anyone? And the meta,
unreal consistency.
Yeah, the meta, you know, doesn't look too bad yet. He's gonna jump Sanctity, and Sanctity is just dead.
Just gone. Yeah, the healing from Maureen not nearly going to be enough, but they go on the backlines looking for Maureen. Beautiful heavenly jump up to the high ground for Maureen, though that's going to keep him safe. And Nefrit with no BKB gets cooked up on the front lines. Zayats does get the kill onto Snaking in the back, and now Maldi just trying to suck away at Amar, and Amar can't really do a lot, but with Skidder coming in to save the day, they will be able to bring down Maldi as well. So it's going to be a double kill for Amar. And everybody else trying to run away. Zayats, he's out of here, but no, he's not. Maureen's there with the lightning bolt, with the damage, and they will bring down 4. The only survivor is Yuragi with this Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was the worst absolute fight. Sanctity just got 100 0'd by DK stun, doesn't click his BKB. If he gets BKB off there, I think the fight's really different. Because Timber does nothing to BKBs, which is also why you see the Lifestealer going for his own BKB. But it's hard. It's hard trying to find ways for Sniper not to get jumped, I would say. Like, you see this fight, the second the Sniper dies, I think the fight's kind of over. And so, sure, it's an argument that maybe the Sniper should have Aegis, but I just think he can't let himself be positioned in that way. And it all might break down to the smoke they did, and they didn't get much because it kind of made it so their lanes weren't shoved too aggressively. And Falcons was able to just get a nice jump on them.
Immediately they were able to counter-rotate, and their jump was just way better. I mean, you saw the Timber Chain coming towards the Sniper, like Sanctity did see that, but then wasn't able to get off the BKB off because it's you don't just want to BKB the Timber Saw.
Yeah, it feels so weird when Timber Chain's in because you're like, oh, if I just BKB when he presses one button, like,
yeah,
it feels so bad because then the DK doesn't jump and there's no fight and you just had to waste your BKB.
Exactly.
It's really hard to BKB sometimes. And there's games where it's I would say this game, especially for the Sniper, it's a really hard BKB game to use it effectively. Because he basically needs to, his ideal BKB usage, to be realistic, is DK blinks in, clicks stun, and then he dodges stun with BKB. Like, that's what you want to ask for.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's not really something you can consistently do, I would say. That's like
I feel like Falcons
is messed
like, yeah. They tend to always like get the blink outs or get the instant BKBs. Like,
the nice thing about blinking out though is like if you blink out of like a DK stun or something, it's like, and they weren't actually initiating, it's like, oh, it's a 15-second cooldown, and you can still fight. But if you waste your BKB on like a blink that you thought was gonna happen or like a fake initiation, you just can't fight for 90 seconds.
Yep.
And the fix
cooldown plus a second less duration on the next usage, it's tough.
Yeah, the simplest fix is what they're doing right now is just starting on Falcons. Because if you are the ones who initiate on them, it's really easy to click your BKB. Because you got a guy stunned, you click your BKB just to guarantee he's killed, and then it's a 5v4. So we'll see if they actually are able to get a jump. Skeeter might get caught, but I think if he's just going to get this TP out, everything is fine.
Yeah. They're running out of smoke time. This is going to end up being a very, very deep dive.
Crit circles the exact location of where he thinks the starter is going to be. So,
red.
A nice read by Falcons, and yep, 11,000 gold for them. Feeling good.
Very.
Roche can start spawning in 2 minutes, so that's probably Falcons is going to want this Roche, and they can start poking high ground, at least with the DK illusions. DK, once he gets this like Manta Ags, even Octarine up and running, is one of the best heroes at actually dealing with the sniper defense, because you poke buildings slowly. Like, you'll eventually take every building with this hero. Thankfully for them, they have that solution of sniper, so this game will not go 60 minutes, guys. I guarantee it. It will not go 60 minutes.
Clip it. Get ready to keep that one. Play it out later.
Don't worry, there's no way. I'm so sure.
Okay. I've been scarred too many times, Gunner. There's Nefrit and Amar meet each other in the jungle. Nefrit probably not wanting a whole lot to do with this one. Amar just looking to chase him down here. Chakram's come out. Yuragi, though, he's getting on him as well. Yuragi not too scared off this typical right now. But they jumped in on Sanctity, but he's got the BKB. He gets it off this time, and now Skinner, he's going to be the one that dies. In jumps the techies, but he's just straight up dead.
All right, no
now the BKBs are running
out.
out. It's looking pretty scary. They have to back themselves away. They'll take the Skidder kill, and they'll back themselves out.
I mean, he got his BKB off. You see he gets his BKB off. Dragonite, as he blinks in, is stunned. Like, exactly what was supposed to happen. And Dragonite goes down. The issue is there is an Amar Timbersaw. And so I don't know when you're going to actually kill this guy. Like, if you can kill this guy. And that's pretty much always the question versus Falcons when you give away Timbersaw is, will you actually be able to do anything versus Amar?
Yeah. It's a scary question, which I just don't have the answer to. Yuragi's going to be forced to rage before his TP is available, but will be enough to get him back to the safety of his team. Falcon's not willing to dive that hard without Skidder.
If you look at this replay, it was a really nice BKB by Sanctity. I think that was like the biggest reason about this fight is it was looking really awkward. The Zeus ult and he insta BKBs.
Yeah.
And so the DK jumps him on the BKB, like pretty much perfect timing. Like that was exactly what needed to happen for them, and they're able to turn this fight. The one thing that is kind of sad for them in that fight is that they use triple core BKBs at the exact same time. Something I've noticed teams like Spirit do really nicely is they kind of don't overlap their core BKBs if possible.
Stagger.
And they'll have like one guy use BKB and go in and do a bunch of damage and like protect his other guys, and then now you still have one more BKB for the fight, where you have two BKBs still. And so the thing with when you triple BKB like that is it's impossible for them to chase and fight because none of the heroes can survive with Timbersaw damage.
It's just too much, yeah. The Amar threat means that BKBs are the only way you can fight, and
yeah, Amar just is doing his thing. Now it's going to be a Dragonite Aegis, so it's going to be also Roshan's banner. I still feel like this Roshan's banner is so... I really like watching Falcons to see what they do with the banner, because it usually just feels so kind of mediocre. They just put it mid lane instantly to push out the mid lane. So
fair enough.
My favorite is when I see people just put it on a cliff, or like when they're smoking, they just use it as a random ward.
Yeah,
like a long range
like ward. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the item's bad when that's the considered the best usage of it.
Yeah. It is nice for this mid lane to just kind of push it in. It makes it so Zeus has, like, he can use Mantas in side lanes and they can have multiple lanes in, but it doesn't feel like that impactful. I think it's definitely one of the items that, like, I'd prefer to have a cheese.
Yeah, it's just not very fun. Like, it's no like, oh,
yeah, it doesn't even feel that interactive.
It's just chilling. Like, it's not really worth risking your life to go and kill it either. So
yeah,
is it worth risking your life to go and kill Malady?
Pugna
Absolutely.
is dead.
He's gone. Bye-bye Malady, and bye-bye bottom tier 2 tower as well. But over at the same time, Yuragi, he's already on the case of getting a bit of counter push coming in on the top side.
Interesting that Na'Vi chose to use the glyph on this tier 2 bot, because that's actually not their first tier 2 that falls. So that's their tier 3 glyph.
Ooh.
No glyph for 5 minutes for them.
It's being chased around as well now, trying to go for the blast off down to the low ground. Has to dodge the arrow, will be successful in doing so, and gets himself away, but does give up the area and gives up the wards to defend it as well. Top tower also not falling. Nefrit and Yuragi backed themselves away. They didn't want to get caught out trying to push this tower a bit too hard.
Yuragi's going for an AC, it looks like, just more physical damage minus armor. And he's about to get jumped by Skeeter. There is no follow-up close enough. Like the... Ooh, nice rage.
Good rage. Yep, Yuragi gets out. That's very nice for him. And makes them quite a large amount of space on the map. Although, look at Amar. His team is literally so far away from him right now.
I feel like he might be able to 1v5. It's close. It's like really close. The only thing that will stop him is that Starter can just perma bash him, basically.
Yeah.
So, and Starter is going to look for him. He's infested by the Lifestealer with a gem, so knows there's no vision on him, knows he can just hunt, but he gets spotted by the Watcher.
Into a Watcher, yeah. Watchers are very annoying.
Skeeter has finished Ags. I think that Falcons can kind of look at poking high ground. They don't have to force it like too hard, and they want to keep farming the whole map, but anytime that, you know, they show top with heroes on Na'Vi, they can just poke this tier 3 down, and it slowly will die to these illusions. Pugna bot is going to get caught by the Zeus Hag.
We just watched this one, but we'll watch it again. Yeah, there's just too much gold now on Falcons. 14k. It's been this way for a while, and slowly getting more and more. All their heroes scaling so well into this late game. Trying to see how
What
much
does Na'Vi need? They really just need a clean jump with the starter Nakes on a important core, like specifically Maureen or Dark Willow. I would say if they get a jump on one of those two and just burst them at the start of the fight, and then are able to kite using only, I would say only the starter has to be KB because Lifestealer gets to rage. They can take the fight. It's just Maureen is Zeus. You never get to see this hero. He's always so far away, and it's like never a clean jump really on him, so I don't really see this opening.
It's super tough, and immediately they're more than happy to drop stuff on supports, but in goes Nefrit, but look at the damage he's taken already from this.
The Pugna.
Pugna?
He almost died to the Zeus.
Oh, the Nimbus.
Yep.
Very scary. He's got the shard. I'm just trying to use that nether ward effectively, but it's just not working out.
So starter BKB was forced. That's the only real cool. The only cooldowns for Na'Vi this game is the BKBs. Like no hero has a literal cooldown on their team besides BKBs, which is pretty funny. Even Falcons, I guess, doesn't have that many cooldowns either. It's just like the Dragonite form and Zeusel, I guess. But I feel like neither of those. Dragonite form's so short. Yeah, it's what, 40-second downtime. So it's not something that you ever feel bad. In the past, it used to be the thing where you were like, guys, no DK form for a minute, you know, or forever. Like we just go back, but now it's whatever. This guy's ult is cooldown. You just wait for 10 seconds, and you run back in, and by the time you find the fight, he has Dragonite again.
Yeah, it's a 40-second cooldown at the moment.
And when he gets an Octarine, if he chooses to get it. He's going BKB though, which I kind of like.
Ooh, they might find him here. Oh, Nefrit's TPing away. They back themselves up. Down to the bottom side. They kind of overthought this play. Feel like they could have caught someone on the bottom side of the map instead, but it's not going to be the case.
I mean, it could have been really bad because the supports were there actually for Falcons.
Yeah,
so even if they catch the DK, he might not go down. He's really tanky, especially if he has a Manta to like remove the amplified damage. Corrosive haze.
Yeah. And if he's got the Elder Dragon form on as well, like that bonus magic resistance is going to be really, really huge. I mean, maybe not against Slardar and Lifestealer, but you know, the finish off from the techies, which has been quite important. Not going to be doing a whole lot. Still just kind of chilling. 10-1 on the Timbersaw. He's got Blink Dagger, he's got Shivas, he's got Octarine, he's got Manta, he's got Eternal Shroud. Everything a little Timber want. Throw on a Kaya.
What is the reason for the pause? Is it packets?
Packets on floor again. This is
We're waiting.
a Falcons pause. Felt like someone was watching them. Went to check around the door, see if anyone's peeking through the door hole.
Maureen had to go check the door.
By my whiskers, that's good stuff.
Door checked, secured,
Everything's good.
locked,
Yep.
bolted. No one's getting in.
Are scanning.
No one's certainly getting out.
What is the window for Na'Vi? It's still just finding a good angle in the fight. I think Willow and Zeus are the two. If you ever kill both of them, it's really big. And they're sitting on top of each other.
Zayat, he's brought down once again. Amar looking for another one. It's gonna be well, actually maybe not the Pugner as they turn it around. They try to bring down
triple
Amar, but
stun.
they just don't have the damage. Look at the damage coming out from Amar instead. Sanctity able to just stand still and hit for the entire fight, but he's just not really getting anybody low enough to threaten. Still BKB available on the sniper. He will now use it as Chakram comes towards him. The supports are low, but not low enough. But now
TP out.
Sanctity, he just wants to TP out of this one. He is going to be able to make it out. And with Yuragi inside of him, he gets his carry out of dodge as well. Nefrit meme on the sidelines. Oh, he gets ulted. He went to try and finish off Crit here, but he's not going to be able to do so. And now Nimbus comes down onto him as well. Nefrit on the run, gets called out. Amar's on top of him. Whirling Death takes him down. And that is going to be
That was a really
not
cool
a
Zeus
kill.
ult. I don't know if that was like planned or intentional, but
That was clutch.
he literally did it knowing that his Willow might get jumped by Slardar. Really nicely played. And a fight. That was like the post-pause fight. You know, casually there's a pause, then there's an instant fight from Falcons. I think it kind of caught Na'Vi off guard. They weren't ready for that. The supports instantly die. Pugna even uses buyback, which I think is a little strange.
Raggy.
It feels kind of like a waste,
but he's got the rage. No BKB though, and Amar, he's looking for this right now. Stun, it's gonna connect, but the force stuff up to the high ground is gonna keep the lifestealer okay. But big chase there from Amar and Skidder, really looking to try and kill off this lifestealer. It was a long chase. I mean, they just don't have any chill.
Come on, Falcons. You have 20 minutes to end the game before I'm wrong.
You wouldn't want to embarrass Gunnar, would you?
I don't want to be wrong. It's fine. It's fine. They'll end the game. Or Na'Vi won the game.
Hope.
You never know.
You never know.
Amar
That's the
sees
thing,
the
like-
Radiance and the AC.
Fallen.
So
That wasn't a clean engagement from Falcons. They didn't really get on the targets they needed to, so
no.
I'm a little bit worried that still didn't really go very well for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's also, I think the thing is Falcons, it's, if neither team gets good jumps, Falcons is winning the fight. Because the Dragonite gets to walk around everywhere, cause chaos, Timbersaw is unkillable, and Zeus, if he's not getting gone on, that means he gets to do everything. Whereas for Na'Vi, I feel like if they get gone on, like if they don't get on the right targets, it's just so bad for them that I think it's more important for Na'Vi to get a clean jump than Falcons is, I guess, the way to put it.
I agree. And how do you feel about the Satanic on the sniper?
I think the Satanic Sniper is just good every time we see it. The hero, I believe the headshot damage is calculated in Satanic healing because it's basically considered physical damage and not like a bonus damage or anything. So when you get the Satanic, if you have your take aim on, you heal a lot every single hit. You just have so much built-in damage with headshot. So I really like Satanic. It makes you tanky and he can actually survive a fight for a few seconds.
Nefrit is searching, but he's going very, very far forward for this one. And now
They need to find the Willow or
themselves away.
Zeus.
Yeah, they really want to secure
Maureen's
this
0
Roshan
mana.
area. Ooh, scan doesn't quite land. Okay, they use the second one.
Oh, no.
Will land. And now they're coming. Zayat is going to just instantly die. Buyback from him. Sanctity, though, he needs to
Oh,
get out
the
the pin. He's
arrow!
caught by an arrow. Oh, Sanctity, this is not ideal. Nefrit comes in, trying to help him out. The heals are coming in from Maldi as well, but it's just not going to be enough. They'll cut them both down. Beautiful timber chain through from Amar to get them both, and now looking in for more. Zayat needs to get himself away. He's just brought back. Doesn't want to go down here. Rage from Yuragi. TP as well. Amar immediately onto the next target. Just blows up Zayat. So much damage going out from this timber saw. Nefrit with the BKB. TP. He is gone. Only 2 heroes left remaining from the side of Na'Vi.
For it.
And there's the Falcons classic, not stopping for Roshan. There's 3 heroes dead. They head to the high ground.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That was just, it's too scary to fight Rosh, I think, like that. Like they just go into the pit and they start roshing. Techi's just instantly
Yuragi's
dies.
dead?
Oh no,
Yuragi's
Yuragi.
dead. mean, that is
No
just
buy.
ridiculous, and that might be game. They just need to take tier 3s, one more fortification, then it's tier 4s.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Going for the barracks instead. And they don't know the buyback status, so barracks definitely the safer option here, but
They don't have a Dragon Knight form either, so it's easier to just take like
it's
2
a little
sides,
slow.
maybe 3, because there's no life steal. I think they're going to keep pushing and try to force that life stealer buy, and when they notice there's no buy, they, you know, they just keep going.
Middle barracks has fallen.
yep. Fortunately, this sniper's just not big enough of a threat, especially without lifesteal there to absorb some of that focus in the fights.
Amar does not care about
really-
anything. Alright, snaking.
Doesn't. Okay, a jump in the back lines from the Slardar, but now he's very much in their faces without a BKB, so he is going to go down. Buyback available, just trying to use his life there to delay for the lifestealer. That's what he has to do. Malvi as well with that shard just sucking away on the nether ward on the high ground. A little tricky. They have to go around the side because of that, but they find Zayats once again on the side. 4 stuff away along with the Decrepify, trying to keep Zayats safe. Chakram, so they do so much work. Nefrit jumps in, looking at Amar, but Amar isn't even taking any damage from this. Not really. Nefrit's forced to BKB and keeps on trying to stay on Amar, but Amar doesn't give a damn. Timber Chain down to the low ground, gets himself back. We'll have to back away, heal up. They do have their Lifestealer back. It's 5 heroes on the side of Na'Vi, only 4 on the side of Falcons. They've got a Roshan to take, and that's what they're going to do.
They hold. The game's not over. Roche is up, so now Falcons will go take Roche. But I think Timber is just too big for them at this point. It's kind of like a question of how do you deal with Timber? Because you have to pop every single BKB the second the fight starts.
Radiant are scanning.
And if you don't catch Zeus, you don't get any kills. And even if they kill, I think the ideal fight where they kill, let's say they kill both supports. Let's say they kill the Zeus, and then the DK starts running. I genuinely think Amar and Skeeter could 2v5 all of Na'Vi right now. And so you basically need to find a way to somehow deal with Amar in the fight.
Everything on him, and I still don't think it's enough. Like, the hero just doesn't take damage. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. I also think it's really cool how they let the Roche go top because the Ags is way better for their heroes than the Refresher.
Yep.
Oh,
Reveal
the Zeus
right now.
ult.
They're standing right next to each other. They don't even know it. I mean, Zayats once again dead at the start. Sanctity standing still with the BKB, with the Satanic, and trying to just turn on Amar, but Amar, he doesn't even notice. It's like there's a pea shooter kind of tapping him on the shoulder a little bit, and now he just turns around, blows up the sniper. Sniper dead as well. 4 dead on the side of Na'Vi, and now Uragi all by
Just
himself
K4s.
cannot do it. GG's are called, and the game will go to Falcons. 45 minutes is what it takes, but you can see by their faces, it's not much of a sweat. When they have their Timber Saw, they just feel like they're gonna win.
Yeah, I think it's also not even first pick Timbers anymore. It's like second pick Timber, not even like first pick out of the second phase. So it's really hard because there's so many heroes you want to ban versus this team that they're gonna get something. But I think that their Timber is just so much better than any other hero. It's hard to make an argument to give it to them, I would say, over other heroes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Like, we just, it just looks immortal. Like, I don't understand how he's just taking so little damage inside every fight. It's like, he's got crazy good armor. He's got loads of magic resistance. He's got a magic resist talent as well. Eternal Shroud means he never runs out of mana. Like, this hero is just completely rampaging through these games. I mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Just ban it.
I think it's simpler. It's simple to just ban
I think
it.
this is the one time where the just clause doesn't come into
Yeah.
effect. You can just
banning
ban it,
is
actually.
a pretty simple thing. It's just one button click.
Yeah. It's very different to just kill Timbersaw. Just
Yeah,
ban
that one's,
Timbersaw definitely sounds simpler.
That one's a hard ask.
I love all the very normal KDs on the side of Falcons as well. Like, 2 and 4, yeah, not great. 8 and 4, pretty good. 5 and 0, 18 and 1. Okay, someone's playing a different game here, just like last time we saw it. Absolutely crazy stuff. Na'Vi, in the first game here, fighting for their lives, and well, they are going to get put down one game. Of course, different results can still mean that you know, even if they do get 2-0 here, they might still stand a chance of making it through to those playoffs, or maybe having to play in some tiebreakers. We just don't know yet. There's still so much to be decided, but what we do know is that Team Falcons are the ones that take the first game here in this series. Na'Vi got to come up with some new ideas to bring to the table in the second matchup here if they're to bring down the champions of this group. And I mean, honestly, the champions of the world right now. Falcons, just world-class team. Na'Vi, you're going to have to try again. We'll be back just after this short break for game number 2. my friends, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 23. My name's I'm joined by Gunnar as we get into possibly the last series, last game, in fact, off this stream, depending on tiebreakers. The tiebreakers are looming and are maybe looking a little bit likely. So right now, obviously, Na'Vi dropped their game, which means they are currently sitting at 3-6. Azure Ray also dropped their game, which means they're sitting at 3-6. And Shopify Rebellion also dropped their game, which means they're sitting at 3-6. And BetBoom won their game, which means they're sitting at, you guessed it, 3-6. So currently 4 teams all tied up with 3-6. Now, to be clear, Shopify and BetBoom are playing against each other, meaning one of those teams is going to win, one of those teams is going to lose. So basically, the loser of that game is guaranteed eliminated. And then depending on who loses the other games, depends whether we have more tiebreakers or whether we're going to fit
might be through, right?
into. It might be 3 tiebreakers, might be 2 tiebreakers, might be no tiebreakers. Because I don't think we play tiebreakers for teams which qualified to playoffs. Just for ranks in playoffs, I don't think seedings matter. It's only if it's between the elimination or upper and lower or something like that. So that's how I think it's going down right now. So yeah, that means this game pretty important for Na'Vi. If they can pull off a big win here, then it would bring them out of this deadlock. However, that's not looking too likely. Team Falcons are not going lightly on them, and yeah, game 1, just the Amar Timber absolutely turning poor old Na'Vi inside out. They weren't ready for it. They didn't have the solutions. I mean, is there any answer to this Timbersaw hero?
There's this really cool thing that Valve added a long time ago. It's called a ban button. And so
really?
It'll prevent Falcons from actually picking Timbersaw. It pretty much, they had to pick a different hero. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. It's pretty good when there's these like really strong heroes that you don't know how to deal with them. It kind of does the job for you. Like Timbersaw can't win the lane if he's not in the game.
A really strong counter, yeah. All right, we'll see if they do bring that one out into the forefront. Meanwhile, you know, overall, like their game plan didn't seem that bad. Like it's just a certain. I liked how they played. That's the thing. I really did like how they played. Like,
yeah,
there was a
I
lot
think
of
they
moves.
definitely if they weren't so far behind, I think the game could have been in their favor. But I think the main reason they were so far behind was Amar, which like we're gonna keep talking about this a lot, but he was up 2,000 gold in a lane that he was counterpicked. He took the tower, killed the carry, and the carry will also waste a TP. Like all those things happen in the first 8 minutes of the game, and it feels like the game is just at that point you're always like behind, and you're constantly trying to make these fights. And when you win a fight, you're like, not, oh, okay, we were even, now we're ahead. It's okay, we're slightly less behind, guys. We won this team fight. And like you keep trying to claw back. Yeah,
you're playing Lifestealer. You're playing it with a very good body in the Slardar, beautiful body Slardar, and that is going to be an issue if your Lifestealer kind of gets cut out and can't really play the game. Then you know what's an Invest gank going to do from a Lifestealer with like Radiance at like 23 minutes? You know. Not a whole lot is the answer. So yeah, that was kind of rough and didn't really come together. So we'll see what they do in game number 2. And in fact, we have a draft, so let's jump into it for the second game here as Na'Vi face off versus Falcons. And just to reiterate, Na'Vi could really use a win here to break them out of the deadlock for that elimination position. But Marion, you know, game 1 wasn't enough to wake him up. Maybe game 2 will be. Didn't really have to do a whole lot, to be fair.
Yeah, he was just chilling. I mean, I think that's just Zeus, right? Like, does Zeus do anything? I know the complaint in Highmar pubs is if you're not a mid player and you have to go mid, you just pick Zeus. No matter how good the enemy mid is, you'll go even with him. Like you could be a rank 2000 sub player and you could be versus like Malrine, and if you pick Zeus, you'll go even mid. That's kind of like the meme. So when you are the Malrine playing Zeus, it's kind of, you know, it's easy mode.
It is, yeah. He's just waiting for game 2 at that point.
Right, Timbersaw's in the pool, guys.
Oh no, please no, not again.
He is not picked by Na'Vi.
Ah, they've got the solution, the hoodwink. That'll stop him.
Shopify banned it yesterday, right? I don't think I remember in the first game at least that they won.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, the second game they did almost beat it. It was close.
I feel like they almost beat everybody else on Falcons. They almost beat the other 4 heroes.
Yeah, that's true. And Amar was doing his thing.
Yeah, the separate team, pretty much.
I will say Timber first pick is a lot weaker now than it used to be. And all the Timbers that are cooking are later pick Timbers. And so there's an angle that Na'Vi is just planning on banning the Timbersaw next phase. rather than this first phase because they think they can probably deal with the very, very first pick Timbersaw. With Hoodwink already being, it's like good and bad, right? There's ways that the Timbersaw can play it that he can cut the tree before he gets bushwhacked, but you also have a lot of magic damage. You have the if you do get the bushwhack, it's a nice stun, and so all right, thank you. It's banned, guys. They did it.
Thank God, they did it. They pressed the button. It means it'll just be the DK, which, you know, has been annoying, but the lanes have been a bit of a letdown, to be honest. All the times we've seen this DK, it hasn't done well in the lane, but who really cares? He's then just dropping in, you know, getting loads of farm on the map and dropping stuns on people with a Blink Dagger, starting the fights for his team, and allowing the rest of the Falcons to kind of swoop in and finish the job with the damage.
Yeah, I think it's hard to think about this Dragon Knight in a way that, from like an outside perspective, I think you would look at this Dragon Knight and be like, oh, he loses his lane and he doesn't really do much but stun. But I think from a drafting perspective and even just a gameplay perspective, everyone on your team, someone's gonna have a bad game most of the time. Like one of your three cores is gonna have a worse game than the other three for the most part. Like some games you just stomp all three lanes and everything, you know, everything's jolly, but there's usually one guy who gets to farm every game and there's always one guy who has a bad game. And so if you have a Dragon Knight and this guy is just tanking all of this bad game, a Dragon Knight's bad game is usually not that bad compared to some other heroes. And so Falcons just like picking this because flex, and then you have a blink stun every game, and eventually you scale really hard on this hero. This hero scales these days, so I think they feel really happy with the Dragon Knight, and they're also winning every game with the Dragon Knight. They're kind of winning every game no matter what, but
yeah, true.
Pretty much the exact same draft. Notable differences are Timbersaw's banned, thankfully, and the Hoodwink is different than, what was it, the Slardar in the first game? So Na'Vi choose to ban their own Slardar. I think it's one of those things where you don't want to give away the 9 Slardar, but you're not really confident with how it's working, so you're forced to ban it. That is the kind of thing that starts feeling... It's like it feels a little bad, I would say, from a drafting perspective, when you have to ban the stuff you just played because you don't want to give it to them because you think that they'll beat you with it, but you can't beat them with it.
Yeah, that definitely is
it's like a bit of an awkward thing. And I would say usually when that happens in drafts in like the games 2, games 3s, it's like that team is on the back foot, just like entirely in the draft. It's like way better when you go into the draft and you're like, guys, don't worry, we're just banning Slardar. Like, it's fine. But Death Prophet picked up. This is a flex. They play it both lanes. Coddle, they also play for Coddle.
I have heard about this. Yeah. The
Zayats does play it for.
Out. Yeah.
So it is a flex. I also really like Coddle versus Dragon Knight, actually. I think the lane mid can be not the best for Coddle, but you're a Vessel Rusher, you defend towers, which is what DK wants to do, and you increase the magic damage he takes, which is pretty much like, outside of the laning stage specifically, everything you do is good versus DK. So, and we got the Amar Mars. You ban his Timber, you ban his Razor, Slardar, Doom. You literally ban 4 heroes, and then he still gets Mars.
Yeah, he's still gonna get one of his one of his favorites, and yeah, he absolutely, you know, it's his most famous, I would say.
Yeah. And now I really like Mars versus Coddle and versus Death Prophet. Even Hoodwink. I think this is like a really good Mars game already. Death Prophet's the one that's the most sketchy, I would say, for Mars, because he locks Death Prophet in place, but doesn't do the damage to kill her. And she kind of wants to be locked in place and existing there in the team fight. So it's not like an amazing pick, but definitely versus Coddle and versus Hoodwink, it's really good. And then Bat Rider is just a nice follow-up. I think it's good versus Coddle as well. You have just like a Blink's BKB stun if he ever has to buy a BKB, and you hunt him. And it's just a solid hero. Like on pause 4, it just farms and pause 5.
It complements the Willow pick really nicely as well. Like whilst the Willow kind of likes to play behind her cores, Bat Rider likes to play in front, going for the cheap initiation on a hero which you don't really mind. You know, if you try to grab somebody and there's like 4 heroes around them, then you could just be like, okay, bye Bat, we'll reset. Good information getting hero for you. Always like to see that.
10 seconds remaining.
And then Bristleback, which is actually interesting, is technically bad versus Mars, because when you spear, the Bristleback faces away from the tree.
You get the tummy, yeah.
So based on where he spears the Bristle, he can just get bursted. But I think we've seen Bristle enough to know that it's not as simple as, oh, haha, just spear the Bristle and kill him. The hero's really tanky. He has a Coddle in his draft as well. And this Bristle can also be offlane. Like they can do Death Prophet mid, Bristleback offlane with a Coddle 4. Like their draft is really open right now. I'm not too sure what they'll do. I think this Coddle will be a 4. And I think realistically the best thing for the Coddle lane with is Bristleback.
10 seconds remaining.
Actually, wait.
True. That's a classic, isn't it?
I think it'll be a 5 Coddle, actually. Sorry.
Yeah.
Laning with a
Chakra,
Bristle carry.
The Bristle playing with carry. Desires might just play it and go to the safe lane, but still be 4.
Yeah.
that
I
would
think that's
be,
the most realistic
likely.
thing for them.
Yeah.
And in terms of the Death Prophet, I don't really know which way they're going to lean towards. I think that the Death Prophet should probably go mid and they just pick some melee stunner to go with the Hoodwink offlane. A lot of the offlaners are banned though, so it might be easier to just pick a new mid than an offlane. It's hard to say. I'm trying to think of what offlaners are good still for them.
Yeah, Falcon's going to get rid of Kunkka and Hango, so just 2 more flexible heroes which they could run in either lane. Meanwhile, Na'Vi going to get rid of the Primal, 1 more ban for maybe the Malrine hero, maybe the Skitter hero, hard to say.
If they don't ban Sniper, then they're going to put the Death Prophet mid. Or offlane and pick a new mid.
Off lane and pick Sniper, yeah.
I mean, it's
an option.
still a good sniper pick for Falcons. It's good versus pretty much all the heroes of Na'Vi, I would say. Well, I think Na'Vi should ban it here.
I think so as well. I feel like it's bad for them because you're playing against pretty much 3.5 catch heroes already. I don't think it's free.
Yeah, I don't think Na'Vi can really take sniper themselves. They need some stuns for Na'Vi.
Desperately, yeah. I mean, maybe something like the pocket mid could help them out.
Yeah, but there's already a DK, so you're just picking into a counter pick matchup, and then your Death Prophet will get countered in the side lane too.
This is still very flexible for Na'Vi. Really cool pickup though. Definitely does what we want. Goes in, gives you stuns, gives you some answers. If they do pick the sniper, then perhaps they can get on top of him and give him some issues. Is it going to be mid? Is it going to be position 4? I don't really know.
And they banned Huskar, so that was going to be... It would have been a good Huskar pick. Like first Bristle and Earth Spirit. You get the Ags versus Bristle, you crush Earth Spirit in the lane, assuming it's mid. But now Maru needs a new hero. He doesn't... You don't really want to pick Sniper into Earth Spirit, but it's also one of those things that it's so good versus the other heroes that it's probably fine. Other ones I could see are Storm for them is fine. There's Dazzle. This used to be the cursed matchup at the last TI. It was Dazzle versus Earth Spirit.
That could be a bit naughty, but they'll go in for the Weaver. Leave the DK back to Malrine. So, good news, Malrine. You don't have to play your boring Zeus anymore. You get to play a super exciting DK hero instead. Enjoy.
It's a cool set, though. I really like that DK set.
It's pretty dope, but the audience can't see it, so we won't talk about it. It's gonna be on the Weaver instead. So, yeah, I mean, how good of a Weaver game is this? It does feel like they have options to catch him out.
It's really nice versus the first 3 heroes, versus Death Prophet, Coddle, and Hoodwink. It's just a really nice, like you pick Weaver into lanes that you can crush, and I would say when you have a Bat 5 and you're versus Death Prophet, if you go on him and just keep doing damage, he's going to die eventually. And there's not really many stuns. The only way, there's 2 silences, right? There's the Death Prophet silence and there's Earth Spirit silence. But if Weaver just rushes a BKB, like goes Gleipnir BKB like usually, he's never going to die in this game because of the fact that there's so little stuns that he'll always get his BKB off. So I really like this Weaver pick. I know Falcons really likes it too as a hero, just to win their lanes and kind of snowball the map. They're really good at bringing Skeeter to early fights with Weaver, so I can see mid lane getting weird in terms of like maybe DK's going to pressure the tower and the Weaver shows up at like 7-8 minutes.
Yeah.
And the game might just collapse really fast.
Yeah, for sure. Like any rotation is pretty easy, especially simplified by the fact that you have Mars. Arena is a great spell to just use near your tower, allow a Weaver to TP in and get a bit of follow-up damage coming into your targets. So can see some easy setups for Falcons to make. At the same time, the same thing could be said for Na'Vi. They're going to run the Earth Spirit mid, so he's going to be the one rotating a lot, add to that Bristleback. And yeah, I feel like these are both very fighting lineups. In terms of scaling, I'm not sure. Like, normally I would say that Falcons have like a true carry in the Weaver, but Bristleback is kind of that true carry now as well. So
I think Na'Vi's draft scales better, assuming everything's even. Like if we just teleported to 60 minutes and every single one of the player was 6 slotted. I think Navi's draft scales better. I think Earth Spirit is a really crazy hero late game. He gets all of the talents. He gets this Magnetize, starts just doing absurd amount of damage, especially when you get the 25 where it can't be purged. And I've seen like Earth Spirits, they get Refresher, they get like a Timeless Relic, they hit 25, and it does 180 damage or something like that late game per second, and it can just last for a minute, pretty much.
Cool.
So
Yeah, the 15 talent's really, really strong for that as well. Plus 30%. Like any percentage-based talents always have the chance to just be absolutely nutty.
but we got to get there first, and I think getting there will be potentially the hard part.
Yes.
Because Falcons do have pretty stable heroes in terms of the early game. They have, Mars, they have Weaver. I think they've been playing these heroes a lot recently. Mars, I guess, more so forever, and even the Dragonite, it should have a really good time mid. So, I think Falcons should probably win 2 or if not 3 lanes. I think bot lane's the only one that's not a clear advantage for them. It's mostly mid and top, but we've seen Amar just win lanes that he's not supposed to a lot of the time.
Yeah, he doesn't really adhere to matchups or anything like that. He always goes to I feel like he approaches every lane with a view to winning it. And he always seems to have an idea away.
And also the funny thing is that he's versus Coddle 5. I think Coddle 5 is a really weak laner. I think it's kind of a joke in terms of impact. Probably with Bristle is one of the few lanes that, he will have impact because he can just let his Bristle spam spells. Effort, is he going to get stunned?
Yeah, he's being caught up here. Dragon Tail connects, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming through to the Death Prophet. They will bring him down. First Blood and Bounty Runes grabbed by Falcon. 3 Bounty Runes and a First Blood. That'll be a 1k gold advantage they're starting off these lanes with.
That is not what Navi needs when their draft is... I think they have a fast draft. They're wanting to hit Death Prophet 6, use Exos off cooldown. Earth Spirit wants to run around the map. And Bristle basically is supposed to win this game with some Ags Bloodstone timing. But, every time that you give it these First Bloods, you just kind of start losing what your timings were supposed to be. I think the most important lane for both teams, specifically for Navi, is going to be this top lane, which is why it's actually so unfortunate that one of the Falcons heroes gets this First Blood. Because now that Snaking has First Blood, he gets more regen, he gets to have maybe faster boots or something. And if this lane goes bad for Navi, I think that it can get really awkward for them in terms of map movement. Packets have been lost.
Once again, the postman in DreamLeague really needs to be... You think with DHL as a sponsor, the packets would be really secure, but...
They'll find them quickly.
They'll get them. They'll get them. But yeah, it's... Death Prophet is a risky offlane pick, right? It is not the stable offlaner we're used to seeing. If you don't have a good game, you can't really stand your ground, and that makes it very difficult to achieve what you need to achieve as a hero. Spirit Siphon and Exorcism needs to be going off in enemies' faces, and that's not going to happen if you have to play slightly further back because you're too squishy. That's always going to be my concern with a hero, especially against something like a Weaver, which can kind of volley in that damage from slightly further away. So yeah. I'm worried about the start. Nefrid is probably the person I have eyes on the most during this laning phase to make sure he comes out of it with a decent amount of farm.
The hero used to be more popular back before the Shiva's nerf, which was a long time ago, but back before the Shiva's, when she was a broken item, you'd get Shivas at 16, 17, 18 minutes, and it was an unkillable hero. You slow them, make them take more damage, it gives you armor, but now if you try to rush Shivas, it's just way too expensive to hit this really clean timing. And so the item build is pretty weird for Death Prophet now. There's people who go Atos, I've seen some mechs, there's a Yule's rush, and so not only I think how his lane goes will matter, but probably which items he chooses to buy are big things for him to consider.
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to be a Yule's, but I could be wrong. That seems like the kind of trend at the moment is to get a Yule's on your offlaner when you can. DP, obviously, always a good hero for it. Intelligence, plus just really enjoying that. But at the same time, you will be lacking in stats with that because you are an intelligence hero and you're not strength. So while she has really good stat gain on strength, you're still going to feel a little further behind if you do try to go for that build instead.
Yeah.
And could just get bursted, which again, is always going to be my concern. Zayat should be able to give him a decent time up in this top side. Unfortunately, starting with Bushwhack is going to make his lane a little bit harder than it should be.
Yeah, I always get so sad when I see the Bushwhack level 1. It feels so sad, but the nice thing for him is I would say this is one of the lanes that it's acceptable to have Bushwhack because his offlaner has a spell to secure the range creep. So usually when you're playing with a hero that doesn't like a Primal, the Primal doesn't want to walk up and just smack this range creep, so he can like split the wave with creep aggro and the Hoodwink can secure it. In this lane, the Death Prophet doesn't really want to split the aggro because he's a range hero, so you don't want to tank creeps, and you also have a way to secure the range with your own Q, so they'll just play this lane to be more play together, hit the Skeeter Weaver whenever he walks up, like together, and they just kind of do everything at the same time. So not as bad in this matchup specifically. And then yeah, bot lane is the one I'm also worried for Na'Vi for. I think it should be chill, but I think if there is an offlane duo to abuse a Coddle 5, it would be a Mar and Crit. And
yeah, that's for sure. Very aggressive players and a lot of kill potential as well. I mean, usually we see the side lanes on Falcons be pretty stable, like until other people start to move. You know, if Malady thinks he can roam up top and just land a cheeky Illuminate from the tree lines, I do worry about Yuragi. They have very good kill potential on him with the spear, because that's going to turn him around, of course, and give you the opportunity to catch him with Crystal Bite down. So always got to keep an eye on that one. Maldy, you know, made that mistake last game of moving with the Pugner, and that was the kind of beginning of the end for the Lifestealer. So hopefully they learn from game 1 and bring those teachings into game 2 so that Yuragi can kind of stabilize his game.
Mar does not seem pleased with the pause.
He's doing a bit of art, expressing himself.
What do you think the message he's trying to say with his artwork is?
I think it's quite interesting because it presents chaos, but yet also when you look closer, there's also order to that chaos as well, which I think is very reminiscent to him and how he performs. And most people can't understand it, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah, it's like once you look close, you can kind of start to understand it, but never at the same level as him, right?
Never. And by the time you understand it, you know, there's already another squiggle drawn, which you have to figure out.
Oh, these packages really got lost.
Yeah. Slax has the DHL cap on and is running around the halls right now, trying to sort them out. I guess we haven't talked about no clue how to fix. Other teams are in the hotel too. I don't know if admin can check if it's just us. Marion and Sanctity. This mid lane matchup should be pretty chill for the DK. I mean,
I'd say it's like 55-45, maybe 60-40, depending on how well Marlene plays these first like few waves. Earth Spirit is one of the better heroes, I'd say, versus range heroes to secure like a hard lane, like versus Lina. You're pretty good, but versus Marlene, when you're a melee hero, melee heroes have the innate stout shield passive, which is, I'm sure most people know about it, but it's not really said anywhere in the game. So I'll just explain it, that it's like a 50% chance to block, like 16 damage?
Yeah.
I think. And so every melee hero has that. And so when your ranged hero is tanking a creep wave, you take significantly more damage than a melee hero taking the creep wave. And so what Earth Spirit does really nicely is, since the ranged heroes can't take the creep wave, when you creep aggro and you split it, the melee creeps go on the ranged, and then he just gets to secure it with Boulder Smash. But because Dragonite is a really tanky melee hero, like not only just a normal tanky hero, but he has passive, he's tanky, he gets to just tank the creeps, and now his range creep will never really be low, and he gets to constantly be up in Earth Spirit's face and like last in deny. And as you can see, he's already getting like a slight advantage. He's 3-2. And so the lane will keep getting, I'd say, harder and harder until Earth Spirit's 5, and then at that point the lane is over because you one-shot range.
You one-shot range, yeah, which is crazy.
Oh no, not the denies.
Ooh, yeah, you guys down. Yeah, another thing that, like, one of those weird spells which just arbitrarily does more damage to creeps is Boulder Smash. 1.4 times damage to creeps, which means it's extremely easy to secure range creeps when you do get them low and when you get to level 5 especially. And this is really smart from Malrine here. He actually pulls it across early to stop Sanctity being able to get it with the Boulder Smash because it was still on cooldown. But Sanctity gets the rolling boulder to secure the range creep regardless. So
that was a really funny wave. Sanctity is going to try to do the pull where you kind of aggro this creep wave to the side, but Maureen is able to connect the wave fast enough, so...
Yeah, he just pulls it all the way around.
It'll just be pretty hard for Earth Spirit. Again, once he gets 3, it gets easier, and then 5 is specifically when it's like a really easy lane.
Yeah.
But getting there will definitely... There'll be some bumps in the road for Sanctity.
Well, he just needs to stay alive, which easier said than done against Maureen. He's a killer. Always finds a way to catch somebody off guard. There's snaking. Wow, you see what he did with the extra gold he got from First Blood?
But Bracer.
He did.
That's it's interesting. I think he's a universal hero. It's good stats. I think Falcons and AUI teams have always been the like small item stats teams. Like a lot of them buy Windlace. And they buy these bracers, they buy the Wraith Bands. So not too surprising that, you know, Snaking is going down the same route. He buys his bracer. It also is good regen, so that this like random chip damage from the Death Prophet and the Hoodwink don't really matter as much. So
yeah, I don't think you're really worried about Nefrit like kind of running him down anyway, but always nice to have that extra bit of HP, survive against Spirit Siphon and stuff, because
there's also not really too much kill threat for them with like his boots early on, at least. So if he got the boots, it's maybe he doesn't have the HP pool to just survive the Death Prophet. A lot of the kill threat is on the Weaver, just being able to go in constantly. So I like the Bracer in terms of being able to set up your Weaver for nice pressure rather than doing it yourself.
Look at where Yaragi's laning at bottom, by the way.
He's chilling.
He's chilling.
Those are ancients, Yuragi.
Those are, yeah, I don't think you can take those yet. That is ambitious. You just get his creep denied by the ancients, so what can you do? Quill's firing at an unfortunate time there, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best thing you can do, especially with Bristle Coddle. And we've also seen it with Gyro IO sometimes, where they eventually get this wave shoved in so far that they go behind the tier 1 tower, and no one really wants to rotate to like help this like shoved lane in. And so Yuragi just wants to keep pressuring, make Amar miss as much CS as possible, which he hasn't really. They're winning the lane for Falcons right now. He's ahead on CS. More denies, more last hits. So pretty much all 3 lanes are a win right now for Falcons. They're up in net worth in every single lane.
Yeah, narrowly, other than mid, but yeah, things are looking all right.
Mid, the more important thing is XP, I would say. If you see, Sanctity is 5, and Marina is like 5, and he already has basically 1 creep's worth of XP, but he also still has 4 creeps alive. So he's basically like 5 or 6 creeps of XP ahead of the Earth Spirit, which matters a lot in the matchups that are like a tower pressure matchup, because that means that he'll hit 6 and Sanctity will be healthy at level 5, and he won't really be able to like return a fight onto this Dragonite level 6.
Sanctity looking for the bounty rune, but won't be finding it. Crit did run across and steal it over earlier on, which kind of sucks, because his Spirit kind of needs the mana to be able to survive through this lane.
I think that there will be a move by Falcons mid relatively soon. I think they can just abuse this Dragonite level 6. You can see the Dark Will's already TPing, gonna try to set up with a stun.
Yep. Abuse the fact that he had no bounty rune to refill his bottle from. And if you get him, you get him. If you don't get him, you get the power rune off him, which is still going to
And you also just hit the tower.
And that level 6, yeah. Full half a level ahead on Malorine. Very difficult for Sanctity.
And at the same time, Nefrit's going to get kind of pressured by Skeeter. So just pressure pretty much everywhere for the side of Falcon. All 3 lanes are being pressured.
We're even going for the kill here onto Sanctity. He's forcing him to roll himself away. Not so much trying to kill him, but just trying to stop him boulder smashing down these creeps. Boulder smash will come across, takes down both the range creep. Might be enough to save his tower, honestly. We'll see. In comes Malfi.
Probably go down. There's no glyph.
Kind of whiffing the Illuminate. Yeah, they're going to have to bring in more heroes. Mari's not giving up, though. My god.
No mana.
You have to use Illuminate plus Boulder Smash, which he doesn't have mana for right now. So again, just more hits from the catapult, taking him down. They'll give him the mana to try and kill off the catapult, but the tower is gone. Maldi does get the deny. Not bad, but at the same time, losing a tower at 6 minutes, never going to feel good.
Bonus gold for Radiant. You know, tier 1s give you gold when you deny them.
Neat.
Oh. So
Actually didn't know
pretty
that.
bad. For Na'Vi, they lose their tower, but it's kind of Dragonite. You feel bad when you lose your tower this hero. Obviously, you ideally want to defend it, but it's also just a strength of the hero. The comparison between, I would say, Dragonite and Death Prophet is if they lost the safe lane tower on Falcons to Death Prophet, it's like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks, but whatever. Death Prophet is not going to have much more impact than doing that. Whereas Dragonite, you're like, oh, not only does he take my mid tower, but he scales really well, and he's going to have a blink stun, and he's going to like farm fast. So
Yeah,
Dragonite's one of the few. Yeah, he's one of the few tower pushers that also has other jobs to do in the game, which is really nice for him.
Yeah, he thrives off the map space that he creates from himself, which is why we see so much of this hero.
So we see him. He pops Dragon Form again. He might even look to try to take bot tower, kick the Bristleback out, because like Earth Spirit's not really that strong to counter this bot pressure. I think if he gets arenaed by Amar, he just will die. And so Maureen basically gets the choice of farming off the map as fast as possible and also pressuring towers when he wants.
Skidder just super obnoxiously moving into Yuragi here, taking his creeps off him as he tries to stack and farm this little side camps here, forcing Yuragi deeper into the jungle, further away from that creep wave.
Sanctity is getting nothing. Every rune is being taken from him. All the bounties, the pyro runes are spawning on the other side. He's going to connect to Death Prophet. Death Prophet's going to press Exo, but Falcons, I think, smartly is just choosing to mirror. As of now, it looks like Skeeter might actually go to defend it. I don't know if this is the right choice.
Now, Crit's going to be here as well, but Snaking should just be dead already. With the Exorcism snipping on through, it's going to do a lot. Sanctity nearby, throws down the Magnetize, getting Skidder sort of low here and, well, maybe threatening the time lapse, although they've already lost an effort from this, which means Exorcism is gone. Double damage on Maureen, going to help out with that one, and with your Death Prophet dead, there is no longer a chance of pushing this any longer.
All right, that was a good defense. Defenses are always like a very fine art, where if you like TP like that and either they start getting kills back to back and you chain feed or they just all walk away, it can feel really awkward. But especially now with gates, it's much easier to just get back to your lane for like Amar. He can just go gate back to bot after he TP's top and nothing really lost. And the sweet spots, they got 2 kills to defend the tower. So they're really happy. And the Death Prophet uses Exo. So like everything about that ends up really good for Falcons. And you know, nothing really to complain about for them.
Yep, still got that income coming in. I mean, not a huge lead or anything like that right now, and haven't really started with the big kills. And actually, talking about big kills, Sanctity rolling on down onto Amar here. They've got the Heavenly Bind upon him as well. Yuragi starting to stack up the damage. Can they finish the job, though? I mean, without Magnetize, it might be tricky, but they do get him. The Quills catch him out. Amar goes down. And Na'Vi made the first successful rotation off the game.
Nice kill. Amar was having a really, really good game before that. He was really free, and now Yuragi's caught up in net worth, going to be slightly ahead as well. And
Maureen.
I mean, for Na'Vi, yeah, Maureen's just going with the haste. I think Na'Vi, they have Vessel finished on Earth Spirit soon. He's having a pretty rough game.
Soon-ish, yeah.
Soon-ish. Like, usually you're aiming for a Vessel around this time. I think the biggest noticeable things that are different when he doesn't is he bought boots. Most Earth Spirits have been skipping boots to just get Vessel even faster. Which he would like have Vessel, I think, right now, or he would basically have it if he didn't have boots. And so their timings are a little slower than normal, but thankfully for him, he has a Coddle, which just amplifies his damage by so much, giving him mana for more kicks, more rolls, and also just the Solar Bind. And so we'll see if they're able to make these moves. Yuragi bot. Skeeter.
Yeah, he's just... Oh, he makes it through the portal. He needs some help. He needs some friends. I mean, there are heroes nearby, but no one really coming to give him a hand right now. They don't seem to know what's going on. Nefrit connects. Can they keep him alive? Yeah, Lotus is there. Gonna be used. Yuragi into the trees. Exorcism coming down as well. Skitter, he's gonna get the kill. And he's gonna time-lapse away. Oh my god, he gets away with it. The rest of the team completely distracted by Snaking, leaving their carry for dead and letting Skidder get away with literal murder. But at least the tower should be going down here, I'd imagine. Falcons, they are running up. Maureen.
I think they might look to defend this.
Yeah.
Amar has TP in 3 seconds.
Get revenge. Avenge that tower. Exo will do the job. Zayat's going to be seen here and immediately taken down by the Bedlam Dragon Knight. A very scary combination indeed. And Malady also found in the trees. So both supports, as usual, sacrificed by the side of Na'Vi to get their calls out of dodge.
But you make this move and your Bristle dies like right before the move. You know, like he gates the top, still gets chased down by the Weaver, and again, they really need this Bristle Ags timing to come fast. Like, he is their whole team, and now it looks like he's gonna get Arena and he might go down again.
Oh dear. Bottom lane, he's in trouble. Arena being held for now. Bedlam's down onto him. Malrine joining in the catch, and Yuragi, back-to-back deaths for him. No Arena needed.
They still have Arena for this fight too.
Yeah, they're moving in on this, but I mean, they've just got the Spirit Vessel on Sanctity, so they're feeling confident, but I'm not sure they should be as Arena comes down along with the Spear. Sanctity needs some help, but he's not going to be able to get the Rolling Boulder. Snaking's in with the Flaming Lasso, and they kill off Sanctity. Can they get any revenge? Nefrit trying to close the gap.
Nice
Beautiful Bushwhack catching onto both supports. Snaking needs to fall here and won't do so. So many heals coming out from him. He's going to live another jump back in. Nefrit is gone in the blink of an eye, and Skidder jumping in, looking for more. Bye-bye Zayat. Malady also getting taken out here. The right click's coming on through, though. A big heal coming out from that Illuminate, but Skidder, he's not giving up right now. Crit is coming with him as well. A few more clicks will be needed, but are they going to really kill him under the tier 3? No way he gets away with that. Skitter just playing on a knife's edge there with the time lapses. It's honestly beautiful as Sanctity tries to get a return kill, Sanctity. But he's just going to end up dying as well. He's got a Rolling Boulder. Maybe he can get away. Nope, locked and dead. Deary, deary me.
That's a bad sign. Your mid TP's in to be like, guys, I'm gonna trade my life for the 4, and then he ends up going down 2. Okay. Na'Vi needs to like a mental reset, I think, at this point. They can't. They've just taken like what, 3 fights in a row now that have all just gone terribly for them.
Yes.
And you can't just keep saying like, guys, we have to keep fighting them, we have to keep going. At some point you have to take a step back. All the games that go really long are because the team that's losing avoids the fights and doesn't really give away all these kills over and over consistently. They're basically one hero gets picked off every like 3, 4, 5 minutes. But now there's 12 kills for Falcons in 14 minutes. And, you know, I don't think they need to stop. Anytime they see a hero from Na'Vi, at this point, they're so far ahead that they can just run at you. And so it was also, it was what, like 8 kills in the last 3 minutes for Falcons or something? It was like back-to-back fights and kills. And
Yuragi dying like twice, and
yep. Yuragi almost really caught. If Amar goes really ham, he'll catch him.
What do you mean if? What do you mean if? It's a when. The Arena comes down,
Malrine,
the kill comes in, but they get their return kill onto Malrine. That Spirit Vessel going to work, and now looking towards Snaking as well. Snaking with the Magnetizer and the Spirit Vessel and will not be living through this suddenly with your resource lines cut off. Falcons,
Speeder.
Whoa, no way did they get away with this one. But I mean, Amar is here, but there's a time lapse coming out from Skidder, just get himself away. Then move over towards Amar. He's gonna be the new target. Another Spirit Vessel charge being used, but he keeps getting the back as people keep dying. But maybe this one won't work out. Well,
Skidder's
he gets away. And now Skidder, he's got no time lapse. He's got a security to work with, but they don't have the lockdown. Or do they? Oh, so close to that rolling boulder landing. And now actually, Sanctity might be the one in some trouble. Beautiful spear coming in from Amar on the side to catch him now. He's gone. And the Weaver gets away on 80 HP. Oh, they're just being played with at this point, Na'Vi. Zayat's going to lose his life. Or maybe not actually, as Bristle takes the high ground to force them back. But Falcons, I mean, even when they're going aggressively, they still know to step back when that Bristle is there with that Aghanims. Let him waste his Ags and then just go straight back in again. They're going to keep on running at Yuragi. Yuragi does get himself back, and it seems like that'll put an end to this. But another fight which was going well for Na'Vi, honestly, but they just pushed it too far.
I mean, you really want to kill this Weaver. Like, you feel so bad letting him do everything and feeling untouchable, but he is. Earth Spirit has no points in silence, and he also ran out of stones just trying to chase the Weaver. He just hits his level 10, so he gets the rolling boulder distance, but I actually think not having a point in silence might have been a mistake versus the Weaver. But it's also really hard to like complain about. It's all his job to stun the Weaver, catch, do damage, and silence him. just because his team doesn't really have the stuns, right? Like, Death Prophet already has a silence, so do you really need even more?
Yeah. Almost feel like it gets on Zayats to try and get that catch, which is a lot to ask for. It's not easy.
Yeah, that's also just not fair.
No.
To tell your hoodwink guy, bro, you have to start the fight with a bushwhack on a Weaver.
Yep. Oh, here we go. It's Bushwhack the Weaver, but unfortunately, he's all by himself and dying to Malrine up in the top side. Yeah, extremely hard hero to catch. You know, yeah, Bushwhack's AoE, but you really need a point and click stun to deal with this guy.
Yuragi does have his Ags finished. He's going for a shard. I think the shard's more value when you have Coddle because you get to press it a lot more often. That does mean his Bloodstone will be pretty delayed. Usually it's like an Ags into an instant Bloodstone, but
yeah, he, at the very least, I know it's small, but Vampire Fangs do make a difference on this hero.
it does. It's one of the few heroes that the Voodoo Mask and the Vampire Fangs the neutral, yeah.
Amar? He's just dead.
Okay.
Sanctity does do damage. Well, the whole team behind him certainly helps out, but yeah, you got to respect it. Amar can't be walking in like that.
They do have damage on Navi. For like solo heroes around the map, they have Bristle, which does a bunch of damage no matter what, and Coddle. Chorus of Solar Bind is the exact same spell. Like, you just make them take 35% more magic damage. So, if Falcons do this, like, get split too much and just get picked off, like, they're able to die on their heroes. It's just, it's hard. Like, Weaver is never really going to go down. I think Dragon Knight is also never really going to go down because I don't think they're going to put themselves in positions where it's easy for them to die. It's pretty much on Amar to, it's like mess up. But even then, it takes 5 heroes.
Is Making gonna live this? Oh, Sanctity is upon him. No, he is not. He will go down. There's gonna be another refresh on the Spirit Vessel. Arcane Rune also bottled from the Earth Spirit. This could actually be bad. Yeah, they're backing out on the side of Falcons. I honestly think that was a communication just between Batrider being like, I'm not making as much space as you might have hoped. And this guy's got an Arcane in his bottle. Hasn't popped it on me.
He's going for Midas on Earth Spirit, which I do like. It is one of those guys we got to delay the game. That kind of ends up being all the games that are early game stomps. Is your goal is usually to delay the game unless you have some really crazy team fight like an Invoker Void. But in this game, I would say Navi's team fight's nothing special outside of like an Earth Spirit 1v5ing a team fight. But for the most part, it's pretty much on them to just delay the game and get as many items as possible.
Bottom lane, Nefrit being caught out a little bit here. Cursed Crown with the Dragon Tail mini just cannot move, cannot get off these Spirit Siphons, and will be dropping down. Did go for that Shiva's Rush, by the way, on Nefrit.
Doesn't feel like it makes him tanky enough, though.
No, not yet.
It's like such an expensive item to just not tank out. I do really like how Amar is even... with his whole team bot, he's kind of being really aggressive.
Sharpshooter, that was a painful miss, but Illuminate still does the job. Arena, not great here, only really catching on to Malady, so they will bring down the Horsey, but Sanctity and Zaya on the run. Oh, Sanctity taking that haste rune. Zayas was so close to grab you. Oh, Flamebreak actually gets him down to the low ground. Thank you very much, but no, doesn't matter. Marine's on top of him regardless. Uh-oh. And Sanctity is going to be dead as well. Hung around way too long there, waiting to see what happened to his Hoodwink. Kind of sadistic. He like took the haste rune out from under the Hoodwink's nose, which he could have used to get away, and then just stood and watched him die. Psychopath behavior.
A lot of drawings from Nefrit. I don't really know what they want to do on the map. It's getting to the point of no return, I would say, for Na'Vi. They need Roche. They need to like sneak a Roche, I think, somehow. Smoke the Death Prophet and the Bristle back to a Roche, use all the buttons on it, and maybe with an Aegis on Bristle, he's able to tank enough spells that his second life he feels really strong. It's just a big ask, because you have to basically expect Falcons to not notice your Roshing and not contest your Roche.
I mean, in fairness, we just haven't seen Na'Vi as 5 fighting Falcons as 5, and that's because this keeps happening. Nefrit getting caught out on the bottom side. Falcons very quickly just moving across the map, catching the easy kills. I mean, I don't know what it would have looked like had the game not been this one-sided. I think it would look pretty good for Na'Vi, honestly, but Falcons obviously know that and just making sure that it can never happen.
Yeah, there's not really ever going to be a team fight. Falcon has just so many catch heroes all 5 of their heroes have the ability to catch. Honestly, Bat Rider is technically the worst of their heroes at catching right now because he didn't go for a Blink Dagger. He just went Greaves. And I think that's him noticing like he doesn't even need to catch. If he gets a random lasso like casually, it's really fun and good for him. But Mars Blink Dagger, Dragonite Blink Dagger, the Weaver has a Gleipnir, the Dark Willow has Aether Lens for a bunch of roots. So he doesn't really have to do anything.
Yeah.
Besides just make his team tankier and easier to team fight. And the cool thing right now is Amar is actually rushing a Silver Edge. He's not going for his BKB. So they have the break option now for the Bristle. So he'll start the fight with a Blink Arena and Spear. And then after the Bristle is able to turn around, he's just going to break him with a Silver Edge.
Yeah, it's Amar is the anti-Bristle hero right now. He's got the anti-Bristle build. Everything is anti-Bristle. He does not like Bristleback. I mean, it's a great way to respond to a hero that's very popular in the meta right now, you know? There's a reason this hero is being picked up so much. It's because it's very strong, so there's no sense going half-assed about countering it. Just to be clear, if you Silver Edge and then God's Rebuke it does not give you an AoE break, sadly, but it does give you the bonus damage.
If you do it during the
Only
fade
on
time,
one
right?
target, though. Yeah, yeah. No, I think if you break it as well, you can God's Rebuke from Invis and...
I don't know.
Might be thinking of another spell. Maybe Slight. Anyway,
It
Mark's
might
about
work.
to run up the high ground right here, drops down
Nice
the
arena.
arena, catches out Yuragi, but immediately silenced up, so no spear follow-up, and he's just going to die. A little bit ambitious there as, once again, the Earth Spirit comes riding in and just immediately going to get lassoed up and killed off by the side of Falcon, so it is just a straight-up trade right now, but Skidder on the run here. Greaves going to come out from snaking just to keep him nice and healthy. Nice and manned up. Once again, Maureen looking for a blinking and a stun, but not really going to find it. Yuragi going to feel quite free in this fight as the anti-Bristle hero is lying dead in the triangle, but let's see. Do Falcons really care? Anything else is probably no.
Not really.
It might
They
be their
feel
target.
Very strong. The Exorcism's ending, so there's not really much damage outside of Bristleback.
Yeah.
Flame Break kind of messes up the fear, actually. But
Yeah, that's
Skeeter feels really
honestly
strong.
pretty good. Yuragi's starting to get some real stacks added up, but once again, he dies at last. Going for a kill into Nefrit doesn't pay off. The Aegis does get triggered, and Skidder doesn't get away with it this time, but will they punish on the second life? That is a question. Skidder moves to the sidelines. They know exactly where he's got the silence out onto him, but they need some damage. They need a little bit more lockdown as well. Maureen's jumping in to try and mess with them, as well as Crit, throwing down the brambles, throwing down the Curse Crown. The time lapse is there from Skidder. He lives for the time being, and a beautiful
Nice
bushwhack
bushwhack.
coming out from the Zayat's Hoodwink, but it's not going to be enough. They're still dealing the damage. They're still bringing out Sanctity again. He's out for the count. Nefrit coming in from the sidelines, jumping in with the Spirit Slife and onto the DK. DK actually cancels out the TP, wants to stand his ground, but they've already lost Crit to Maldi on the back. Now, they'll turn towards Yuragi. Yuragi is gone, and now Nefrit finds himself
They're out
all
of steam.
alone. He's going to be in some trouble. They're chasing, they're hunting. Another day, another arena. Jumps it, throws the spear up into the high ground onto Maldi, which does allow Death Prophet to keep on fighting and actually bring down Amar. Nefrit might just be the king of this fight. Trying to run down Skidder. Skidder is low. The crit sword is where? Nefrit, hello. Starting up to the fight right now as they've come back with Zayats and Maladi onto the DKs. Snaking running across here. He's got a flaming lasso, but he just wants to keep them off the DK. DK on the run, trying to get away, but another blinding light throws him back into Nefrit. Nefrit has the Spirit Siphon available, but he can't keep up with Maureen. Maureen gets a blink away. Snaking as well, also trying to slither his way out of this one, but the Atos is there from Zayats. Nefrit on top of him
nice
continues
light
it
collector.
going right now. Sure, the Firefly's out, but I don't think it's going to save him. The Spirit Siphon still connecting. Crypt Swarm available to slow. The silence, the damage coming in. Crit's back as well. Coming in from the sidelines with the dust, with the damage. Down goes Nefrit, and now it's Falcons up to the high ground. Looking onto Zayat. Zayat's trying to get away with Curse Crown. Catches him out. Sanctity's back from the dead for like the 5th time this fight or something. Comes rolling into the backlines, trying to take out the support. Looking at Snaking, looking at Maureen. Surely they can bring down Maureen as Uragi's back from the dead as well. DK in a whole world of hurt right now. In come those Quills. In come those Viscous Nasal Goose. Sanctity nearby. He's just here for the Spirit Vessel charges, and he will get them. And finally, this fight ends. And I mean, absolute chaos so from the Radiant side. And honestly, I think Na'Vi aren't going to be too sad about that one.
Yeah, I think overall this is a win for Na'Vi. I think they overchased twice. And then Falcons kind of overchased once. And so ends up being pretty good for them. The biggest loss is Yuragi dying kind of casually in the fight. He pretty much just got broken by the Mars and then just 100-0. But yeah, I mean, all the Falcons heroes going down, all the cores going down at some point in the fight. So a lot of XP going back to Na'Vi, and I think a lot of their heroes are pretty XP based. Like Death Prophet level 18, Earth Spirit more stones, Hoodwink scales really well. Like all of their heroes really need this XP. They don't really have any hero that is kind of useless. So a fight like that matters a lot for their team.
And yeah, Na'Vi played it well, like each hero using all of their spells kind of correctly. Like there wasn't a whole lot of missed abilities and whatnot. It was mostly just down to them also being able to respawn, get into the engagement, like losing a couple of lives to take down these Falcons here is absolutely worthwhile. But the fight is taking place, but nice BKB from Nefrit. Gonna dodge out the stun. The Dragon Tail from Malrine. Sanctity still looking to get engaged with this one. He's got that amplified damage rune and wants to drop his spells onto Malrine. If they can take down this DK, it's gonna make the fight so much easier. But the lasso's out once again onto Sanctity. He's gonna need some help right now, and I don't think he's gonna find it. They don't have any heals, they don't have any saves. They will lose their spirit. But look at Nefrit still just standing on the front lines against Malrine. Doesn't really care. They're trying to go with a big terrorize, and they are going to find it with the arena coming down to Yuragi. They feel that fluffy belly, but he turns around with the Bloodstone, but it's not going to do enough. Yuragi does go down. 3 heroes now dead on the side of Na'Vi, and Nefrit unable to TP out. Gleipnir catches him out, and he's dead. 4 gone for Na'Vi. This time, it doesn't quite go their way. Close, honestly. Closer than I was expecting this fight.
I think it was a lot of how Falcons was in and out, especially with the Dragon Knight. He was able to just kite the fight really, really nicely with a bunch of Glimmer Capes and 4 staffs. And on the backline, Skeeter just destroyed both of the supports, like Zayats and Malady he basically had a TP out on the Coddle and have like very low impact, use the Glimmer just to like barely survive. And so it's basically just the 3 cores of Na'Vi having to fight the entire roster of Falcons by themselves. Yeah.
The DK just surviving made all the difference there. Malrine lives through it all, which is absolutely key. That's why it felt close, because he was so close to dying pretty much the whole time. And if he's dead, I think the fight just is so much easier for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he's a lot of the stuns, even like the vision. So if the Dragon Knight does go down, this hero is always a really high impact kill. The issue has always been killing the hero is hard. So now Falcons sitting very comfortably in the lead, 14,000 gold. Can they go high ground? This game is pretty easy to go high ground. The Coddle's not a core, so there's no like Octarine and infinite spells to spam. It's, you know, a little more casual in terms of a defense, but you know, you'd never force it, right? You always just farm the map, you get the pickoffs where you can, and every time they leave the base, they'll start chipping.
Yeah, it's gonna get really annoying.
Marine also has a shield rune, so he just has like 5,000 HP right now.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, these illusions just going to come in and clear waves and deal damage to buildings. Absolutely crazy what these DK illusions can do. What's more busted, a DK Ags illusion or a Zeus Shard illusion?
DK Ags, I think. The DK Ags is really good because it flies, so you can walk it up cliffs and or just like through tree lines to get vision, and it slows.
That's true.
So
it's not just useful for shutting out waves. They try to go here onto the Weaver. I mean, it's a big kill they're going for, but they've got him locked down. Skitter not able to respond to that one. No time lapse for you, sir. No BKB, no time lapse, no problems. As Crit goes down as well, gets a terrorize off before he dies, but that's not going to do a whole lot. I mean, it's crazy that now you're able to get out on the map and get that done. Like, so far behind, but jump out, find a Skitter kill, might get themselves a tier 1 tower. I mean, it's kind of shrug, but still might be impactful for Roshan or something in the future. They do have to come home though. There is going to be Malrine.
It was a really nice bushwhack. He caught him like during the pike. So he basically made him waste pike. It was on cooldown. Maybe if there's a pike, he can get onto the low ground and barely live, but huge catch. And Falcons just needs to
one because
not
even if he did use the time lapse there, he wasn't going anywhere helpful. It was either going further into the enemy team or exactly in place. So.
Yeah, he would just stand still. But big kill. Every kill they get at this point for Na'Vi is going to be massive. And I'm trying to think of their big timings. I'd say Earth Spirit BKB and Bristle Yules are their 2 big timings. Besides that, there's nothing really special. Maybe the Gleipnir on Hoodwink is going to kind of help fights, but I think specifically this Earth Spirit BKB will help him actually get spells off in the fights. right now he's really struggling with surviving his initial roll because
Yeah.
he just gets an instant DK stun or there's a bunch of willow roots everywhere. He gets lassoed. And so once he gets the BKB, he's a really tanky hero and he'll get his spells off and be comfortable.
Yeah. Do you kind of feel that Kaya and Sanj might have been a little bit greedy? Perhaps BKB more important?
It's hard to say. It's like you want both, and the Kaya Sanj in the fights where if the Kaya Sanj helped him survive the fights, it's the correct choice. So it's kind of like a hindsight. Oh my god.
They find him, Mar.
They found him.
Mar's got the BKB though, and Sanctity does not. But
Misses the spear.
goes completely whiffed. And Zayat's, well, he's going to accept his fate. At least we'll be able to break Snaking for absolutely no damage. As Yuragi and Nefrit, hang on, they're still here. They have not left. Yule's out. Death probably going to have to BKB this one. And looking to go aggressive, but I don't think it's happening. They need to get themselves out before that BKB runs out, and run out it will.
Glimmer.
Yeah, very good Glimmer. Disconnects the Dragon Tail, which would have stunned up Nefrit in the last few seconds with BKB. That's another really annoying thing about all of these like long stun heroes, you know, such as DK, is that you can just stun them on like the last second of their BKB.
Yeah.
It's just like a lingering stun now.
And you know that they're going to be stunned after it.
Yep. Pretty crazy.
Not the worst for Na'Vi. I mean, it was really good that they actually survived the arena on the Earth Spirit. If he got speared there, he probably just dies.
Yeah. He got pretty greedy on Amari. He wanted to try and get both of them inside the Shard Spear, but...
Yuragi going in 1v3. And kind of winning.
Yeah, sort of. He forces them all back. They respect the Bristleback, that's for sure.
All right, Yule's finished on
almost
Bristle. BKB on the Earth Spirit's still, 1,800 gold away, but there's a Roche up, so he's not going to get it. If anything, his gold will be used for a buyback for this fight. Maybe he goes in, he forces a bunch of BKBs, he dies, then he respawns. Doesn't use Magnetize till life 2.
This is feeling so ridiculously similar to game 1 at this point, where they were like behind, but finding some nice players to keep themselves in it. And then it all ended at this point. This Roche fight, Yuragi died, and it didn't have buyback, and they just ignored the Roche, ran down bottom lane, and got Megas though. Let's see if the script is the same as game 1, if the writers got bored.
We'll see. It's really big on this initiation for Falcons. If they get an initiation on any hero, like whether it's Bristle, whether it's Deathprop, whether it's Earth Spirit, and on this blink stun, the guy dies, the fight's so easy for them. But if Navi's actually able to survive the stuns and kind of kite the fight out, they can win this.
Maldi might be the target, certainly is immediately blink stun onto him. Does he have the buyback? If he does go down here, it's a good arena as well, but the BKB is out from Nefrit, not from the Bristle though. Bristle has got the Eels. Should he want to try and keep himself alive? But he's taking so much damage inside that arena. He's going to get broken up. Eels out onto himself, and Mar's getting low as well, though Nefrit should finish the job, and Yuragi's going to survive. Meanwhile, on the deep side of the fight, Sanctity has lost his life. Buyback is available on the Earthquake. Should he want to come back and help him, and he will. He's coming back into it. Malrine getting low. Nefrit staying upon him right now. The anti-armor plus the ghost is going to work, but meanwhile, poor old Yuragi's just getting shredded inside the Cursed Crown. It's too much coming out onto the Reaper. Stunned, taken out, he's silenced, he's dead. The Bushwhack into the silence kills him off. I don't even know where Zayats is, but he's getting off so many spells from the sidelines, and Mar finally comes to try and deal with him, but he's up on the high ground. He is away. Sanctity back into the fight, looking for a target. Snaking, forced off to the sidelines here. Meanwhile, Malrine blinks across, gets himself a Sanctity, and he might just be dead again. That is a big problem. Dieback from him. No BKB either. That's going to be delayed even further, and Na'Vi just have to leave.
You know, it's pretty bad when Snaking has more net worth than the enemy mid.
Oof. Yeah. Quite significantly more as well.
Yeah, he did buyback there, but the fight was really awkward, I think, for Yuragi especially. He used BKB, or not BKB, his Bloodstone at a pretty awkward time. There's pretty much no heroes around him. He had no Ags, and so he pressed Bloodstone, and I think got like one Quills off on the Mars.
Yeah.
And so he didn't get this like full heal. Yeah, he didn't get this full heal that usually you get on the Bristle when you press Bloodstone. And so now Falcons is just in such a nice position. I really like how they keep ignoring the Roche after they win these fights and prefer to push the enemy base. The reason I like it so much is because there's so few windows to actually push high ground, because it's so hard that it's significantly better to like force glyphs, take towers when you get these opportunities than like take Rosh. Because now Weaver's up and they can just go walk to Rosh and it's fine and nothing changed. But if they Roshed first, they would have no base damage. Like they can't go high ground for fun. They need to kill every enemy hero to do it.
So when they go into the pit, Skidder will lead the charge, and
Looks like Na'Vi wants to contest, but
yeah, they're moving over, but they need to be a little bit quicker than they are being right now. Roche down to 25% HP. Gonna be dead in just a second. Maori moves across from the front. Nefrit gonna unleash everything right now. Exorcism comes down. Skidder in the pit. There's a Wind Waker or just Yules? No, Wind Waker into the pit. Just to give them the vision. They will stun up and kind of deal quite a lot of damage onto Skidder. He's around to the backline here and will survive. And Na'Vi say, oh, well, mission failed. But Nefrit's he's still looking. Challenging the Batrider to come for him. Batrider with no blinks, a little awkward for him to try and get that initiation. So instead they look over towards Maureen. Maureen, Ogre Lucille Totem down to the low ground, forcing the entirety of Na'Vi down here.
Nice Manta dodge.
Might set them up for a nice arena. Let's see. Maureen getting low, but the 4 staffs are there. They still seem pretty confident he can survive, but I'm not too sure about that one. They are going to be able to bring him down, and now it gets awkward. They see the Weaver as well. Weaver, if he dies here, he's going to die twice. Yules out onto him. I'm not sure who from, but that's going to allow him to get off the time lapse away to survive through this one. 3 caught inside the arena. No BKBs available, but they have killed the Weaver the once, but Sanctity might have given his life for this one. Caught inside the Cursed Crown, can't get out of the brambles and just waiting for the Skidder to survive, come back to life and kill him off. And now Malady also going to be taken out, and the Gleipnir to cancel out the TP from the Death Prophet. Nefrit's going to go down as well. A great try from Na'Vi, honestly, but they lose 3 heroes. Falcons hold strong. They buy back on Maureen, and now they're running for that high ground, and I don't think Na'Vi have a response.
I think the fight just ended up lasting too long. The exorcism ended. They used all the stones. Like, they just keep having to keep going forward because Falcons is kiting so nicely with glimmers, and the Weaver is able to kite. And anytime that you just chase this far, you end up losing usually. Like, Falcons just has everything that they need to take this fight.
Barracks starting to fall, going for 2 lanes at once here. Falcons, Maureen blasting them down on the top side. Skidder on the other. Even sending the illusions to deal with tier 4s with the bottom side. They want everything. Falcons want it all, and likely they will get it. Top lane gone, middle lane gone, bottom lane are starting to fall as well. Snaking, over blinking past Uragi. Just trying to mess with him, trying to find Zayas in the tree lines here. Uragi. Is that his Bloodstone used? Yeah, certainly is. Okay, Bloodstone already down, meaning he's just going to be sitting duck now for them to take out. Buyback available, is going to use it, desperately trying to hold on to that last barrack, but it's not going to work. Skidder does get caught out a little bit here. Don't forget, doesn't have the Aegis, does have a cheese and a time lapse, so plenty of opportunities to survive here. Sanctity gets caught inside the arena. Malady's just gone instantly, and Sanctity's going to follow him to the grave. 2 taken out straight away, but the Magnetize doing absolutely crazy amounts of work. 1 dead, 2 dead. Crit narrowly survives it. Did he just hit a talent or a level? Oh, he hit level 20, but that doesn't... Boulder Smash doing work, I suppose. Uragi chasing, once again, popping that that Bloodstone very, very early. Kind of getting caught out.
Really aggressive fight from Na'Vi, but they are mega creeps, so...
Yeah, I feel like they're not really looking to extend this game any further. It's do or die for them, they feel. Crit being chased, buybacks from Zayats. Yeah, it's definitely the closing out of the game for them, it feels like. Nefrit just trying to finish off Crit will be able to do exactly that. Nefrit brings him down, Wind Waker down to the low ground, but Maureen's ready with the stun, and the GGs are called. It will be the 2-0 for Falcons after all.
Really nicely played. I think Na'Vi showed some signs, but I think Sanctity's game was just probably too bad overall. The lane was a little hard. He lost his mid tower, and it just felt like he didn't really connect on a lot of his early moves. And on the side of Falcons, I think Maureen just was everywhere, and Skeeter. I think the 2 of them just kind of kept going from side of the map to side of the map, getting blinks on the Dragonite, getting stuns. The Weaver was doing his thing, getting catches, and I think it was just really nicely played by those 2 players specifically.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think those are the 2 which it's highlighting the most. Like, uncharacteristically kind of like low impact game from Amaro, I'd say. Like, he didn't really have to be that big frontline boss in this game, and kind of, he deserved a game off, I would say. It's it's been a few games in a row now where Simsal's been doing a lot of work. But yeah, Entertaining game, to be honest with you. Like, I did enjoy it, and I enjoyed Navi's like approach to the game, where they just fight and fight till the bitter end. Like, they're never going to rely on their high ground. They're never going to be like, oh, we can survive mega creeps. Like, nah. They just keep it going. And honestly, on the top side, it almost got them back into the game. Like, this ridiculously long, like 5-minute brawl kind of just gave them like 10k gold out of nowhere. Maybe not that much. I think it was about 5k gold, or maybe a bit more, but somewhere between that mark. They just got a ton of money, a ton of XP, and really dragged themselves back into it. But then unfortunately, the next fight they took was just like a 4-0 team
4
wipe.
for 0. Yeah.
4-0 wipe. So a pretty unfortunate follow-up from that. But, you know, the fact that they are able to take good fights against Falcons is a kind of good sign. When you do lose against a team much better than you, it's really good if some things go right. You know, if everything goes wrong, it's very hard to pick and choose what to learn from and what to improve on. When some things go right, I don't know. Do you agree with that, Gunnar?
Yeah, I mean, playing versus good teams is always just nice because you get to see what mistakes of yours are punished. When you play versus worse teams, like just overall like a worse team than Falcons, right? Maybe you do something bad and the enemy team doesn't respond to you. Like you do a dive, they don't 5-man TP top. Like one of the things Falcons did in this game was they defend the tower with 5 players. And so maybe versus a worse team, they don't defend that tower and you're like, nice guys, this tower push is really good. But when you're playing versus the really good teams, they show you every time you make a mistake. And you get to know like, okay guys, this was bad. We got punished for this. And it's really just keeps giving you windows to see the good and the bad of what you do. And not only, it's nice to know you did good things, but the bad things are the stuff that you'd improve, right? So it's like, it doesn't really matter how many good things you do. If you lose, it matters what the bad things are and what you have to do to fix them.
Interesting. All right. Well, nonetheless, Falcons are your winners and, of course, secure themselves the top spot in the bracket moving into the playoffs. So congratulations to them, of course. Big win. And we are going to have an interview with ATF coming up after this short break. So we'll see you in a bit.
Into battle. I'm not ready. Illuminate him. The night sees all. Absolutely not yet. 30 seconds to battle. It's not time yet. What do you see? Night silver. Yeah. On the hunt.
The battle begins.
The dark moon comes. Yes. Quickly now. Let's go. The hunt. Unworthy. Crescent steel. We ride. Let's go. Stalking. Let's go. Let's go. Round. Attack! Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pia! Another death. Run them down. Quickly now. By starlight.
Hello and welcome back one final time as we jump into the interview for the post game here, as I'm joined by Gunnar, of course, and we're going to be chatting to ATF Amar. How's it going and how are you feeling securing the top spot in your group?
I'm good. All good. Nice
to hear. Good to hear. Now, obviously, game 2 yesterday and game 1 today. Timbersaw looking absolutely broken. I mean, I want to know, is that hero broken? Are you broken with the hero, or do enemy teams just not answer it properly, in your opinion?
I think like we downgrade this hero for our personal reason, but I don't think the hero really changed. I think the hero is still strong in the correct time, and yeah, I think people just forgot about it, and like because people would before like try to address it because you'll always first pick it and everyone knows, so they will just ban it or try to address it. So now people just forgot, so like I will always have like an easy game to play.
Definitely looked that way in both of those games. There's some serious carrying. So obviously the patch is just around the corner, and is there any concern with you guys at Falcons that, you know, the patch is going to be directly addressing a lot of the things that you're really good at in the game? Because this is something we heard about from gaming, you know, when they were on top, and then they felt like the patch was kind of targeting them almost because they were the best team on that patch. So is that ever a concern for you guys, or you're not worried?
I mean, obviously, since like this year, like we got like after this patch release, like and the fixes, like after the first fixes, like we have been winning every single tournament, and like minimum we'll get top 3 even with like a stand-in. So like I think they should like try to target us, and I don't know what that's gonna be, but you know, like there's gonna be something obviously, and we should be ready for it. And yeah, let's see what's gonna happen.
I love that. They should try and nerf us. I love that response. Gunn, have you got questions for Amar?
In the second game, there was a bunch of like 3 to 5 minute fights. Do you think those are really fun to play, or do you like quicker fights that are just over in like 10-15 seconds?
Repeat, sorry, which fights?
Do you like longer fights like in the second game, or just faster fights that are just over in a blink?
I like, I mean, faster fights, you know, like you probably know that you're gonna win, but the slower fights are more interesting to see, let's say. But you know, from a playing perspective, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, definitely very fun performances. I wanted to know, obviously, you know, you did get the better hand over Na'Vi. They are quite a young team coming in, but they are doing quite well in this tournament. But what would you say was their biggest mistake that they made playing versus you today?
I think Na'Vi, I think they're really like, I think we just studied them really hard, because like we actually scrimmed them quite a lot, and they actually destroyed us like every single scrim. So I think we like have used that fact, and we just like studied them really, and we understood their gameplay. That's why I think like today we like, because they didn't like I think we actually maybe like 10 to 12 scrims, and they like always like destroyed us. I think that's like biggest thing. Like we just studied them so hard.
Well, that's really interesting. That's completely unexpected, to be honest. But yeah, do you think it was something to do with playing on the international stage then, which you know, you guys were just more confident at?
Not so sure, because like they have people who like played before, like Yoragi and Zayak. Like they have been really successful. Not sure. Like don't think they were shocking. I think they were just playing their game, but we really understood that well. That's it, I think.
You got the better of them this time around. All right. Well, you know, obviously, again, patch coming around the corner. Is there any hero you want to see brought back into the meta which you'd really like to play?
Hero brought back. I want them to make Slark as strong as possible, so I can play it.
You want to play offlane?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Got any final questions?
Is there one hero you want to be nerfed in the next patch?
Ben, delete the hero, please.
Bane.
Ben Disruptor, just delete both.
Bane Disruptor, get them gone. Yeah, supports aren't allowed to have fun, are they? No.
I agree.
All right, final question then. What team are you looking forward to playing most in the playoffs?
I mean, I guess we'll play Extreme because there is a second seed of the other group. Who's... I think it's gonna... My easy answer will always be Betwoom. I always enjoy playing as Betwoom. I think it's probably Betwoom if we ever gonna see them, either upper bracket or lower bracket.
Yeah, they are currently fighting for elimination right now. I'm not quite sure how that one's the dust gonna settle. I think that's actually, yeah, they are gonna make it through to the lower bracket. So it's Shopify and Navi who have been taken out. So you stand a chance of getting to play a series against them, perhaps if they make it deep. But yeah, obviously, congratulations on your upper bracket finish. Congratulations on a series win today, and I'm sure we'll see you go very, very far in this tournament. If not, just another win for the Falcons. We'll see. But yeah, good luck, and thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you very much, guys. Goodbye.
Bye. And that will be that. So as I just said, Group B is now all sorted out. Well, we've got Falcons and Tundra in the upper bracket, of course, as we knew this morning. Then we move into Azure Ray and BetBoom being the two teams qualified. And Shopify Rebellion and Na'Vi will get eliminated from this event, not making it through to the group stages, as you can see here. And this is where the dust is going to settle. So, that does mean that Shopify, they don't get to qualify for EWC, neither do Na'Vi. They won't stand a chance, which means, NA qualifiers looking pretty spicy there, Gunnar.
They're looking pretty spicy. Well, we'll see how they pan out. We got a week of the patch before.
Yep, you do. You get a bit of practice time. You get to see what's going on. And this is how Group A is looking after all of this. So, of course, we do have one more tiebreaker to come. But it's going to be Gaming Gladiators and Extreme heading to the upper bracket from Group A. Then Aurora is going to be the one team guaranteed through to the lower bracket of the playoffs. Meanwhile, Heroic and Liquid are going to be playing it off in a tiebreaker over on the mainstream right now, playing out for that elimination slot and for that playoff slot. Meanwhile, PSG Quest straight up eliminated, but getting one final punch in at Liquid before they go down. You gotta respect it. And this is how the EPT leaderboard is looking after all of this. So as you can see, that actually secures OG to be qualified for the Esports World Cup, meaning just one more slot available. Team Spirit, the only team left to perhaps lose their EPT slot here. That's pretty interesting. Only one more to go, guys. So all of this tournament for one more, and obviously all the prize money and everything.
It's Heroic and Aurora, right? Are the two teams that could potentially overtake Team Spirit. So they would need, I think, top 2 for either of those teams, top 2 or top 3. So it'd have to be a really deep run. It's kind of what it needs to happen for either of them. Yeah, it's a tricky measure, especially with what's going on. But hey, who knows? New patch. Maybe someone figures out the fastest, finds out what's broken, what's going on. But of course, we are all done for today, and that's going to be it from the Ember stream. So guys, thank you so much for watching us and supporting me and Gunnar through these qualifiers. And of course, big thank you to Hanskin who joined me for the first day and the production here at the Ember team. And of course, you guys who were watching. It was really, really nice. Enjoyed this event a lot. And yeah, gonna go and sit down and enjoy the rest of DreamLeague. I believe that tiebreaker match between Heroic and Liquid is on right now. Any final words, Gunnar? Yeah, thank everyone. Thanks for having me. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun too. So yeah, I'm excited to see the Heroic Liquid series. I hope it's good. I hope it's a fun series.
Yeah, we're gonna have it over there and watch that. You guys can join us. But goodbye. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes hast, wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle tippen jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf.